KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
You are tuned in to Faces of Success Radio, and we are Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP. We want to thank you guys for tuning in today. We're going to be talking about the bug fire, the hawk fire, how it has affected our community. We have Larry Dodson Jr., the Vice President of the NAACP, and Patricia Gallimore with us today, the President of the NAACP, and little old me. I want to welcome you guys to the show. And so, man, there is so many people that is in distress right now, emotionally, mentally, physically exhausted from all of these fires that have been just tearing into Reno and Sparks and Carson City. Pat and Larry, my God, what are you guys thinking right now? I mean, because we have all been just like devastated, and families need our support right now. So,
Definitely, these fires are tragic for a lot of families right now. It seems like it was on course this time, especially the Hawk fire. It was on course to actually consume some homes, and so that's a really hard loss. But there's still a lot to learn, right, from the experience. W- what's going on with our community to where we're having well, the bug fire was started by a human. This one is started by a human. Where have we where have we come to where we're just, our mentality is leading us to start these fires um with such high consequence to our community, you know what I mean? And so it really begs to for us to look at the health, our mental health in our community, um, and what we should probably be doing to prevent this from happening in the future. You know.
yes, because we have no answers on how the fires are getting started. There's a lot of acreage that has burned. I mean, it took forever and ever for them to get containment, the damage, and the current status right now. I believe that there's still a small fire that actually ignited again this morning, from the hawk fire. And so, Pat, what was it looking like on your side of town? I know you are also from Reno.
Well, it looked like the Twilight Zone over there. I mean, it just looked very strange, very eerie. I probably was about a mile and a half and away from the fire, and so we were in the yellow zone. So getting ready to go, and it was just to the point where, because of all the other fires that they had, because we're the Hawk Fire, that was the bug was before. We were just ready to go. I just getting ready to leave out the house, just leave the stuff there. And if we came back, and if it was there, it was good. But the issue that I have is just like what Larry was saying, what is going on to our mentality? Is there a mental health issue there? I know the individual, one of the fires turned themselves in, right? And said that they did that. And then here we are just a week or so later, and here's another fire. So I don't know. As I said, we are all very, very tired, very stressed. I can feel it with people when you're out and about. The smoke inhalation is another thing. It's just that we're exhausted,
Mhm.
mentally and physically exhausted.
And what is I mean, it's doing like to our seniors and to the kids and people's pets and animals, go now and the immediate evacuations where families aren't even being prepared for this type of trauma, you know, and a lot of these seniors don't even have, kids that are checking on them or relatives checking on them, at all. And they're out there by themselves, and I think that some things need to be in place because even when just I want to touch on Eddie and Shari, for them to be the age that they are and have to go back, for their medication and their pet, I just kind of felt like, personally speaking, there should have been an earlier plan of action for them being the age that they were, and with their illnesses and stuff like that. There should have been some type of POA in place, and for them to had to go through that, I cannot even imagine being trapped in smoke and fire and being a senior, and 55% of my body, being burned up even at the age that I am right now. So my heart really goes out to them and their family and all their friends and fans that love and respect and appreciate them. And I just want to tap on this real quick. We do, it even brought me to a conversation with my own daughter because she's actually in a 2-story home. And after her being able to witness, just through news and media, how these fires just were so rapid and so, devastating to everybody. What type of plan of action do you have when you are in a 2-story home? Looking at her home from the outside is beautiful, but there's no way out upstairs if there was a fire that had actually started downstairs. So this has actually prompted us to actually start taking steps for those type of emergency situations. And it also made me be much aware of the things that I was not prepared for.
Hmm.
My dogs, I had to leave my home with 3 dogs. Actually, the first night that they said go now, there was nowhere to go. I didn't have nowhere to go. I did not have family here, so we end up sleeping in our car. The very first night, all the hotels were booked, and then I felt like there was people being taken advantage of because the prices for hotels and stuff just went skyrocket all of a sudden for a lot of different families. And there was some agencies that actually reached out that were trying to help. I understand, I'm not going to shoot names out there, but there was different hotels and stuff that did try to help. But for the most part, everything was like sold out. And so being prepared for evacuations and stuff like that, we just don't know, when that day is going to come and when there's going to be another person that's going to say, hey, today I want to burn down Reno, and so how do you mentally prepare yourselves and the public for stuff like that?
Well, I know Attorney General Ford, Aaron Ford, in terms of price gouging, groceries going up, hotels raising their prices during this time. He has made a public announcement saying that his office will be looking at that and taking action. But to your point, Pearl, in terms of are we ready? I live in a tri-level. I live over there in Northwest Reno. I live on a 3rd acre. I live on a hill. It's if it's just going to go poof. So for me, I am prepared, right? I've got about 20 gallons of water. I have cans. I do have family here, but everybody doesn't have that. So I always make sure that folks that I know, we check up on people, right?
Mhm.
That's kind of what we were doing. I know everybody was checking up on me, you, Larry. I didn't know per se that you were right there in that area, but other folks were checking up. That's one thing. But what is the city, the state, and the county accountability for making sure that we are actually prepared if something, and I say we, the city is prepared for something of this magnitude, and we are not, because I live off of 7th Street, and everybody that was coming out of Somerset and Northwest Reno was going down 7th Street, right? And bumper to bumper traffic both ways, couldn't get out. I
Mhm,
never thought about that. I've lived in my house for 36 years.
mhm,
Never thought about I did not have access to my streets and could not leave. It would have been better for me to get out of my car and walk
mhm,
than to I couldn't get out of the side street to get on the main thoroughfare. And that's happening. That access just didn't happen there. It was the freeways. It was other, Somerset, Northwest Reno, one way in, one way out.
mhm.
Those are things that maybe we should be talking to our local, officials, government officials. What is their plan? Do we have a plan?
Mhm.
Because that little plan that they put out, and then these PSAs and stuff on Facebook and what have you, and on the radio, that was not enough.
Mm-mm. No, it really wasn't.
Mhm.
And Larry, I look, as I travel through the streets of Nevada all the time, and it bugs me a lot that a lot of these houses and ranches and stuff, they look like they're basically sitting in the middle of bird nests. You know what I'm saying? And I've
Mhm.
always thought to myself, and I say, these look like very dangerous places to live, in the event that you just have someone going down the street smoking a cigarette or something and flip a cigarette out the window, poosh,
Mhm.
there it goes. Do you think that there should be some type of actions that should be put in place where property owners should be, you know, um, maintaining their property a little better, where there's not so much bush and
Mhm.
stuff that around all these different people's houses where it's causing fire hazards like it is?
It's hard to rein in on control of those areas because we do have uh, restrictions and things like that that are in place, but there's just a part of Nevada that when you start getting to the outskirts of the town, there's just not much control. They own that property, they own that. These are older places,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, at the same time, um, we should be cautious of those things. The scary part is that when we're talking about like people starting these fires, nobody's safe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it could be anywhere. It could be in the middle of Sparks. It could be in the middle of Reno. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the outskirts because you're not waiting for a natural occurrence to start the fire. You're just waiting for somebody to get enough get crazy enough to get the means to start it wherever and however. But so that's the part. There is a lot of, like, when you get into urban, the suburbs, there's a lot of HOAs, there's a lot of community awareness when it comes to keeping up landscaping and stuff like that. But it's when you get out to the valleys and stuff where it becomes a lot more relaxed. Now, should we be considering that? Is probably a yes. We should, our community leaders should be considering the high risk of us living in the middle of a desert where it's already naturally high risk for natural fires to start. Um, there should be some type of control that's put on it, but you know how people get. We hate being told what to do and how to do it. So,
Well, I just want to say, if they have these HOA, you know, telling people when and they can put up Christmas lights and take them down,
right.
their trees should be cut. I mean, see, and what color their house needs to be. Why couldn't they have the same type of agencies helping control all these bushes just burning people out of their houses? That's what I'm
Right.
saying. So what's your thoughts on that, Pat?
Well, I know. So I live in the city of Reno. So there are lots of ordinances, right? Especially it depends on who you are, right? Lots of ordinances on my house. You can't have your trees going over in the street, right?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fine.
Mm-hmm.
You can't have more than 2 cars in your driveway.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fine. You can't have your cars on a flat. My take on it is going to be a little different. I'm going to put it back on the cities and the counties. I'm going to ask them to help the communities. I mean, I know that, and I know our city council people all the time are doing these cleanup type things, right? Where they'll have up at McQueen High or at the different schools that you can come dump all your trash and stuff. But
Mhm.
I'm asking in terms of monetary stuff, because to get a tree and get all them bushes out of your yard, you know, like I said, I live on the side of a hill. It is, like I said, it's going up.
Mhm.
And so I'm over 60. So, you know, I'm retired. And I'm not saying, yes, it is my responsibility. I mean, but there is also some my house backs up to the I-80. So part of that also is part of their responsibility too. So I put it back also on our government officials, you know, city and county, to help people, you know, do these type of cleanups if they have these type of, you know, issues. As I said, yes, HOAs are one thing. I live in a house that doesn't have an HOA, but the city has city ordinances in the city of Reno where you can't, like I said, the trees can't be hanging so far over, and you have to know these things as being a property owner. If you don't, you will be fined. It's just like so it's just like an HOA. So it's not that we have the freedom of doing all these things. We still have to adhere to different things. Now, is that enough? Maybe not. And when you know, like Larry was saying, when you're living out rural Nevada, well, all Nevada's rural, actually. You know, really, when you think about it, we're in a drought all the time. So, you know, and we are called Tree City, by the way. I don't know if y'all know that. We're called Tree City. So they advocate us to have this. And it's also good for the environment, for ecology. But where is it the part of the homeowner and where is the part of the city?
All right.
That's what I would like to see.
I don't know how we're called Tree City. We should be called Stick City. But,
Look, we are we're called Tree City.
Yeah. And so do you guys feel like, you know, residents were given enough time to be able to evacuate?
I think this time, I think that going off of that, you know, the other fire that we had, I think that they were very cautious. As I said, I'm across McCarran, and for me to be in a yellow zone, you know, be ready. I thought it was a lot, but when I thought about it, I said they're being very cautious. So but that's my area. Now, the folks that were living in the red area, were they given enough time? Probably not.
Right.
Probably not.
I think they handled it to the best of their ability. I really do. I mean, I had some friends that were out in the back of Stead, and some out in Sun Valley area and whatnot. And it got to a point to where I couldn't drive no more because they were so focused on being able to let all the fire trucks get through as fast as possible, you know. And I'm like, well, I really want to check on my friend. And so I had asked if I could, like, if there was another route, and they're like, no, you could walk. And I'm in my mind, I'm just like, so you're gonna let me walk into the fire? you're just gonna let me die? No, but that's how prepared and that's how far out the fire was, and that's how far out the boundaries were being made. Is that, you know, law enforcement felt comfortable being like, yeah, you could walk to that distance. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, I did not like walking, but I sure did, and I sure did check on my friends. So.
Well, I know for sure that Amazon, you know, they were all over there. They were shut down. Actually, my son actually works for Amazon, and so he got a call that they weren't allowed to bring their vehicles in. That they actually had to park them at the what was it? There's a store right here on McCarran. What is that grocery store that's on McCarran? I don't know why I can't think of the name.
Rayleigh's, maybe?
No, it's not Rayleigh's. It's
Winco.
Winco on Foodtown. Yeah, Northtown. I mean, so yeah, they were told that they had to bring all the Amazon trucks and park them at Winco, and so my son's car was actually parked at Amazon, so he wasn't even allowed to go get his vehicle. It was parked there for a whole week.
That's
you
wild.
know, and so during the whole fire experience, and so I just thought it for evacuation alerts, roadblocks, emergency notifications, and stuff like that, and getting to the residents. I thought it went kind of smoothly, but I think that people should have been alerted just a little bit earlier to get out of there because it was wall to wall, like wallpaper traffic. And I was looking at the route that they were having us rerouted to, and they had us going down this street out there instead called a state. And this actually took you all through the mountains and the bushes, and you had to drive your car, and then it took you into another community. But when I pulled up and I'm seeing the National Guards out there, tank trucks and all this different stuff. That was pretty frightening even for me. You know what I mean? I'm like, what is going on? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, well, and then you got, can we see your ID? And we need to know that you live over here and all this different stuff. It was just a lot, and I'm still not rested from that experience. And so when you say fire, go now, it's time to move, no matter what you left behind, and then on top of that, let's talk about no power, no stores open, no gas. What happens in situations like that? All these different grocery stores, the grocery outlet, Walmart, all the stores out there where we live in the Stead area, they had to throw all of their meat and produce and stuff away. This has been a lot. So what's your comments on that?
Why don't they got backup generators? My bad. I mean, seriously though, where's their preparedness? I mean, if you are a grocery chain and you live in that area, you put your store in that area, maybe their perception is that if it's going to burn up, we don't need the backup generator because everything's going to go up anyway. But a lot of times they're protecting those locations anyway. So where are the backup generators? Why don't they have solar, which power, what have you? But if it's a lot of smoke, then that's not going to happen. But a backup generator would be where it would be, you would think.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that Nevada in general is ready for any type. This is fire, yes, and we have fire season almost every year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're a little bit early this year, but normally this is a norm. Houses here built in the 70s. There's a lot of houses here that don't have air conditioning. Folks don't have access to the cooling situation. I know my house doesn't have air conditioning. So what are we doing about planning for retrofitting? I think that we need to take a look and dive into how ready is Nevada if we have a natural disaster. We are on the ring of fire here. Verdi and Somerset and Northwest Reno, earthquakes all the time.
Right.
All the time. And there could be a major earthquake here, and we are not. Are we prepared? I don't think so.
No, I don't.
We're definitely due for that. We're right on the San Andreas Fault.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, if you just look at the development of Reno and the development of Northern Nevada, it's a real, it's a real grit story. Like, come here, survive, make it through. You don't have too much flourishment here to just like really be comfortable in the beginning. There wasn't that much water access back then. It was really uncomfortable. It was mining cities. It was railroad cities. It was not this very comfortable place. And we don't have to stay there. We can prepare to, like, I don't know, why are we focused on a data center when we could be advancing our community in different ways? You know what I mean? Why are we looking at losing that much water to, like, there's a lot that I don't understand. We should be focused though on preparing our city, preparing our builds, and making the adjustments to our homes to be able to withstand actual violent earthquake, making sure that these buildings are up to code to withstand unpredictable circumstances that are due to come. We just had a tornado warning after the last fire. Well, it wasn't over yet, but when that last rainstorm came, I got a warning that there was a possible tornado. Now the warning was only for like a 15-minute period, but still, we're not used to that. We're not used to hurricanes. We're not used to tornadoes. We're not used to things that other parts of the country have to usually go through. We're just not used to natural disasters other than a fire. And if we do get hit by something beyond a fire, we're not prepared. We're not ready, and a lot of people are going to be out of their homes. A lot of people um, are gonna be in a really, really difficult spot. And so I think our leadership, our governors, and our councils, and our legislation, and all, they should really be thinking about the future. That San Andreas fault will affect us at some point. We're just waiting for it.
Yeah, and I just want to go back on our seniors a little bit because our smoke and air quality, how wildfires actually affect our seniors, our children, and people with disabilities, and even outdoor workers, and people with respiratory or cardiovascular issues. We definitely need to have some type of plan, because I don't even think that anybody knows exactly, is there a Red Cross here?
Yeah, we do have a Red Cross.
Okay, where's the Red Cross located?
South no, actually out on corporate, it's out by corporate, south of town, kind of, sort of, by the industrial, off of behind the airport. So we do have a Red Cross. But here's the deal, folks. What is our plan, right? Like you were talking about for seniors. Okay, we have the senior center. That could be a place on 9th Street. Okay, that can only hold what, 200 or 300 people. Then there's another small one in Sparks. What I saw was we don't even have the capacity, or they didn't open up the convention center until later. First, they were going to have people going to Evelyn Mount, which that capacity is not enough, right?
Mhm.
Then they opened up the convention center. What is our plan? So my thing is I'm solution oriented. So what is the solution? What can we do to help these folks here in the city, which, the city people, the Washoe County commissioners, maybe our city council, Spark City Council, what can we do to help them help us? Because I don't think, if there's a plan, we don't know about it. And I think it's important that we get this information out to the people. The people need, and I need folks to start stepping up and to say, hey, this is not right. I need them to also start saying, taking a stance in their what's going on. Don't wait till the disaster happens. Let's be proactive, not reactive. Okay, so that's what I see that we need to do. I mean, there's training that you can go through, disaster training, emergency preparedness training that I think American Red Cross, they put out. I know my organization, NACP, we do some training as well. But I think that folks sit back and wait and say, hey, it's taken care of. Somebody's going to take care of it. I ain't got to worry about it. It's taken care of. As Larry would say, it's San Andreas fault. The other thing, as I said, folks don't realize we're around the ring of fire, which means all the, Lake Tahoe is inactive. Mono Lake down when you're going towards California, all of those are active volcanoes, active. We're just a disaster waiting to happen.
We're just waiting.
We're just waiting. And, when we had the 100-year flood, I was here when they had that flood back in 1990 something.
Right.
And I'm like, oh, I don't care. I'm on a hill. Then I'm like, then the fire comes. Oh my God, I'm by the fire. You know what I'm saying? But we weren't ready for it. I mean, It was a mess.
So everybody, you are tuned in to Faces of Success Radio. We're on 103.3 FM, 93.7 FM, and we are the Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP. And when we come back from a break, we're going to be talking about the people who cannot easily evacuate, with disabilities, and that have pets, or may not even be financially able. So to get a hotel, or even have a car to sleep in, for that matter. So we're going to go to a break and we'll come right back.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business.
At A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support, and guiding them to the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by A Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Mall today, and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
All right, we are back. We are the Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP, and we are talking about these fires, you guys, that have had everybody in every household on fire emotionally, basically,
Yeah.
mentally, and physically. And so, um, we want to go into like, what about the people who cannot easily evacuate? Our seniors with disabilities, people that have pets, low income families, unhoused people, and residents with pets. So, what is your take on that?
So, I mean, that does go back to people having to begin thinking ahead and understanding their vulnerabilities. Um, we have to take responsibility of our family members, and we have to take responsibility of our pets. And what if something, we should be thinking that in general, though, what happens to you? If something were to happen to you, what happens to your pets? If something were to happen to you, what about your mother or father that may be elderly, or what about your dependent that is disabled,
Mm-hmm.
that cannot get out of bed on their own?
Mm-hmm.
And because we have real disabilities out there, that you have quadriplegic, paraplegic, you have different forms of MS and ALS, and all these different illnesses affect your mobility. And so you do have agencies from the state in some cases involved, but I don't really I I know that they are not really thinking that far ahead when it comes to, like, if there's an emergency, do they have a plan to get you out of your home? Now, I do have friends with, a boy, and the social worker will come and say, "Hey, you need 10 gallons of water," or blah, 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 but when it actually hits the fan and it's time for you to get out, that's so we have to really be thinking ahead, and we have to put into consideration what happens. The amount of people that have not even written their advance directive or have a will and a plan, or just thinking in the future is kind of scary. More people need to be considering that and putting that into thought, and becoming prepared for the worst. And so it takes people getting notice and putting awareness out there. So this is what we are doing now. This is our call out for awareness, to our Reno Sparks community. You guys got to get ready for things like this.
Yeah, because actually, my thought process listening to you speak. Well, what if it's cool to have a social worker and all that type of stuff. It's supposed to have your back, but what if your social worker is also under evacuation at the same time? You know what I mean? Your doctor, your
Right.
home health nurse. So what plans, do they have for these people? What if you're in a situation to where your spouse is in a wheelchair and you're in a walker, using a walker, utilize a walker, or you can't walk at all? We just don't know. And I'm telling you, the situation that just because I live right here in Reno, and that fire popped up on us so fast, it was crazy. It was like super, super crazy. And me being able to use both of my hands and legs, I was still not prepared for that situation. If it happened tomorrow, I'm not prepared for it. It scares me for the people that are out there that aren't prepared for this. But this should be a warning, a wake up call for our community, to not be ever put in this type of position again, you know. And so, Pat,
Yeah. Have a backup plan. That's the whole time that both of y'all were talking, I was thinking about that. And part of it is have that backup plan, right? Have the 10 gallons of water ongoing. As I said, I got about 20 at mine. I have a whole bunch I have a solar generator. It's only going to do a little. Making sure for seniors, because I'm a senior as well, making sure that I have notification, making sure that my family's checking on me. Larry, you discussed having your notices, your wills, your trust, things of that nature. Making sure you are aware of that, But I think the main part of it is that we as folks, we're gonna, even as seniors, we're gonna have to take responsibility. And maybe it might take a village, it might take your family. If you don't have family, then you have to have a support unit around that's going to help you when something like this happens, right? And make sure that people are checking up on you, because everybody was, I know law enforcement was overtaxed. I know that the fire folks were overtaxed. No one, there was no spare anything for anybody. I mean, it was just, we were, we were all checking up on each other. So I have to build that network. So now's the time, folks. Now's the time to build your network. Don't wait till it happens or say, hey, it's not going to happen. It has happened. So now is the time to make that solution. Don't, you know, there were hospitals and things that were closed in the area. Pharmacies were closed. Make sure that you have your medicines. Don't be crazy like me. Like so I take a lot of vitamins and minerals just to keep myself upright. I have probably 3 months in a bag in those little pill bottles, pill packages that I just grab and go out. Make sure that you're ready. Okay, so be ready. Don't get ready to be ready, or those type things. Because if you're waiting for someone to come help you, oftentimes, unfortunately, like in this situation, everyone was stressed and strained. There was nobody that was going to be able to come back up. The fire department was overstressed. All our law enforcement folks were overstressed. Everybody was overstressed. So
And then when you're talking about our hotels being filled, what options are available when evacuation centers or hotels cannot accommodate everybody? We don't have any answers for those things, and those things should be in place for the residents, people that are in convalescent homes, people that have pets and livestock. While these wildfires are just like, it's not like they're going to come with a handbook of exactly how it's going to hit us and when it's going to hit us, but we do need to be prepared for the unexpected. Have some type of safe, all your emergency paperwork, birth certificates, pink slips, stuff like that, put up and protected. In some type of safe that protects it from water and fire damage and stuff like that. Jewelry, valuables, or whatever. You know what I mean? It just should have taught us as a community as a whole lot. So we also want to know, who pays for this? These type of crises. Who's responsible for this type of stuff? When you don't have no power for a whole week, all your groceries and stuff are now gone. You're on a fixed income and on disability. Who's responsible for this?
I know that you can, if you have been affected by the fires and taken some financial loss, you can go down to the city of Reno, located over there on, what is that, Center Street?
yeah, First Street, First
And
Virginia.
yeah, you can go down there and go in and just let them know how you've been affected. There may be some financial support for you in some areas, but uh, definitely use this to learn and be able to attain a level of preparedness. So when you run into this type of situation, it doesn't catch you off guard. Now, being a representative of the NAACP, I do want to speak for our Black and minority community. We do hold less property in the community, which means that we're renting. And if we're renting, that means that if you lose your house in fire, that means that you're not necessarily going to be able to get a claim for a brand new house, right? You're going to have a higher financial strain. And this leads me to the importance of getting rental insurance, making sure you're covering your property, all of your belongings to where it's not that bad of a hit. I'll tell you, I know that it is an expense, but it is not that heavy of an expense. You can get a small coverage for as low as $15 a month, and that just lets you know how I don't want you to get the smallest one. I want you to actually cover all of your property and make sure that you have some type of protection. But we have to be aware of the position that we're in as a community, and also we should be working together within our communities. One of a lovely story was I had a friend out where she is bedridden. She cannot get out of the bed on her own, and she had to She reached out to me and made sure she was okay. But she had a neighbor across the street that was a firefighter, and her having that relationship and her having that community um, love really comforted the entire situation. We knew that if something really did happen, he would come across the street and get her out of that house. So definitely use your community as an advantage in this situation.
Yeah, and also I just want to add, some of you probably don't even walk your own communities or know your community. You know, don't even know which evacuation route you would take in case of an emergency. You know, some people, haven't even walked around their own block in their community, and because even those that have, you still need to have an evacuation route in place of which direction you're going to go and how you would handle one of these type of things. And we definitely uh, want to give a big community shout out for the heroes of the Hawk Fire, recognizing all the firefighters, first responders, volunteers, neighbors, businesses, organizations that help the residents that were in these crises. Um, all of us from the Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP just want to really reach out to everybody and say a huge thank you because that was one heck of a battle. And so thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, definitely well deserved because I know that they are really overtaxed, overstressed. I always think about mental health. Make sure if you are stressed, and I'm talking to our first responders, our law enforcement, and our fire folks, seek out help in terms of make sure you're mentally okay. I know you got to think about your physical, but make sure if something's going on, you know, seek help. See, your your employee assistance program and see a counselor if you need to, because let this be a wake-up call for all of us though, folks, is that if we don't know that there is a backup plan or emergency preparedness plan, then let's go seek out where that is. And then for the city of Reno, the city of Sparks, Washoe County, to make sure that people in the community know it, put it out, of course, on the websites, that's one thing, but at different meetings, have it on people. We have gone to this paperless environment, but sometimes paper is necessary. Some of these meetings put that out there. Here's where to get the information if something like this happens, where you can go for assistance, who can help you for food, where you can seek out what you need to do, what the evacuation plan is. Let's have it ahead of time, not later. Mm-hmm. So if the convention center is a place that we should be going to, if there is a natural disaster or a fire, then that should everybody should know that. It shouldn't have to come out the day of the fire or later on during the week. We should know that that's already going to be set in place.
Yeah, and for some of you guys that didn't even know, like, don't keep your car on full or at least a half a tank or something. Had no idea that the gas station's right down the street. You're just assuming that you'll be able to go to the gas station and pull off and then evacuate. Those gas stations were closed. So you never want to put yourself back in one of those type of situations again. Always try to do the best you can to keep everything together. I know gas prices and stuff are high and everybody is struggling right now, but do the best you can. That's all I give to you right now. And the rest of it is between you and God, and that's where we are. And so we're going to go to a break. And when we come back, we're going to be talking about a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Again, we are the Nevada Justice Coalition, and the NAACP, and we're going to a break.
We're talking to Victor from Precision Diamonds. Victor, I don't know anything about jewelry. I don't know anything about diamonds. I need to get something for my lady.
You know what, Jim? Come on in. We are your local jeweler and we want to be your personal shopper. For 27 years, we know that we are doing business directly with the right manufacturers. We have negotiated great prices. They have the right trend, the right designs, quality, from earrings to pendants to you name it, we've got it.
That means you're going to help me from beginning to end.
My family, we've been working for this for a long time. I don't know how to change oil or anything, but I know diamonds, I know jewelry. So if you want to come in, you don't have to worry about anything. We'll find the exact gift that you're looking for that's going to make you look like $1,000,000, that you really took the time and effort to choose something, not just say, I'll take this. You know, your lady will know that you took the time and found a beautiful gift for her.
Thank you, Victor. Precision Diamonds, your local jeweler across from the convention center.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
All right, and we are back. We are the Nevada Justice Coalition family right here on 103.3 and 93.7. And we're talking about a whole bunch of different topics this morning, but most of all, we want to touch on something that was just presented to us today that kind of saddens me that this type of stuff is still going on in our community. So, Pat, let's talk about.
I have a lot of things that come across my feed on my phone and getting the news, but this was via the Washington Post where they were specifying a former Mike Collins staffer posted KKK and Nazi images. And so the headline was, people are starting to get concerned about it. And for us, are we normalizing racism, things that go along with doing this? This came across on the feed. It was a article about a representative in Georgia who's posting these things, actually having a picture of himself in a depiction of the KKK uniform, and it's like it's okay, like it's an everyday okay thing. So, what you got to say about that?
Ooh, I got a lot to say about that. So I do know the story that you're talking about, and so this is Georgia's uh, Mike Collins, one of his former staffers, um, had posted him actually in a full uniform of being in the KKK and other images of swastikas, whatnot, which is the sad truth, right? We are mixing politics with moral boundaries. And and the reason why I say that is um, that um, Mike campaign was approached and asked what they thought about that or if they had any comments for it. And this is the response that actually gets me a little like, what the heck? Is they said that they condone any type of anti Semitism and kind of turned the focus back on Ossoff, right? And so now it's become political to where like we are politicizing racism, and racism should not have any place. It is a moral situation, right? Like judging people by the color of their skin is absolutely just absurd and idiotic, and we should definitely be beyond that. What is it that causes us to want to separate ourselves so hard from each other based on how we look? So he says, Mike Collins' um, team says that they denounce any type of anti-Semitism. Now, Ossoff, he's a Jew, and so that comment altogether doesn't make any sense, and it takes zero accountability for the conduct of his former staffer. And so that just leads us to the reality that we have completely politicized racism.
Yeah. And so my question would be, why are the KK and Nazi images still being used today? You know, why are they still allowing that type of stuff to even be posted on social media? Unless you know what they say, you're either with it or you're against it. So if on every social media platform they have part of their community rules that racism is, they have a zero tolerance for this type of stuff. Why are they still being allowed to post this type of stuff on social media and get away with it? Because that little 30 seconds, that 1 minute or 2 hours that stuff is out there, millions and millions of people are seeing that just for that hot minute. And so that is really sending a very negative message to the community, people that are following any social media platform. That stuff is just like, it should be null and void. And I blame social media because they're totally aware of everything that you post on social media. And I bet you if you go back there right now, it's still up there. it's still posted.
I mean, I would definitely say that there's got to be some type of change made to the standards of social media, of mass information. There's got to be some type of we got to rein it in to where we're not going too crazy. But also at the other end is that we do have a country that has freedom of speech, and we have this. So what I'm really looking at is why is it becoming to be? Why is it so? Why is it catching? Why is it sticky? Right? Like there, you can go online and you can find absolutely anything, but for some reason, the swastika is just sticking. It's something that people like to write on the walls. It's people like to write on campaign signs. You know what I mean? Like, why is it sticking? And we need to actually look at our community. And it comes down to parenting. It comes down to teaching. It comes down to getting ahead of the curve, right? And so, like all these opportunities that we have with our politicians and all these opportunities that we have in government to be able to denounce this type of stuff, we don't take advantage of it. And that's a problem. We need to be actually taking advantage of the opportunity to say, hey, this is wrong. Even if you feel like it's repetitive, even if you feel like um, you're tired of saying it, the thing is that look how persistent it is in our culture. Why does it keep coming up? How often do you hear the N word just playing Call of Duty? How often do you, you know, we have it coming up in schools to where we have boards talking about if it's okay or not to say the N word. Like, if it's that prevalent in our community, if it's that prevalent in our community, why are we not stepping up and saying, you know what, I want to get ahead of this and denounce it, say that it's wrong, but we don't have a culture that does that.
Right. And so when does free speech cross the line into hate speech?
Well, the normalization of all of this, right, and kind of what Larry was getting to, is that our society has accepted this as a norm. The romanticizing of the swastika, right, of what that portrayed and the uncertainties. So folks are out there, they know that that's a negative connotation, right? So, and they know that's going to get people's attention. So that's why they do it, so they can get that attention and get a rise out of folks. We have to get together as a group of people, as a nation, to say it's not okay under any circumstances, under any circumstances. And then we have to move that forward because as a history of a nation, 250 years now, y'all, it's been normal. It's a norm. We've had it, the KKK, what they stood for, what it's about, and white supremacy. All these things are not because once again, when you look at the other side of the race, they're the majority. The rest of us are minorities, and the fear. It's all about fear, right? Because at some point, the minority is going to be the majority, and they're scared. They're so afraid that that's going to happen. So they have to keep that rhetoric going. And so what we have to do is we have to do exactly what we're doing today. Talk about it and tell folks it's not okay, right? But we also have to respect ourselves. And Larry went on to that in terms of that other word that he had discussed. And I won't even give it even bring it up in terms of using the letter. It was normalized as a negative connotation for a group of people. It is not okay for us folks to use it in music and conversation or saying, hey, my friend or my brother. That's what we should be saying.
Yeah.
Okay. But we got to start that stuff in our own home, in our own backyard. So if we expect people to respect us, we got to respect ourselves.
That's gonna be hard for us to overcome because we have a whole half of us that's like it's ours. Like it's we own it. It's ours. We can say it because we went through the pain. It's something to just have, and it's like we don't have to hold on to that. I agree with that. I think that we should probably just ditch it all together and try to move on from there because we've kind of pushed it, especially with media, music, right? All that. We've kind of pushed it out there to where we're teasing and allowing it in some cases. If you got a catchy song and then you got to memorize it or sing along except for that one word, That's
Right.
kind of that's
Yeah.
kind of you know.
So, does apologizing for racist content make it acceptable?
No. Well, okay, folks. Here's the deal. I can't blame another people or another culture for stuff that they don't know, but I can blame them for stuff that they do know.
Mhm.
So once you've been educated and you know what's going on, then yes. But the apology is, a lot of times, folks will say, "Hey, you responsible for what my ancestors did, so I can't apologize for what my ancestor did, except me for who and what I am now." What I say to that is, I totally understand that, but let's be on the side of right and accept that that happened. Your ancestors did that to a group of folks. We're not trying to crucify that you are the group of people, but we want folks to understand that it did happen. So know the history behind it and then learn from it and not repeat it. What I see now, we're going backwards instead of moving forward. And I hate that everything seems like it's starting to be reciprocal now. And some of these things that are happening are being accepted as the reason why we're seeing all this happen. And we're seeing, a constitution attacked. We're seeing, our voting rights are attacked. We're seeing Civil Rights Act attacked. We are not moving forward, and that bears the question of what is happening in society today. Why are we wanting to go back and not move forward?
Well, do you feel like politicians are doing enough to condemn racism?
Absolutely not. That's the whole point on this one. And to say on what Pat was saying is in answer to your question, do you think that apologizing has been rid of it? In this scenario specifically, this is the situation was a staffer dressed up as KKK and swastika. Now, saw that swastika is very isolated to the Jewish community, and then the KKK is very isolated to the Black community. You know, and Mike, uh, in the response was we denounce all anti-Semitism. So he addresses the Jewish racism. Or what about the other side? What about the Black community?
Very good point.
So how are you denouncing it if you're not denouncing it? And you have an entire community that stands up and sees these things. Right? And what does that encourage? So if you have like, okay, all right, we'll leave the Jews alone, but you know, you can still kind of do what we're doing with the blacks. In Mississippi, for the last 17 months, we have had 2 hangings a month in Mississippi. When does it go from we don't hang ourselves? Black people do not hang ourselves. That's just not what we do, especially in the South. That's not what it is. And so, why are we here? Our legislative representatives, it's not. They're not stepping up. They need to step up and denounce it publicly and start to put our nation on a healthy course of just how we are with each other.
Okay. So let's talk about this. So should someone lose their political job over a racist post?
Mm. Then we're going to be drawing the line in terms of freedom of speech. I mean, we are so condescending in this nation in terms of different things that we do because there is freedom of speech, right? And people can believe what they want to believe. And Larry brought up a very good point of what they left out, right? Is that it was okay. It's not okay for swastika, right? But they didn't say anything about the KKK in terms of African Americans, a whole race that they refused to acknowledge. So I don't think should there be some repercussion if you're following that anecdote of what's happening in your politician. Yes, there should be some type of repercussion. Should there be some? Are they going to get fired? No, it's part of American history. I mean, this stuff is all part of American history, and those even party lines.
I think they should just be clear to denounce it. I mean, I get people make mistakes, and I get people are uneducated or they've been raised a certain way, but like, can we come together and start to teach them the right way? And I mean, because all you're gonna do is if you ruin somebody's life because of their ignorance or stupidity, they're going to become the exact opposite of what you're trying to cure. They're going to become more extreme on going against us. Unfortunately, I would like to say, yeah, they just need to lose their job, but really, I want to see them. I want to see reconciliation. Why are you saying that? Where are you? Like, where's your mindset at? And then are you willing to grow from there? If you can't provide that you're willing to grow from there or get into like um, or want to learn and change, I think that you don't whatever place has you hired doesn't necessarily you don't support their values, their ethics and stuff like that. So I think at some point they let you go and at that point kind of treating it like alcoholism, right? Like if you get caught, I'm not gonna fire you, I'm gonna let you go, get the
Get help.
detox and all that stuff and come back and you're good. I mean, treat it just like that. It's a sickness. It is.
Yeah. And so we're going to go to a break. And when we come back from our break, we're going to be talking about Miss Carolina. Miss North Carolina lost her crown.
Oh no.
All right. And we'll be right back.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
All right, we are back. We are the Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP, and we want to bring to you guys some of the hottest topics that are going around social media right now. And we're talking about Miss Carolina. Oh my goodness, she just got her crown snatched. So, my question would be, should a beauty queen lose her crown because of her potential views?
Yes. I mean, there has to be. I'm quite sure there's somewhere in these beauty pageant things of what can be said and what can't be said, and, uh, the beauty pageant thing has always been for, the elite of the elite, supposed to be of the elite. I don't subscribe to beauty pageants because for folks people of color, it was very difficult for us always to compete in them because of how we looked in our hair and, what our sizes were in our behind. Where now everybody wants our lips, everybody wants our arms, everybody wants our behind. So it's okay. So the norm of Americanism it trips me out. So yeah, I think there is probably somewhere in their thing where yeah, you can't be this type of person that announces or says things about, you know, people of color, LGBTQ plus. We as Americans are trying to figure it all out. We're in the stages of figuring it all out. Is it okay to accept all of this? So yeah, no, I'm quite sure that she probably, should not be doing these different things. that she
Yes.
did.
And so, for those of you guys that don't know, the former 2026 Miss North Carolina, USA, yeah, they basically, took her crown because she was posting social media posts that were very rude and disrespectful to people of color using the N word, that bad little N word. And so that's what brings us to our topics today. And so I want to find out, should organizations be able to punish people for opinions expressed before they were hired or
So for Bolton Rittenhouse, former 2026 North Carolina USA, or she didn't necessarily violate any on-site. She didn't violate any on-site um, ethic policy, but I think that there is some type of policy on how they conduct themselves outside of being there. If they are elected or if they're a nominee, in order to even be a nominee, they look at public presence and stuff like that. So in that case, absolutely. Could you do it in every case? I don't think so, because we keep running into this First Amendment speech, and I'm not against it. I love the fact that America has free speech. I think that that is what makes us different than any other country, and I hate when people try to infringe on that. However, to what length is it okay to when we're allowing a cancer into our society? Um, should there be more allowances for organizations and groups and companies? I think that it's exercised often now. I know that ethics is a common policy for places to have.
Well, according to the article, Larry, that Miss USA organization condemns racism and transphobia, and her reign was ended because it was conduct that violated the organization standards. So that organization, Miss USA, does have standards, and in their standards, those are some of the things that they do condemn. So that's why, as she was dethroned, is that she did violate it. Now, in private businesses, they have code of conducts and things of that nature. I worked for different companies and we had to sign a code of conduct and we had to read it and there was training. So there were certain things that were in the code of conduct contract that we could not do. If you are signing that contract, then you have to adhere to those things. If you don't sign it, then you probably won't be employed by those entities. Yeah.
right. Yeah, and I agree with that. Do you feel like, taking her crown away, was fair, or was it overreact?
I think it was fair. As I said, they had a code of conduct. So she was very well aware of what the organization, Miss USA organization, had, or she should have been. A lot of folks, what we do is we don't read contracts. We just sign our name and stuff, and then we don't know what's going on. So the organization had that code of conduct, and that's part of their policy. So yes, I think they were very just in what they did in terms of removing her title and dethroning her because she violated what they stand for. Because they, as an organization, they have gone through all of this in the past, right? We've gone through the 60s and the 50s and the 40s, and they have gone through all of these different things. Now in the 21st century, they are prone to have what their code of conduct or whatever their conduct thing is that they were talking about, and she violated their policy. So yeah, when you violate the policy, then you get to go.
All right. And so, Larry, do you think that council culture is becoming too powerful?
Absolutely not. I think that that's a check and balance that we should encourage.
Mm-hmm.
We need to grow that accountability. Council culture could become one of the most beautiful aspects of self-governance.
Mm-hmm.
Now I know that that's hard to, when you're the one that's being canceled, that's really hard to be okay with, but it really kind of sets the tone for being moralistically aligned. And the most beautiful thing about it is that it can't be bought. It can't be faked, really.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it really goes based upon a natural moral system that is like, look, no, she went out there, she said the N-word on a basis line, and that was wrong. And so if you don't want that to happen to you, don't do that. And it will encourage others to learn from that. I think council culture is absolutely beautiful. We shouldn't be afraid of it. We should be trying to figure out what we need to do to encourage it to our communities.
Would the reaction have been different if her political views were different?
I don't see how. Like, let's just honestly, I don't see how, because let's say her political views were, and I don't even know if her political views are Republican. It's not stated in there, but I do know that she used that, and I know that that, like, let's say that she's a liberal, let's say that she's nonpartisan, let's say that she's um, completely in the middle in every aspect, but she did that.
Right. So if you sign a contract representing an organization, should that limit what you can say publicly?
Yeah, it does. Well, it's specified in the contract, and that's why I tell people all the time, because I get calls. The NACP, we get calls all the time. Well, did you read your contract? And did you read that fine print?
Right.
Because what the representative from the pageant is saying, a title isn't a trinket. That's what their representatives are saying. He said it is a position of trust extended by an organization and accepted by a woman who agrees to carry that standard in public, and that is specified in their whatever that is, their little contract, or whatever their organization. That's what they believe. So this is an organization that's out there in public.
Mm-hmm.
You do not want someone representing your organization that's a racist. Okay, that can't be. So if there is a contract, and if you read it and you signed it and you agree to, that stuff will hold up in a court of law. Okay, and they're not going to say ignorance of the law is just that. If you didn't read it, then that's on you.
Right. And so, do you think should political beliefs ever determine whether someone can hold a public title?
Depends on what company that you're doing, and it depends on, because you're talking about a private company, private organizations. They can have in their specific contracts or bylaws or constitution what you can and cannot do. Now, if you don't sign that and you say, hey, I don't want to play a part of that, I don't want to be a player, then you can choose. You as an individual person, you make that decision. Then I don't want to be part of that organization because that belief is different than my belief.
Mhm,
That is your choice as a human being,
mhm.
okay, as an individual. But if you sign that and that's specified in whatever that contract, whatever their organizational bylaws or standards are, then you're agreeing with what they're saying.
Right.
So that's on you. Again,
Mhm.
we as people, we got to take that responsibility. We got to stop signing stuff and saying, "Well, I didn't see it," or "I don't believe it" after the fact, because you signed it. You should have read it, and you read it. Because in a
Right.
court of law, it will not hold up.
Yeah, I don't even know why she's going for the defamation lawsuit against the organization or
Mhm.
against the pageant. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's very straightforward and very clear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so where should the line be drawn between personal opinions and representing an organization?
Hmm. Well, well, I'm going to read some of the article. It says that when a standard is broken, the title cannot continue as though nothing happened, is what this organization is saying. So if there's a certain standard that an organization has, because this is an organization, I mean, it's a company, as I said, I don't subscribe to beauty pageants because it's just one way to downplay another person. But that's just me. Um,
I think honestly, I think this is going to make a good example of exactly what we need in society. Because I literally just got done saying that, like, I don't want to infringe on the First Amendment, but in situations like this, you willfully infringe on the First Amendment. And when you go into a pageant and you want to represent the face of the state and be Mrs. North Carolina or Miss North Carolina, you have to then be like Miss North Carolina. And if you can't be like that, then why would you hold that title? Because you're no longer representing it. You
Yeah.
got put to that position because everything that you said and did and your image was absolutely the image of Carolina. And so I think that they're acting well within their rights. I think that this is how most companies should act, is by taking account of how they look when, you got an employee or you got a participant or you got anyway, someone out there just making you look horrible. Yeah, you should take it into account.
That's a very, very good point. I mean, you definitely have to recognize when you're taking a title. I mean, everybody is looking up to you representing not just the state, but USA. And so we come in all different colors in USA, and so for you to be able to isolate one and target just one, and attack just one through social media, I don't believe in my heart you deserve to carry that claim, that represents all people, in the USA and in North Carolina. And so we're going to go to a break. And when we come back, we're going to be talking about a little more. Thank you.
Like,
Listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Design and design shop will make it sure. Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a guess. It's a direct reflection of your business.
We are back. You're on Faces of Success Radio, and we are the Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP. And we are talking about the oh my gosh.
Mrs. North Carolina.
Miss North Carolina.
Miss
There
North
you go.
Carolina. That's right. Brittany.
Okay, so do you guys really feel that taking away her crown, was enough?
No, I think that we should be speaking about this, and I'm gonna let Larry talk because I know he's got some burning. But no, it's not enough.
It's not enough, but okay, so this is gonna this might not set well with my thought process on this, but there should be a redemption for anybody. I believe redemption is necessary and allowable in any case for any person. If she can actually own up and instead of going and trying to sue them for, oh, you made me look like a bigot, instead of that, if she had came back and said, you know what, I was wrong and I did not represent North Carolina correctly, I think that would make her eligible for her to get her crown back because that's what we're gonna have to start doing is start actually realizing that okay, I'm this is a wrong thought process, but that's not where it ends. It doesn't end there. It begins with learning, it begins with understanding, and it begins with coming around. And I will tell you that is the most beautiful picture of any community if they can actually do that successfully. So if she could have a redemption of some sort and show some type of accountability, I'd be fine for her getting her crown back. But at the same time, if she's not taking her crown away, is that enough? It's it's not, but at the same time, it's not a physical thing that actually takes that we can do. You know what I mean? There's nothing can be enough until we can figure it out.
All right. Well, we are almost out of time, and real quick. I wanted to ask one more question. Just. I have to talk on this real quick. Could this case change how future pageant contracts are written?
Yeah, why not? I mean, it's going to bring a lot of things to the forefront in terms of people's thought process.
All right. And so before some uh, events that we actually got coming up with the NAACP right here in Reno, Nevada.
All right. Yeah, we are hosting a meet and greet the Nevada candidate. We're doing a Nevada candidate forum. The NACP, Reno Sparks, along with Latino Stakeholder Council and the UNR students over at the Latino UNR students. It is going to be on October 14th from 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. at Rio Nilo, which is at 2800 South Virginia. So we're going to have a bunch of, it's going to be a meet and greet. It's going to be kind of laid back, not a debate, just folks coming out to see who's running for different offices in the election, which is what, November 3rd, folks. And then just one more announcement real fast. Reno Sparks and ACP are doing our fundraiser. It is our Reno Sparks and ACP 78th Frida Fund Banquet Gala, which is going to be, as I said, October 17th at the Nugget at 5:30. We only do one fundraiser. We'd like folks in the community to come out.
So fun.
So much fun. Yeah. Our keynote will be Diaz Dixon, and our theme is We the People.
Amen. Okay, and so we are out of time. You're tuned in to Faces of Success Radio, and I am your host, Pearl J. We are on 103.3 FM and 93.7 FM. We want to thank you for listening. This is the Nevada Justice Coalition and the NAACP Radio Hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Welcome in. The 777 Crew Radio. Woo! Turn it up right now. Woo! We came to lift them high. Woo! Jesus Christ in the house. Yeah. Let the praise collide. Whoa. 777 Crew Radio. You know we bring that fire. Teddy B in the driver's seat, and we taking it higher. 777 Crew Radio. 777 Crew Radio. We go for the king. 777 Crew Radio. Hear the whole room sing. Teddy B, lead us in the light for Jesus Christ will live tonight. Yeah, you know the name. 777 Crew Radio. Teddy P. Let's go.
Hey, welcome back to the 777 Crew Radio. I'm Teddy P, and a special guest coming back into the studio, Mr. Pastor Phil from Calvary Chapel.
How's it going, man?
Oh, fantastic. Loving the fact that you're coming back into the show.
I guess I didn't mess it up too bad.
Not even a little
I
bit.
didn't offend you or anybody too badly.
You know, somebody said I offended them today, and I was like, because I was just speaking truth. And they're like, that's not very Christ-like. And I was like, well, Jesus didn't, push his, with the fact is he wanted to care about your feelings.
Exactly.
He actually just told you what was real and what was fake, and
Yeah.
that's just what that was.
You're a really offensive guy, Ted. I mean, I just look at you and I get offended.
Is it the bald head or the tattoos?
No, actually, I want to give you a big hug. You're like a teddy bear.
We're gonna have a really good show today. We're actually gonna shoot from the hip tonight. We're gonna have a really fun show. Pastor Phil, we're gonna play a couple songs real quick. And we're gonna be right back. It's the 777 Crew Radio.
Jesus had finished all these sermons. So the crowd he knew the hour is near. After 2 days, the Passover comes, and the Son of Man is handed over. Priest, God of Caiaphas, they plotted hard to seize him by stealth. Not in the face, they said nothing. There'll be uproar in the people. Not in the face, not in the face. They hesitate, but the plan is fixed. Not in the face, not in the face. Can I die whatever they say? That was truth, but a bargain in his mouth. Costly life, forced to a lie, a loyal name sold to the night. The righteous stand and the wicked scheme, but the final word is not theirs to keep. Not in the face, it's not there. Let's there be uproar in the people. Not in the face, not in the face. They have to take him, but the plan is fixed. Not in the face, not in the face. You cannot hide what evidence says. You close the gate, you walk through fire, you cut the thread, cause it is our you blood stone, he writes in blood, you move in fear, he moves in love. Not in the face, not in the face. Their hands the shaking, but the plan is fixed. Not in the face, not in the face. You cannot hide what heaven has said. What heaven has said. Not in the face, not in the face. The king is coming, and the truth holds fast.
We go everywhere with you when you are out. We live in your pocket.
Oh, yeah.
So pull us out sometimes and take a play on the 777 Crew Radio. Yeah.
Plead my cause against the nation, against the majesty. For thou art the God of my strength. Why dost thou cast me off? Why go I mourning under the pressure of the foe? Send out thy light and thy truth. Let them lead me home. Let them lead me home. Then I will go. To the altar stone, to the hill I chose, to God my exceeding joy, to the voice that knows my name. For thou art the God of my strength. Why dost thou cast me off? Why go I mourning under the pressure of the foe? Send out thy light and thy truth. Let them lead me home. Let them lead me home. And I will go. me? Why art thou cast down on my soul? Hoping God again, save my life, and thy truth, let them lead me home, let them lead me home, and I will go.
If you're not rolling with our app, you're missing out on exclusive content and competition. Get it right now. Search the 777 Crew Radio.
Shout out loud, you righteous. Right way people sing hard. Play the string thing with skill. Lift the melody high. Trade the fretboard for praise. Bring the groove to the throne. The word is straight. The Lord's move is true. Every promise stands up. Every line stays clean. He loves what's right. He fills the earth with mercy. By his breath the skies came. By his word the waters piled. He spoke and it stood. He named and it held. Sing it loud. Sing it right. Sing it loud. Sing it right. The earth is life is love. The earth is life is love. He gathers the sea like grain. He locks the deep in place. The nation shake, then fade. Their plans fall apart. But what he says lives on through every generation. The Lord watches from above. He sees every heartbeat. He looks at every road. He knows where hope is bent. A king can stack his side and a warrior can race his shield. But strength does not. Do not save. The fire goes dark. The fire goes numb. Sing it loud. Sing it right. Sing it loud. Sing it right. The earth is full. Life is love. The earth is full. Life is love. We wait for you, we trust your name. Our souls stay open, our hearts stay alive. You are our help, you are our shield. Let mercy land on us, like morning on the field. Sing it right. Sing it loud. Sing it right. The earth is full. Life is love. The earth is full. Life is love. Our hope is in the Lord. Our hope is in the Lord. He is our joy tonight. He is our joy.
It's the 777 Crew Radio. Hope you're having a very blessed day today. It's Teddy B. And I've got my co-host today, Pastor Phil from Calvary Chapel, Reno Sparks. Yes, so happy to have you back on the show, man. Seriously, just every time that you've been in here, dude, you've been having so much wisdom that, I mean, even the people that are listening aren't just absorbing it, but I'm absorbing it like a sponge. So
Awesome.
we all appreciate you being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the invitation.
No, absolutely. And so even yesterday, we kind of talked about a little bit off the air, like, and if you were listening, we were talking about, blaming God for the things that you were going through. If you missed it, it's all good. You can go to the website, check it out. It's all up there. The 777crew.com, go to the radio page and you'll find it. So we were talking about a little bit like that, but the reason why I kind of came up with that topic yesterday was because the other last weekend I came home from work and my wife was on the like a FaceTime with one of her friends who was just blaspheming God, and I was like, "Whoa, all right." And her family comes from Greece, and so she's very Greek, full-blooded Greece, and so she believes in like the Greek mythology, and she believes in like Thor, and she believes in Hercules and Zeus, and she's like, well, and she starts going off about how her gods are real, and that's why there's statues of their gods, and we don't. And I was just like, oh, well. And she was really beating my wife up. And granted, my wife is a new follower; she's been doing this for about a good year and a half now, but so she's still very, very new.
Yeah.
And so she was beating her up about all these questions and all of these things that she kept throwing at my wife. And it like for someone like you, and like I've been around for a little while longer, but not you, but her. So I knew a lot of the answers to these questions that she was asking me after she hung up the phone. And she's like, oh my gosh, why didn't I think of this? Well, you understand, like, you're still new. Yeah. But at the same time, like, she kept saying, like, oh, so you don't even know this about your God, but you believe in your God. And I was like, yeah, because sometimes you just got to have faith over your own understanding because, again, in Scripture, our thoughts are not his and his are ours.
Well, and it's okay not to know everything. I mean, there's no way we could claim to know everything about the Bible, about God. I mean, if we could know everything about God, think about it. He wouldn't be God. Right?
Exactly.
It'd be sad.
Yeah.
It'd be sad, if we knew everything about God, we could just explain him to everybody. I mean, he wouldn't be God. Bro.
Yeah.
It'd be like a boring, sad religion,
Yeah.
But thankfully, God he's outside of us. He's greater than us. We'll never know everything there is to know about God. Yeah. And that's one of the things I think about, is like for all eternity, we're going to be worshiping him and praising him because we're continually learning about who he is and what he's like and what the amazing vast power that he has. And it's just going to continually evoke praise from us, for eternity. It's going to be amazing.
And the thing is like, even being with him in eternity, if you think about it, we're still not going to know everything about him.
Yeah.
And it's like,
I know.
You're with him for eternity.
I know.
And you're
It's
still not going
mind-blowing.
to know everything.
It's
And
mind-blowing.
but that's the thing that separates us from him being God and us being his children.
Yeah. And also from like Greek mythology. Greek mythology is a religion that man has invented. And so, I mean, there's a lot of things about it that don't make sense. There's things about it that, you just look at and go, well, that's illogical, I mean, you got a guy who can throw lightning bolts around and, he's got a hammer. And, I mean, it's like, who came up with this stuff? I mean, they must have been, I don't know what they were eating or drinking, but they went there, and they created these gods that they love and serve. And, the sad thing about it is that, they don't have the evidence that's there that God has for us.
Oh, absolutely.
That God has left us this little fingerprint in creation that directs us to him. And he's, he's so big. His thoughts are beyond our thoughts. He's so vast. His power is so immense. You see it in creation, just an inkling of his power. Oh, yeah. But, it's pretty crazy. But anyways, I got you on track there. Where were you going?
Yeah, no, it was funny that you're like you're on the right path because I was even talking about it the other day. I even made a joke about it. I was like, he is like he is the Alpha and the Omega. He is the beginning and the end. He created the universe, the world, us. Everything that's on this planet he's created. And I was like, and I made a joke. I was like, he sneezed and then there were stars. He probably didn't sneeze, but he snapped his fingers. There were stars.
Right.
Now there's nothing in the universe that can do that.
Yeah.
Nothing has that type of power. And it's funny because like my wife and I, we do a Bible study at home. So we're actually finishing up Galatians right now, which I really enjoy that book.
Great book. Yeah.
Yeah. And I encourage you to read it. It's not very long. You can get through it really quick. And it's just a good, powerful story from Paul.
Yeah, you'll be blessed.
Oh man. I read it 3 times back to back just because I was like,
nice.
Wow. And so I brought it. I wanted to make sure I read it enough so I could like help my wife get through it. And so we were talking about, like I said, like she's a new believer, and so she still has a lot of questions. And so we were talking about the laws of Moses, and then with Pharaoh and how how Moses became into the in Egypt and how he grew up, and so she didn't know about all that. So I was breaking down the story, and then how the Pharaoh was actually chasing them, and then through the sea, and when Moses parted the sea. Well, I even got to pull up because I just found, I know that's been a little while now, but if you've seen it, you can Google it now, where they actually found the chariots and a bunch of stuff from the Egyptians that are under the sea right now.
Yeah. Actually, you gotta do some research on that though, Ted, because I've heard of that, and I myself was like, no way, and
I was like, whoa,
because it's like they have these little circular pictures of circular, like what they call chariot wheels on the floor of the Red Sea and all this kind of stuff. But do your research on that, because I've actually dived into that and found that that's actually not what you think it is.
Really?
Yeah, it's actually not. It's never been verified. It's never been proven. And, it might be something similar, but it's not evidence for the Red Sea crossing.
Oh, see, this is good to hear. Like, see, I thought that was a real thing. Like,
well, and this is actually something you got to be really attentive to these days, because a lot of these internet rumors just get spread and respread, and they get, over the years, they get compounded and they grow, and sources. And you go, it's been debunked.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's
See,
been
that's
debunked.
good. What about that rock that they say that Moses split where the water started coming out? Like that's been out there. I know that they haven't like completely verified it, but what are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I don't know exactly what you might be referring to. I have seen a documentary that was put out by some guys who think that Mount Sinai is actually not in the what is that peninsula? The Sinai Peninsula. It's
I
not
know what
there,
you're talking about, but
it's actually in Arabia, Saudi Arabia.
Really?
Yeah, and it's a very interesting documentary. Yeah, I think the name of the mountain is called Jabal al-Lawz, and it's in Saudi Arabia. And these guys actually were able to get permission to travel there. But again, you got to be really careful with all these things, because it's hard to be able to tell what is just an internet rumor and what is actual fact.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Yeah. So you got to do your research. You can't just believe everything you hear. I've learned that over the years, even in my teaching as a pastor. I remember the first time I brought up a story of Jonah and the whale, and I used this story that was on the internet of this guy who had been swallowed and then like spit up, or he'd been swallowed and found alive in the belly of a whale, and it was totally a hoax. It was not true. And somebody that was listening to me actually came up to me and pointed it out after I spoke. And I'm like, no way, I just taught all these people something that was totally false.
Oh my gosh,
and
that's awesome.
I felt like an idiot, but I've since learned that I am an idiot, so it doesn't bother me as much anymore.
Well, you were even talking about it last night, though, too.
Yeah,
You're like, I
right.
make mistakes.
Yeah.
Everyone does make mistakes, and we just gotta pray
Everybody
for
makes
it. And what was the one you were telling me right before we got on the air? The three things, the three letters that you were saying.
Oh yeah. So BCV,
There we
Bible
go.
chapter and verse.
There we go.
Hey man, show me in the Bible. Because that's what we really have to come back to, is what is the standard of truth?
Yeah.
Who is the one that we look to that's connected to all this truth? And that's where your argument for God comes in. We everybody has their opinion, or they have a worldview. They have an idea of where we came from and all this stuff. But really, Christianity is the only real plausible explanation for where we came from. And all of the things that are connected to it. So, but yeah, we're all going to make mistakes. The only one who didn't make mistakes was Jesus.
Yes, exactly. He was the only one that walked the earth with no sin.
He's the only one infallible, perfect, without sin. So we all are going to be people that make mistakes from time to time. Hey, we just it's better once we recognize that, we can admit it. It actually frees us up. Oh wow, I don't have to be perfect. Jesus was perfect.
Absolutely. And
my trust is in him.
And they hated him first. You know what I mean? And that's the reason why he was crucified.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he sacrificed himself for all the people who had this.
Yeah.
So the perfect person who walked the face of the earth died for you and your sins. Wow.
That's amazing. It's the good news.
It is good news, man. We got eternal life, whichever route we want to go.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? We got eternal life, and then there's just like a death. It's up to you. You
Right,
know.
right, yeah. The Bible talks about that the second death being, the judgment, for rejecting that free offer of salvation through Jesus Christ, through faith in God's Son, Jesus Christ. And you don't want to experience that second death. It's going to be, horrible.
Yeah, and like I was actually watching one of these pastors online today. It was a really good little thing he did, and he was talking about like that there's two people that are in hell, like that Jesus talks about, which is the ones that are like in mourning and they're crying and they don't have enough tears to actually cry enough, and then they also have the ones with the garnishing of teeth, the ones that are like, how dare you put me here and this and that. Yeah. And I was just like, wow, I never even knew that either, and I was just like, wow, that's interesting because like. In this video I was watching, it was like the rapture happened, okay, and people were taken away, and this demon popped up in this guy's bathroom, and he was like, "Was it worth it?" He was like, "You missed it." He was like, "No, I didn't." He was like, "Yeah, you missed it." He was like, "Was all the partying worth it? Was you like living your own life worth it? Was you going out and drinking and partying and doing all of these things and having another boyfriend and this and that? Was it all worth it?" And I was like, oh my goodness. And it just started dawning on this guy in this video. And he was just like, oh my gosh. And he realized, like, I missed it. And man, it was just like, if you're sitting there watching something like that, you're like, holy cow, like,
it's heavy. It's heavy to think about that, and you're talking about and referring to the doctrine of the rapture, which is when it's actually mentioned in John chapter 14, verses 1 3, Jesus is the one who introduced the doctrine of the rapture of the church when he said, don't be sad because when you, where I go to prepare a place for you, and then I'm going to come and take you to be with me where I am, and that's Jesus talking about him appearing in the sky to take up the church. Now that's a separate event from the second coming of Christ. When he's going to come back at the end of the 7-year tribulation, and he's going to come back, and we're going to be with him in that return to the earth, because he's already raptured the church and taken us up. But the good news, Ted, is what you were talking about right now. Yes, it would be horrible to be left behind and to miss the rapture, but there's still an opportunity for you there.
Yes, there is
to receive Jesus.
Yes,
and to be saved and to refuse to take the mark of the beast.
Absolutely.
666. And you could still be with Jesus in eternity. And but I mean, way better plan would be to receive Jesus now.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you are taken up in the rapture.
Absolutely.
To be with the Lord forever.
Yes.
Instead of missing that event and going into the 7 years tribulation in which God is judging the world with sin. The Antichrist is going to be ruling and reigning, and it's going to be a dangerous place to be.
Oh, absolutely. Because like it can, and here's the thing is like, because after the church is raptured, there's nobody here that's going to be preaching the word of God.
Yeah.
So the thing is like, can you imagine like all of the people that actually, the people that were living the right lives, living out there, the ones that, you're, cutting off in traffic and, you're flipping them off and doing all these things, like those nice, kind people are gone. Then what's going to rule the earth is just going to be evil.
Yeah.
And
it's scary. It's scary. Let me just say, there will be a period of time where there's not anybody to preach the gospel. But if you go to Revelation chapter 7, it actually says that God is going to seal 144,000 witnesses.
Yes.
They're going to be evangelists that go through the world actually preaching the good news and turning people's hearts back to Jesus and turning them to the Lord. And people are going to get to hear the good news. There's also going to be there's going to be some activity in the heavens where angels are going to be flying throughout the earth proclaiming things. And so it's going to be, people are going to know about God. And God gives every opportunity for people to repent and be saved because he's a gracious, loving God. He wants everybody to be saved. He doesn't desire that anybody would perish. And so he's going to give everybody that opportunity. But, the best plan would be to receive Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior now. I mean, like the Bible says, today is the day of salvation, recognizing that we have sinned against the holy God, and we recognize that God sent his son Jesus die on the cross in our place, the sinless Lamb of God who died on the cross for you and me, so that we could have the opportunity to be saved today. That's
Amen to
encouraging.
that.
Anybody listening, just put your faith and trust in Jesus Christ and recognize that that God's Son was sent to save you from your sins, and you will not be disappointed. It will be the best decision you ever made in your life.
Absolutely. Like, and I was talking about that yesterday, and, I was actually coming from experience about, like blaming, God for the things that you do in your own life. And
Yeah.
it's just like, I've been down that rock star lifestyle where I had all these cars and houses and with celebrities, all these things. But guess what? It never filled me up. It never filled me up. And you know what? I drive a Nissan Rogue.
Yeah.
I have a little townhouse.
Hey.
But guess what? The Lord provided all these things for
Yeah,
me. And I'll
praise the
tell
Lord.
you right now, I haven't been more blessed in my entire life.
Wow. Yeah, that's awesome.
You know?
That's a powerful testimony. Yeah, I've you know who Harrison Ford is?
Yeah,
the
of
the
course.
famous actor.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones and all that.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I read a quote from him one time that, even at the pinnacle of his career with everything that he has, he said basically that, hey, money can't buy you happiness. And it was kind of a revelation that here's this guy who's accomplished all these great things, and he's at the pinnacle of his career, and he's got everything that he wants, but he's not necessarily happy. Those things don't make him happy. And it's just a reiteration of what God already tells us in the Word, that true joy comes from knowing that where your future is, and having that lasting gift of eternal life and forgiveness of sin and redemption and being right with God. That's where happiness comes from, not from the things that the world gives.
Oh, absolutely. And and the thing is, the thing that the world can provide for us is all the distraction from the Lord.
Yeah.
And anyways, in my opinion, and it's like I was talking about this a little bit yesterday too. It's like the devil doesn't need to prove that he's alive. He just needs to distract you from the Lord. Because if he can distract you from the Lord, then he's already won.
Yep.
You know, so when you're sitting here watching the Kardashians, or you're watching all of these shows and listening to the music about, going out and partying and all these fancy cars and fancy watches and clothes, and you're on a plane flying all over the world. Well, that's not going to get you to salvation.
Mm-hmm.
And you even said it yesterday. We even have a song about it. It's like, it's easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than a rich man it is to get to heaven.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
at the end of the day, you can't just show up to church or show up to heaven and be like, so God, I made 5 businesses. I'm a multi-millionaire, and he's going to be like, I don't know you.
Yeah.
That doesn't. You can't buy your way into heaven. You can't buy God's love. That doesn't matter. Because all that stays here with the earth, which is evil.
Exactly right, man. Yeah, we were talking about, so you were talking about yesterday, you were referring to church service, and I just want to invite everybody to come to church.
Absolutely.
Calvary Chapel Arena Sparks, guys, we'd love to see you there. But we study the Word of God, and we try to grow in our discipleship, which is our following of Jesus Christ, as our Lord and Savior. But yeah, we were talking about Ahab and how Ahab did all these things to save his life.
Yes.
But it didn't help him. And, we were talking about how, he invited King Jehoshaphat from the kingdom of Judah to come up and be his ally. He made a big sacrifice to honor him. And then he talked him into this plan of, you wear your royal robes into battle. I'm just going to dress like a normal soldier. I don't know what that was all about, other than that he was tricking him. He was trying to trick him, right? And then he goes into battle, and it says that a random archer drew his bow and shot an arrow, and it went right through the chinks of his armor and pierced him. And Ahab ends up dying. What's the lesson? Well, it's an illustration of what Jesus taught. Jesus taught us that if you try to do all these things to save your life and to make your life great here on the earth, you're just going to end up being empty inside, and you're actually going to lose your life. But Jesus promised that if you give up your life, if you lay your life down for the kingdom of God, and you put your trust in Jesus and begin to live for Him, then that's where you find satisfaction, fulfillment, and joy, right?
Amen.
And that's what Ahab. That's the lesson of Ahab. He did all these things to try to save his life, and then some random guy shot an arrow, and it went through his armor and killed him, and it was all for nothing. He ended up losing his life, right?
Exactly.
Whereas in the other side, Jehoshaphat was a man of faith who lived for God, and he cried out to the Lord, and God saved him. And he actually lived a fulfilled life. It was way better than King Ahab's, because he put God first. Absolutely. Yeah.
See, I listen when I'm out there.
Yeah, you do, man. You do. No, I see you. I always see you. I always look out there and see Ted. He's got it. He's
just
got
like
his big
staring.
blue eyes looking at me, shaking his head up and down. I know, man. He's listening.
We're gonna get into another song right now.
Right on.
We'll be back with the 777 crew. We've got Pastor Phil from Calvary Chapel, Reno Sparks. Where's the what's the address where we're located?
Yeah, we are located. Let me see if I can remember this. Now that you put me on the spot. 220 Edison Way. 220 Edison Way in Reno, Nevada. Kind of over by the Grand Sierra Resort, but down the road a little ways on Edison Way. 220 Edison Way.
Kind of like across the street from Ferrari Farms.
Yeah, kind of in that area.
Yep,
right
yep.
in there.
And then we also have something going on Friday, really quick too.
Yeah,
Let's drop that.
Yeah, so you can register for this at calvaryreno.org. It's a worship night at Bartley Ranch. We're going to do an outdoor worship night of worship and just prayer and worship, and you're invited to come. There is limited spots available though, but you can go to calvaryreno.org and look on the registrations page and find Bartley Ranch worship night.
Perfect. So make sure you show up. It's going to be a great time.
It's going to be fun.
Yes. We'll be back. It's the 777 Crew Radio. Let's go.
Behold another beast coming up out of the earth. He had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. He exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and caused the earth to worship that first beast before him. He doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire down from heaven on the earth and the sky. Amen. He deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by those miracles which he had power to do. In the sight of the beast. Saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make enemies to the beast. Which had the wound by his sword and it left me and now make a stand. Who is like the beast? Who is like the beast? Who can make war with him? Make war with him. He causes all to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead. He causes all to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead. And that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. His number is 600 and three score and six. 600 and three score and six. Hear it now, if any man have an ear, let him hear. Let him hear, if any man have an ear. The beast from the earth, the beast from the earth, the mark in the hand, the mark in the hand. Who is like the beast? Who is like the beast? Who can make war with him? Make war with him. He causes all to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead. He causes all to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead. He causes all to receive a mark in their right hand or in their forehead. 600 and three score and six. 600 and three score and six.
Take us everywhere. It's easy. Listen on our app. Check it out now. Search
The 777 Crew Radio.
Saw her blowing smoke, gold cover loaded throat. She sold the whole world out, then laughed with the jewel mouth. King on her floor at night, merchants packed in tight. Every hand that touched her gold, left with ash in the hole. Come out, come out. Don't think I'm fall. Babylon fall. Heaven gets the score. Babylon fall. Fruit from far off lands, silk on guilty hands, cinnamon oil and wine, all fed the beast inside. Then 1 hour gone, stone and crown and song, no more bright parade, just a market turn a grave. Come out now. The better deal is done. The clock runs out. Babylon falls. Babylon falls. Heaven kept the score. Babylon falls. Borders on the dark side. Ashes to divide. Who can buy us now? That's the question on the mouth. One stone in the dark. Sea takes the final mark. The sound of her name gone down with the flame. Babylon falls. Babylon falls. Heaven kept the score. Babylon falls. Rejoice, you people. The faith is closed. The blood she wore. The sin she chose.
No signal. Wait, what? No problem. Get hours of endless beats offline. Now, search the App Store for
The 777 Crew Radio.
I break, dust on my boots, steel in my face. Criminalizing empty hands. I can fly, you can't command. My towers never fall. I hear the cracking everywhere. But it's so bad for crown of blame. My soul would seal the day I pray. I won't fold, I won't crawl. I hear my Father over all. If you come for me, come on. I'm already standing strong. I'll never bow. I'll never bow. Never bow. Never bow. I'll never bow. I'll never bow. You can swing your words. I won't turn. I'm marked by grace, and you will burn. You say you can take my breath, but you can't touch what's past death. Send me to my holy home, I'll live forever at the throne. Your hate is noise, your pride is thin. My God will answer for his kin. Every child he calls his own will rise like iron, hard as stone. I won't fold, I won't crawl. I hear my Father over all. You come for me, come on. I'm already standing strong. I'll never bow. I'll never bow. I'll never bow. I'll never bow. You can swing your words. I won't turn. I'm marked by grace, and you will burn.
Like David ran with nothing in his hand. I come in faith, not fear, not man. Your army shakes, your noise gets small. When the Lord of all stands me, I may tall.
You can swing your worst, I won't turn.
I'm marked by grace,
And you will burn.
I'll never bow, I'll never bow.
I'll never bow. I'll never bow.
I'll never bow, and I will stand
Until the end.
No signal. Wait, what? No problem.
Yeah.
Get hours of endless beats offline. Now, search the App Store for
The 777 Crew Radio.
Yeah.
knocking it open.
Yeah.
Knocking it open.
I'm at the gate with my hands up high.
Dust on my boots and a question in my eyes.
I've been asking hard, I've been asking long.
Still out here.
Come on.
Seeking like a bruise that won't quit green.
A heavy little hope in the middle of the dream.
Looking for a door in the brick and bone.
Looking for a voice to call me home.
If I knock, will you answer?
If I reach, will you meet me?
If I ask, will you break through?
If I search, will you lead me?
Ask and it comes.
Knock
And it opens.
Seek
And it finds me.
right when I'm broken.
You give me bread, not the stone. Ask and it comes.
Knock
And it opens. My hands have held the bad and the good. I stood in the fire like I knew I should. If I want the one thing that keeps me alive,
I gotta give the same, gotta let it survive.
don't hand me poison in a silver bowl.
Don't call it mercy if it leaves me cold.
Treat me like you want your own name treated.
That's how the whole damn world gets healed up.
If I knock, will you answer?
If I reach, will you meet me?
If I ask, will you break through?
If I search, will you lead me?
Ask and it comes.
Knock
And it opens.
Seek
And it finds me.
right when I'm broken.
You give me bread, not the stone. Ask and it comes.
Knock
And it opens.
So do this to me,
And I'll do it back.
not eye for eye.
Not blow for blow. I want the kind of love that can carry the load.
The measure I give comes home to me.
And it comes.
Knock
The 777 Crew Radio.
Jesus went over the sea. A great crowd followed. They saw the signs. They came up the hill. He lifted his eyes. The Passover was near. Philip, where are we from? Enough to feed them all. 200 denarii, not enough. Even a little boy is standing in the dust. 5 belly loaves, 2 small fish. What is that? For loaves rise, bring what you have. 5 loaves rise, he will make it last. 5 loaves rise, hands open wide. 5 loaves rise, watch the hunger die. Make the people sit, the grass was there. The men sat down, the sign began. He took the bread, gave thanks, then broke it. He gave them all as much as they wanted. And when they had eaten, they still took more. 12 baskets gathered from the broken shore. The ones who saw it felt the fire. This is the prophet. The crowd got higher. 5 loaves rise, bring what you have. 5 loaves rise, he will make it last. 5 loaves rise, hands open wide. 5 loaves rise, watch the hunger die. They wanted to make him king. He went up below, slipped away before the throne. No crowd can hold the Son of God. No wave can break what heaven has open wide. 5 loaves rise, watch the hunger die. 5 loaves rise, is enough. 5 loaves rise, lift it up.
It's the 777 Crew Radio. It's Teddy P with my special guest, Pastor Phil from Calvary Chapel, Reno Sparks. Yes, we are inviting you out to church too. You need to come. Also, this Friday, we have a really cool praise worship in the park. You want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah. So we're having an outdoor worship night at Bartley Ranch, and it's just gonna be an awesome time looking at the hope that we have and in Christ, and just praising Him. And I think there's gonna be some food trucks. There's gonna be some special music as well, and also Nevada Right to Life is gonna be there. They're gonna be talking about Question 6 and what that's all about and everything. So yeah, it'll be good.
Yeah, that's a huge thing. Question 6
Yeah.
right now. I've seen signs back and forth on each side of the road on this one.
Yeah.
And that one's very important. I mean, you know what? Let's touch base on that a little bit. You know what I mean?
Let's talk about it.
So yeah, question 6. I mean, maybe you could describe what question 6 is just a little bit better than I am.
Yeah, so question 6 is something that's coming up on the ballot in November. This is the second time that it's come up on the ballot. So it was first introduced in 2024 by Planned Parenthood advocates who are what basically what it entails is they're trying to get it written into the Nevada Constitution to make abortion legal all the way up to the point of birth. And so, abortion is already legal in Nevada up through 24 weeks, which is 6 months. And so, it's already legal in Nevada to do that. So question 6, if it's passed, if it's voted yes on, then that means that Planned Parenthood will have gotten their agenda through, and it will be written into the Nevada Constitution that you can abort your baby all the way up to the point of birth. And what that does effectively is it will turn Nevada into an abortion tourism state where people are coming in from out of state to get their babies aborted. And of course, we believe what Scripture teaches, and that is that life is sacred. Life begins at the moment of conception. And so anything that's going to promote abortion to a greater extent in our state, we want to vote no on that. So question 6, vote no on question 6. If you're a believer, you believe in God's word, that life is sacred. And, and at the same time, this is also, it's not good for women. It's not good for women because what it does, the law expands and again, I'm not an expert on this, but if you go to defeat6.com, defeat6.com is a website that basically just looks at this from all angles. But basically, my understanding is that it's not great healthcare for women because a lot of these what could happen is that we put women at greater risk in getting an abortion in a later stage of the pregnancy, and it's not only not good for the baby, of course, but it's not good for the woman either. And so our women deserve better in Nevada. If we got to vote no on question 6.
Absolutely. And then a lot of people don't even realize this either. It's like they keep promoting that pill, the pill that you can just order. It comes in like this little thing. It's all, nothing on it. So nobody knows what it is except for you and whoever sent it to you. But at the same time, there's a lot of women that are taking these pills that are now saying like, hey, I've got a lot of different effects by this pill.
Yeah.
And it's actually damaging women's bodies. And they're not even promoting any of that. Have you heard about this?
I have, yeah.
Oh, man. It's so sad because now they just lost their baby. Now that they have all of these different effects that are happening to their body, that is not good.
Yeah.
And it's just, you're literally putting death. You're swallowing death. And
and it creates health complications. And, they're showing up at the emergency rooms. And in some cases, it's really bad. So I just, it's just a tragedy. And, we care about everybody in this equation, not just the baby. We care for the mom too. We care for the father, whoever that is. And we want to see really God's will in this situation for everybody. So,
and there is a lot of help out there.
There is.
There's a lot of help. I mean, you can go on, you can Google it and you'll find help.
Yeah.
There's so many places out there that are willing to help you with your baby. There's even if you're still you just don't want the baby, there's other people that would love to have a baby.
Yeah.
Especially newborn babies, So if you still don't feel like you are capable mentally, physically, emotionally, whatever, financially ready to have that responsibility, well, then that's fine. You're going to be okay. Just seriously, just have your faith in the Lord that He's going to take that baby. Just like Moses, for instance, what do? They put him in a basket and push him down the river, and look what happened. You know
took
what I
care
mean?
of them.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and so if you're in a situation like that, right here in Reno, we have a great organization called Real Choices, and you can go visit Real Choices, and they'll give you a sonogram for free, and they'll connect you with all kinds of resources. And if you're out there and you're thinking, "Man, I wasn't ready for this pregnancy, or I'm not ready for this, this baby," they can connect you with resources that will help you. And you're not alone. You're not alone. And there's a lot of help that's out there. And we would love to just love on you, show you compassion, and also show compassion and love to that baby, and just help you in any way that we can. And if you're in Carson City or that area, there's Life Choices, and so Life Choices in Carson City, Real Choices in Reno, Nevada. Those are two great resources where you can find help if you're in that situation.
Yes.
And
And that's a lot of choices.
Yeah,
Like,
that's a lot of
seriously.
choices,
And here's the thing is like, like we were talking about a little bit yesterday too, is like, like living for the word of the Lord or living for your flesh. And that's just kind of like where these types of things come into place too, because, if there wouldn't be a question sticks, in my opinion, if people were not living so much for their flesh, and then if they were living more towards the Lord. And, if you are in the situation right now and you're lost and you're living in the world, and maybe that's the reason why you're in this position at that point, we would encourage you, please come out to church. Please start listening to the Lord. Like, surround yourself with people that are going to guide you through the right avenues to make sure you have your baby. Make sure because you know what though? Here's the thing is my mom was actually going to abort me. And here's the thing is she didn't. And then she was going to give me up for adoption. And I know this is literally, I know it's not a very good excuse to keep a baby, but she said that I came out looking super Italian, and that was the reason why she kept me. And I was like, wow, well, thanks, Mom.
Yeah.
I don't know how to take that. But either way, it's just like, you know what? You never know when you have that baby and you have that life in your arms that you help create with the Lord. It's something magical.
Yeah.
And if you still feel like you can't do it or whatever, that's fine. There's a lot of women in your position. You're not the only one.
Yeah.
You're not going to be lost. These companies that, Pastor Phil was talking about, you go in there, there's no judgment.
Yeah.
They care for you. They love you. Come to the church.
Absolutely.
Same thing. We care for you. We love you. We want to help you in any which shape or form that we can possibly do.
Yeah. Everyone is welcome. And like you said, there's no judgment. And, I think the important thing is to celebrate life, and recognizing that every single human being has been made in God's image, and every single life is precious, and we should honor the sacredness of life, and so give it a chance, give God a chance, and you know what, we see a lot of the brokenness of the world around us, and it does come from sin. It comes from sin that all that brokenness is because the world is not operating the way that God intended for it to operate, when He created it. But that's why Jesus came. Jesus came to die on that cross for sin,
Absolutely.
for our sins, so that through our faith in Him we could be forgiven. Forgiven of our sin and cleansed and made righteous in God's sight because of our faith in Jesus. And so we all need Jesus. We all need the Lord. We all need His help. And the sooner that we humble ourselves and realize that, the better.
Absolutely. It kind of reminds me of this girl I used to work with. I'm not going to say where we worked or her name, obviously, but I've always been kind of like, I don't know what it is, but people always talk to me that were younger than me. They always seem like I'm like a big brother or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But either way, people like to open up to me for some weird, odd reason. And she was telling me that, about her home family wasn't very good. And she was 19, 20. And then I've known her for about a year. And then she ended up getting a different job and we stopped talking. And she just always talked about how crazy her family was. And she was excited to get out of the house and all these things. And I was like, oh, good for you. Start fresh, do these things and just better your life. And then I started seeing her at the clubs. And I was like, girl, what are you doing here? It's great to see you, but you're going down the wrong avenue right now.
Yeah.
She was freshly 21. She said, I know what I'm doing. And how 21-year-olds, they know everything,
Right.
everything. And sure enough, about 6 months later, she ended up getting pregnant. Didn't know who the dad was, or she did, and he left, something like that. And I was like, girl, I wasn't telling you this because I was trying to tell you what to do, I was just looking out for you because I've seen women go down this path all of the time. It's all of the time. You go to the club, you're drinking, you're smoking, then you're leaving with someone that you don't even might not even know their real name. Okay, so here's the deal: is and then you're letting these people like being with you intimately. Like these are all things that are sin after sin after sin after sin. And at the same time, that's what we were talking about yesterday, living down that road or living your life towards the Lord. Now, if she was living her life towards the Lord, she wouldn't have been at the club, she would have been smoking, she would have been drinking, she would never brought anybody home, and she would have been in that position. However, she is in this position. And she was talking about getting rid of the baby. And I was like, you can't do that. You can't do that. You got to give it a chance. You got to try. And I was like, I don't know what else to help you with, but let's find some places. Well, then I again, we lost contact again. Well, then sure enough, I went to a Bible study at a church and she's like, Ted? And I was like, oh my gosh, what are you doing here? And she had the baby. She was like, she was getting married. And she like, oh my goodness, like she did a whole 360. And she was like, you know what? She pulled me aside. She's like, I love this church. And she's like, I'm coming here for a while now. She's like, thank you so much for talking to me. And she's like, she just lost my number. She just she had to get a new phone or something happened. And I was like, oh my goodness, like congratulations. Like, and I met her daughter, and she was actually one of the volunteers too over at the park the party in the park that we did last year with all the other churches.
Right.
What was it called?
It was
City Fest.
Yeah, City Fest.
Yes, she was actually volunteering over there with the church that she attends.
Great.
And
That's
I was
amazing.
like, dude, this is so amazing. And she came up and gave me the biggest hug. And she was like, you just, and this was before I was even fully on the road with God. I was just telling her from my heart, you know, and it was just a blessing to see her.
I was going to
doing all
ask
these
you,
things.
like, you were saying, like, she shouldn't have been in the club. What were you doing in the club, Ted?
Well, I was working.
Okay.
Yeah, I was at work. So, but at the same time, like, even that being said, you know what? Here's the thing: is like, you bring up a very good point. Why was I there? And I always use the excuses like, well, I was working in the club, and I was there, and I was, but then at the same time, like, I still do like some of the pools with like where there's kids and there's families, so we're not playing anything like super nasty, secular, evil music, and then. I work in a lounge where we play a lot of like funk music and like Earth, Wind, and Fire, and, things like that. So something like that where I can still be in a certain area where I will tell you right now, even on my breaks, people look at my laptop and they see the cross and they see the fish and they see these things and they're like, "Are you a Christian?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm a Christian." And I'm like, scan the QR code on my laptop and you'll have access to all this Christian faith-based music. And they're like, "Oh my gosh!" And then I always wear like my Christian shirts while I'm out there, and I get so many compliments on my Christian shirts that I do actually more at some of these lounges that I work at than I do at church. And it's funny. And but now I feel like the Lord did take me out of the nightclubs. I can't play at nightclubs anymore. I just can't do it. I can't condone the behavior in those nightclubs. And at the end of the day, I thought that I could sit there and minister to some people in the club, but at the same time, I can't minister to them while I'm there if I'm at work full time and I'm sitting there like, hey, what you're doing is wrong, so go get me a shot. Like, I can't do that. That's being a hypocrite, and I can't do that. That's not what the Lord wants. So at the end of the day, I stopped the nightclubs, I stopped the festivals, I stopped doing all those things.
And that's all because the Holy Spirit was kind of showing you this.
100%. 100%.
That's what I love about a relationship with the Lord is that He leads us and guides us. And something that I see happen a lot is that the Lord, you'll see Christians doing different things, but until the Holy Spirit shows them that, hey, this is not for you anymore. This isn't what you need to be doing anymore. We can't always judge this person for what we see them doing. They might be there because the Lord wants them to be there in that role. And like you're being able to do in these lounges and stuff when you're playing music is you're able to be a witness there. But the Holy Spirit showed you, hey, you can't do that anymore in this setting. I want to move you to a different setting. So that's awesome.
Well, even just about a year ago now, I was just probably at one of the lowest points in my life in a very long time. Because I was going to church. I was going to church, but I was playing church. I wasn't really living church. Like there's two different things. Playing church and living church is two different things.
Right.
Going to church and saying amen and la 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 and praising God.
Show.
Yeah, it is. And but then when you're going out, when you're leaving the doors, are you still practicing what you learned in church?
Yes.
Now that's the important part, and I wasn't doing that.
Right.
And so I felt super empty inside. That's why I can talk to people who feel these certain ways because I've been there.
Right. Yeah.
And I was praying and I was like, Lord, I am so empty. I am in so much pain. I am completely lost. I am so far in the dark. I don't know which way is up.
Wow.
And I kept praying. I'm like, Lord, fix me. Do what you need to do. And you know what he said? He's like, are you sure? And I was like, absolutely. Do your will. And Halloween came around, and the VP came up to everybody at the end of the night and says, hey, we're shutting everything down. And I left 5 major gigs to take over this one spot.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was making a lot of money there. And all of a sudden I was making a lot of money to 0 income. Wow.
Yeah.
And it was the fact that the Lord had to, like, kind of like in boot camp. You know, you go to boot camp and your drill sergeants are there and your petty officers, and they break you down to build you back up the way they want.
Yeah.
The Lord can't, the Lord can do anything. But at the same time, like when I already built this skyscraper, and I use this analogy often, when you build your own skyscraper, that's your skyscraper. That's not the Lord's. It's filled with sin. It's filled with emptiness. It's filled with the world. So he has to knock that down to rebuild the skyscraper in his name and down his road for his road. Right. And so that's where I'm like, all right, Lord, then if that's what's going to happen, this is all right. I sat in my studio and I'm like, now what? Tell me what to do. Yeah. I'm all yours. Tell me what to do. Okay. And that's when I started making the house music and stuff where I showed you guys.
Yeah.
That was a while ago now. Yeah. And then all of a
Lord's
sudden,
kind of blessing that now.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I realized, oh my gosh, it's not festival season. It's almost winter. And I was like, and I started crying in my studio. And I'm like, Lord, I feel like I'm failing you. Like, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing? And he was telling me, he's like, you're not doing enough. You're not doing enough. He's like, come on, man. And I started realizing I've been in radio since I was 15 years old. And then before that, I've produced music, anything from rock to hip hop to Latin and a little bit of country. So he's like, build a radio station. And so that's what I did.
Cool.
I built the station. That's the whole 777 crew. Yeah. And it's not my station. It's God's station. Yeah. He just put me in charge to run it and get people to him that are also in the dark.
That's great.
So that's my little testimony real quick.
That's pretty awesome, bro. I love it.
So, I mean, everything, like, the Lord will use that, but like, even like I read in Romans, yesterday, it was like, anything that pretty much, you could have made all these mistakes, go through all these consequences, but the Lord can still use what was evil for good. Yeah. And so if you're out there, and I know I just kind of made it a little bit about me, so I apologize, but if you're out there and you're going through a lot of things that, of your sin that you've put up with in your past, God can use that for your positivity. And,
Yeah, it makes me think what you were talking about, your skyscraper that you built, and Jesus talked about building in Matthew chapter 27. He said there's a way of building that is on sand.
Yes, exactly.
And it's like when the winds and the storms of life come and they beat against that house that's built on sand, it's going to be torn down.
Absolutely.
Man. It's not going to stand. But the wise man builds his house on the rock. And what is that rock? It's the teachings of Jesus Christ. Yes. And it's on him. It's on Christ alone that we stand. And when you do it the right way, which is what he was doing, he was kind of tearing down your house that you built, the skyscraper you built, and he was reestablishing you on him, and building. Now you're building that house based on Jesus and his teachings, his word. And you're right. It's not just what we say, it's what we do that matters. And when you take Jesus Christ's teachings and you begin to apply them and live them out, you begin to use your life as a witness for him, pointing others to him, that's when your house is established, man. And God's blessing you for it.
Absolutely. And and he put amazing people in my path on the way. Like Calvary Chapel has been a huge part of my life. And you, Pastor Felix, everybody at the church, like, I mean, Mike and Darren, the sound guys, like, I love all those guys, man. They've been like, even Mike and Darren, like, they took me out to lunch and they're like, who are you? Like, I don't know. Because Vicky lined us up.
Awesome.
And they're like, what, you do all this? And so then we became BFFs.
Yeah.
And, you guys really took me in and accepted me. Yeah. And it was amazing. Even though I was going through some really dark times, you guys were there to fellowship with me. You guys were there to pray with me. That was the one thing I can say about Calvary Chapel, man. And like, it doesn't matter your background or where you came from or even what you're going through right now, is, you can go to Jesus whenever.
Yeah.
You know, and like I heard the saying. It was like Jesus loves you so much that he can find you wherever you're at in life, but he loves you way too much to keep you there.
Yeah.
And it's like because he's gonna fix you, he's gonna clean you from the inside.
He is, man.
You know?
Yeah, he loves us so much that he doesn't leave us where we are, but he begins to build us up in him, you know. And sometimes you have to strip away first. Sometimes he has to come in and prune things, cut things out, strip them away, and clean us off, and then he sets us back up and begins to build us. But yeah, and you know, the great thing is like you're saying, you know, Jesus is the most important thing. Is the main thing, and you can find Jesus, and I just encourage you wherever you are. Find a church that's teaching Jesus, that's teaching the Word of God, and get plugged in and grow, and let God build your life on that rock.
Yeah, and that was the thing is like when I went to Calvary for the first time, I was actually riding in a motorcycle club, and I think we talked about this on the last episode. My prospect brought me there, and the fact that I've been to churches and they will read a little bit and they'll just kind of do their thing, and I'm like, all right, that's cool, and I understand what you're saying, but when I heard you preaching, you were reading right out of the Bible, word for word, that was going on in the Bible. And then you would stop and then explain every single word that you read. And I was like, wow, this guy has zero opinion about what this is.
Yeah.
He is reading the facts out of the Bible and he's telling you what these are in other biblical facts. And I was like, that's what I like.
Yeah, yeah. And that's really what we need. We need the Word of God. You know, everybody has an opinion, but my opinion doesn't really matter. It's what God says that matters. It's what His Word is telling us and teaching us that really matters. And that's what we really need.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, I'm a meat guy. Hold the veggies. Just give me the meat. Obviously, you can see I'm pretty round. But you know, if you're out there and you're listening and you're like, man, I really want to go to church, but I'm scared to go to church. I feel like people are judgmental in church. I had a bad experience in the church, or anything like on those sorts. Like, oh man, I might. Or even if you're pregnant and you're listening to what we were talking about earlier, if you're going through any of these things right now, please, I'm like begging you to just come to church. Come to Calvary Chapel. Come talk to one of us. Come talk to, Pastor Phil. He's willing to talk to everybody after the service. There's a great prayer team. There's people that get you lined up with like a whole bunch of different resources. We genuinely care about you.
A lot of times when people go to church, Ted, they think everybody's going to judge me or everybody's looking at me. And it's kind of funny because that's really actually not what's happening, because everybody else is kind of thinking the same way, like, oh, what does everybody think of me? You know? But the reality is that nobody's really going to be there. No one's judging you. No one's looking at you. No one's condemning you. And we just need to get outside of that thought process that it's all about me, and we just need to go and say, I need this. I need God more than I'm going to be worried about what everybody thinks about me. And just go, and God's going to meet you.
Absolutely.
And, that's one of His promises, is that if you seek me, you will find me. That's one of God's amazing promises to anybody out there, is that if you genuinely seek after God, He's going to reveal Himself to you. And so come out and don't worry about what everybody else thinks, anyways. And besides, no one is even thinking of you. They're just all thinking of themselves. Too. So, I mean, and I'm not saying that in a bad way, but I just say it because I think that sometimes we put too much emphasis on what's everybody going to think of me. Well, everybody else has their own problems. Everybody else is going through their problems too. They're all there for the same reason. They just need Jesus.
They just need the Word.
So, they need the Word. They need the Lord. So you'll fit right in.
And what'd you say a few weeks back? It had me cracking up too. You're like, it was something about like people like, something on the lines of, people in the church are so judgy or whatever. And then you're like, so you're gonna go back out into the world where they're not judging you, or something like that. And I started cracking up.
People in the church are such hypocrites.
That's what it was.
Like, okay, so you're gonna go out in the world where they're twice as much as hypocrites as they are in the church.
Dude, I was laughing. I was like, oh my goodness, because it's like, well, it's funny because it's true. You know what I mean? And, at the end of the day, like, you might find people that are so-called hypocrites in the church.
Oh, yeah.
But guess what? We're still all sinners, and we're still learning about how to get closer with the Lord. And everyone's on a different level. Everyone's on a different path.
Yeah.
So, like, we were just talking about earlier when I had that misconception of the chariots at the bottom of the sea. I was like, I was under a misconception. And what? Then you're talking about like how you preached, and you're like, oh crap, I said that wrong.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
we've all done it.
We're learning.
Yeah, exactly.
We're learning.
That's what really makes you a disciple. A disciple is someone that never stops learning. It's just a man or a woman who says, look, I'm following Jesus no matter what, and for the rest of my life I want to be learning about him and learning how to follow him. And we're just constant. That's what a disciple is.
Yeah. Especially like for eternity, we're going to be in heaven and we're still not going to know what this guy's talking about. We're like,
it's amazing.
I'm still confused, Lord, but I'm here for a while.
Yeah.
Keep teaching me.
Yeah.
Like,
Like, hey, wait, is that the Apostle Paul over there? I could go ask him. But actually, you'll just be able to ask Jesus.
you know, could you imagine being in heaven though and just being like, oh, Paul, like, man, what was it like? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I'm gonna be fanboying really bad when I get to heaven. I'm gonna tell you that. I'm gonna be like, yo, John, Matthew, like, I got questions, bro.
I am too, man. So many questions, so many. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be amazing to get to catch up with all these guys. You know, Daniel, what was it like when they threw you into the lion's den? I mean,
right?
What were you feeling right then, man? You know?
You know what? I wonder if they're gonna be like, just it'd be kind of funny if they were like celebrities. I'm like, oh, another question. You want me to sign something for you?
Yeah.
No. I mean, I doubt it. I doubt that'll happen, but still, it would be kind of funny. Well, it's Teddy B with the 777 crew. We got Pastor Phil from Reno Calvary Chapel. Again, we do have a really fun party going on this Friday. Let's touch base on that really quick.
Yeah, Bartley Ranch worship night. Sign up at calvaryreno.org.
Perfect. And we're going to play a couple songs right now, and we will be back in just a minute.
To the Lord, call on his name, make known what he's done, proclaim every flame, sing to him, shout now, tell all the earth, remember his wonders, his promises, words. Your heart awake, he is the judge, won't bend or break. You see of the chosen, you servant and child, stand up and remember his glory, his mild. He is the Lord, he is the Lord, let the whole earth sing. Lift up your voice, lift up your voice, let the name change the way. Cry to the Lord, glory and strength. Let's cry to the Lord, his kingdom in place. Bring him the honor, bring in your son. Let's cry to the Lord, where the righteous belong. Made the heavens, he put them in place. He spoke through the night and the stars found their place. No other name holds what his name can hold. From ancient to age, now his story stays bold. Splendor and majesty covered his throne. Strength and gladness he wears as his own. Worship before him, tremble and sing. Let every heart know he is coming. He is the Lord. Let the whole earth sing. Lift up your voice, lift up your voice. Let the nations rise. To the Lord, glory and strength. Strive to the Lord, his kingdom in place. Bring him the honor. Bring him your son. Strive to the Lord, righteous belong. Glad, let the earth rejoice, let the sea roar out, let it lift its voice. Let the deep scream out, let the trees fall, for he comes to judge and he comes his God. Give thanks to the Lord, for he is good. Steadfast love still stands like it should. Glory and strength. To the Lord, his kingdom in place. Bring him the honor. Bring him your son. Cry to the Lord, righteous belong. Cry to the Lord, forever and always. Praise his holy name. Praise his holy name. Let's cry to the Lord, forever and always. Every day, all year, on your smart speaker. The 777 Crew Radio. Download
But you won't take the lamb glory of the living God. It's not your prize to keep. You chase your own reflection, then call the truth to be. Moses wrote with fire, your history says my name. But if you miss the one that all your words will lead to shame. You won't come to me. You won't come to me. The witness is right there. You won't come to me. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. The Father sent the Son. You won't come to me. Don't need your crown. The one who judges you is the one you shut down. If you believe in your words, you hear the living call. The stone you keep protecting is the stone, but it you won't come to me. The witness is right there. You won't come to me. Open your eyes. Open your eyes. The Father sent the Son. You won't come to me. Come to me now. Truth is standing in your face. Come to me.
The 777 Crew Radio.
The copy is in your hands.
Thank you for that.
You burn the sky red, won't smell like gas and iron. They brought the old man forward with chains on the hands. He looked at the hill of crosses and the shame they meant to make. Then he bowed on his head and told them, I am not him. Turn me down, turn me low. I will not wear his holy crown alone. Upside down in Rome, upside down in Rome. I will not deny the King, King of Kings. Upside down in Rome, upside down in Rome. I am not worthy, let it be. Let it be. Oh, let it be. Oh. He saw the garden torching. He heard the crowd demand, but his voice stayed steady like a stone in the sand. I knew the nail and mercy. I knew the empty grave. I will not die the same way as my Lord. Turn me down, turn me low. I will not wear his holy crown alone. Upside down in Rome, upside down in Rome. I will not deny the King, King of Kings. Upside down in Rome, upside down in Rome. I am not worthy, let it be. Let it be. Hero, hear the silence when the faithful will not fold. A kingdom built on blood and fear can't shake a heart made bold. One name above the empire, one flame the dark can't own. He died with Christ before him, and Christ on the throne. Upside down in Rome, upside down in Rome. I will not deny the King, King of Kings. Upside down in Rome, upside down in Rome. I am not worthy, let it be. Let it be. Upside down in Rome, upside down in Rome. Still I sing his name till they, King of Kings.
All the time.
The 777 Crew Radio.
Everywhere you go. Yeah. Focused on this music. Download the app now.
If your brother goes astray, go speak it straight, face to face. No parade, no public shame, just truth with a steady gaze. If he hears you, you both praise. If he won't take one or three, keep it close, keep it clean. Don't let pride run the scene. And if the fire still won't bend, bring the witness, call a friend. One more chance, one more light, pull that dark into the night. 2 or 3, 2 or 3. Stand right here with me. 2 or 3, 2 or 3. We bind it, we set it free. 2 or 3, 2 or 3. He stands right here with me. When we call, he answers me. 2 or 3, 2 or 3. If the door stays shut again, say it plain, don't play pretend. Lose that weight, drop that chain, let the old score wash away. What you tie, if you stay tied, what you release comes back alive. So I choose choose mercy, I choose truth. I choose a heart that won't stay mute. If the room is small and worn, still it meets us where we're torn. No grand stage, no perfect place, just a hungry open space. Two or three, he stands right here with me. Two or three, we bind it, we set it free. Two or three, he stands right here with me. When we call, he answers me. Two or three, two or three. You said if we agree, heaven leads close. You said if we ask in faith, you won't leave us ghosted. So I lift this broken line, I bring this bruised up heart. Speak peace into the smoke. Make our love start. Two or three. He stands right here with me. Two or three. We find it, set it free. Two or three. He stands right here with me. When we call, he answers me. Two or three. Two or three.
Yeah, it's 777 Crew Radio doing the rock version today with Pastor Phillips. I know you like your rock music.
Yes, I love rock. Actually, I'm a rock and roll guy. Actually, one of my favorite bands when I was younger was Payable on Death, POD.
Yeah,
Remember that?
yeah. POD. I like POD.
I like Living Sacrifice too. These are like all the old bands.
Oh, it's okay.
Project 86. I'm an
Mhm.
older guy, you know.
Oh yeah.
So,
You know,
yeah.
I didn't know POD was a Christian band, and someone like I was jamming out to it.
Yeah.
And they're like, "You listen to Christian music?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And they're like, "That's a Christian band." I'm like, "Really? Oh,
Yeah.
how about that? I had no idea."
But I like this music you're playing too.
Oh, well, thank you.
Great.
Yeah, it's just you can download it right now
Yeah.
on the app.
777, right?
Yep, you can go to your app store, type in the 777 Crew Radio, and it'll pop up on your app store. And if you can't find it, it's cool. Just go to the website, the 777crew.com. Go to the radio page, and then it's just a link right there. It's like Android or iPhone, and you can just download it simply right there.
Yeah.
Yes, you downloaded it, right?
I did.
Yeah, because I remember that when I first got it made, I was like, Pastor Phil, you got to check this out.
Yep. I've got it. I just need to listen to it more.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. So, I mean, we got the big thing coming up tomorrow out in the park. We want to talk about that again.
Yeah, we got some worship. We're going to do an open air worship night at Bartley Ranch. You can sign up for that at calvaryreno.org and go to registrations, and you can register for that event. We unfortunately, there's only seating for 1,000 people. So I think last time we checked, we were close to 800, but there's still some spots left. So yeah, come and join us. It's going to be a great night of worship.
Yes, and if you're bad at math, 1,000 minus 800 is 200.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's what we got left.
Yeah,
I had to write that
200.
down. I'm just kidding. All right. So, I mean, yeah, I really appreciate you coming on to the show, man. Seriously, thank you so much. It's always a blast having you in here. And honestly, it's kind of funny. Like, we just end up talking and it just snowballs into like everything else.
Yeah.
We do have about 10 minutes left. Is there anything on your heart that maybe you would like to, talk about, or, maybe like, somebody's like out there like listening and they're like, you know what, what can I do to get closer to God? Or maybe what's a great Bible? I just asked you about a Bible today.
Yeah,
I was like, is this a good one? Or
yeah, we were talking Bibles. That's a great question. How can we get closer to God? And the Bible is the answer. One of the great things about the Bible is it's God's special revelation of who He is and what His whole plan is. And from the book of Genesis all the way to the book of Revelation, it has one message, and that is God's plan of redemption through Jesus Christ. And I always tell people the Bible is an amazing testimony of the existence of God. I mean, think about it. It's 66 books written on 3 different continents by over 40 different authors, and on literally hundreds of controversial topics. And yet it is has one consistent, clear message. Morally, it has it points us to Jesus Christ, His historically, morally, and there's one clear message. And so the Bible is where it's at. That's where you find God.
Yeah. You know what's funny is I'd never been to the complete back into my Bible before, and I was there yesterday when I got home from church, and it was funny because I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, oh man, I have all these maps back here. Well, this is where Moses marched through, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And then it showed me all the like different index of things, and I was like looking around. I'm like, "Man, I've never been back here like this. This is super cool."
Yeah.
And then so I started looking up at like the other Bible I was looking at today or yesterday.
Yeah.
It has like the little scripture, cross references to the other ones. So I think that's really going to help because it's like sometimes when you're looking at a scripture and, when you're reading through the Bible, you're like, oh man, I need something else that sounds like, or that correlates with this.
Yeah.
And then it kind of goes to that one. And you're like, oh, it's kind of like, those books back in the day at like the book fair when you're in school and you can like, if you want to have this type of ending, go to page 36. You know what I mean? Like, and then it's like, oh wow, it was a different ending every single time. But the ending point of this one is like the Lord is still the same.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at least every direction and every road in the Bible all leads to the same end game, and that's Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Which is beautiful,
Yeah, and it is. It's amazing. Yeah, it's been said that, the Bible starts out in a garden, in the Garden of Eden, and it also ends in a garden, but it's a completely different garden. It's an eternal garden that God has established for those that hear the good news and believe the good news and put their trust in His Son, Jesus Christ. And so, the whole thing is just pointing us to Jesus.
It's just crazy on how people are when they look at Jesus and stuff, and like how everyone's got their own little testimony of how He worked in their lives. And it's funny. I was talking to Pastor Felix about this the other day, and it was like, Jesus is he's like the master, like chessboard player, but on like a completely extreme level for like decades.
Yeah.
And every little thing that happens in your life, He moved you in that direction because He needs you to go in that direction.
Right.
And then at the end of the game, He wins and He was in control of everything.
Yeah. Amazing.
It's just it's cool to think about it like that. And, and that's why I've been praying for a lot of people too, that it's been on my heart. Like, we were talking off the air. It's like, I feel like, since I was living in the world for such a long time, like, I feel like God's putting that responsibility on me now is to go out there and try to find that one that's in the darkness and bring them back to the 99. And, and so I've been praying a lot for a lot of people, like even when I'm walking down the street sometimes and, I'm seeing some of these people like just tweaking out, just throwing their hands in the air. And I'm just like, I'm praying for them that, getting these evil spirits out of these people. And hopefully they come to the Lord somehow and they get their hands on a Bible and, there's no one too lost for the cross, and you just got to keep working on them.
I agree. And speaking of praying, we've been praying a lot for, folks that have gone through the fire, just went through the fire here in our community. We've been praying for them. And, it seems like our community's kind of been through a lot recently. You had the flash flooding in Hidden Valley. Yeah. A lot of things happened there. And then you had you had the bug fire, then you had the hawk fire, and all these things happening all at once. Our community's kind of hit our community hard. So just praying that through this, it's an opportunity for people to kind of hear some hope and hear some good news. And that's another reason we're doing this worship night outdoors in the public is we really want people to know that there's hope. We really want people to realize that, hey, as bad as it seems and as much suffering as there is that's out there, there's still hope. And God has given us that hope through His Son, Jesus Christ. And when we put our faith and trust in Him, we can find a path. We can find a way in Christ Jesus to have hope of eternity. And it's not this world is really just as bad as it gets for the one who's trusting in Jesus, because He's got a full plan for us, in the future. And so, just praying for all those things. But if there is somebody out there listening that or you need help, our church has set up an email, emergency@calvarychapelreno.org, emergency@calvarychapelreno.org, and you can email us. We would love to see what we can do to help you out, if there's anything that we can do.
Yes, and if you did reach out to us this week on the 777crew.com, we are getting back to those emails. We were talking about this on Monday. We stopped the whole show to talk about all these things. Because half the city was about to burn down, and A lot of people were struggling. We were actually almost evacuated. We were literally right on the border.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like I almost had to leave work. Like, yeah, thank God my brother-in-law came up with his truck just to be on the safe side.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
yeah, so I know a lot of people that were affected by this. A lot of people on my Facebook were just, they got to go home and there was no home. It was just nothing there. So we were talking about it on Monday. So if you did send anything in, we will get back to you. I promise the team is on it right now. And then maybe we'll figure it out and we'll send them off to you guys too. And,
Yeah.
Get some help for a lot of these people in the community and stuff too.
Good.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard about the Philippines too. They had a really bad earthquake here. I don't remember if it was today or yesterday.
Okay.
Man, it was like
Yeah,
super
there's
bad.
stuff happening all over the place, isn't there?
Yeah, and then there was also I just read today. I don't know exactly when it was published, but over Japan, Guatemala, and Italy, it looks like there has been a lot of but volcano activities.
Oh wow.
That are happening. So I mean, if you know about the Book of Revelations, something to think about right there.
Yeah. Pay attention.
Yeah,
Pay attention. A
absolutely.
lot of things happening in the world today. Yeah, I was also reading in the news about. I guess there's speculation that Russia may attack Great Britain soon. Now, I don't
Really?
know, I don't know what that. I obviously can't. I don't know for sure if that's going to happen, but I read a couple of news articles where they believe that there's an imminent attack coming, and so it kind of seems like that war might be expanding as well. And then when you look at what the Bible says about in Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39,
Mhm.
talks about Turkey, talks about Iran, talks about Russia.
Yep.
And then you look in the Book of Revelation.
Yep.
It seems like China is implicated maybe there, but actually, it's just amazing that when you realize how relevant the Bible is for our world today that we're living in, and just everything that's going on. And Jesus told us, look up when you see all these things happening. Look up because you know that your redemption draws near. Absolutely, and it's time.
Yeah, the wars, rumors of wars, all of that.
Yep.
It's just coming up. And even the flooding that we were just talking about in, oh my gosh.
Hidden Valley.
Yes.
The flooding there.
Mhm.
Well, there's you might be talking about the flood that happened in Nepal.
Nepal,
Like, there was
yeah,
a
we were
huge
actually
flood
prayed
that
about them.
happened there.
Yeah, I saw the videos of that. I was like, oh my gosh, we prayed about them on the air yesterday, and that was just horrific.
Yeah.
I mean,
like 100 people missing right now. I think they believe they're dead.
yeah.
I mean,
Well, there's
it's
hundreds they
tragedy.
say are missing. They already counted over 100 dead.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, so hundreds of people are actually missing now.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they're still trying to find them, and I mean, prayers go out to them,
Yeah,
and
for sure.
so
Yeah.
gosh, it's just a craziness. But and that's one thing that kind of throws me such a weird way because it's like, when people are like, oh, I don't believe in God. I'm like, how do you not? Like if you're reading the Bible and how it's even correlating, just if you even throw out the Old Testament and even part of everything else, you just look at Revelations on what's going on today.
Yeah.
It is just lining up like word for word and
Right.
scripture for scripture. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, it blows my mind. Like, how can you just, but it's a coincidence? And there's no way there's that many coincidences.
Right.
I just don't believe in coincidences.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Yeah. When you understand God is in control of all things, it's you realize that, man, he's really got this plan that's working towards the ultimate greatest good out of the scenario that could possibly happen. Yeah. And although there is evil, there is suffering, still somehow God uses all of that to accomplish the ultimate greatest good that could ever possibly be an outcome of the whole thing. And so, he's working on levels that we can't even realize. You brought up the game of chess, or God is the ultimate chess player. He knows everything that's going on at all times. And he's somehow working it out for the greatest good possible.
And you know what that is for us to be with him in the kingdom of heaven. And all he wants to do, he just wants your heart.
Yeah.
He just wants your heart. He wants a relationship with you. I mean, there's times like, I know this might sound really funny and goofy, but like, I'll just be driving down the road and be like, hey, Lord, how's your day going today? Like, and I'm just sitting here just talking with him and just, I don't have anybody in the car and my music's completely off. And I just, I'm like, hey, man, thank you for the green light. Hey, you know what I mean? And I just like to have a fun conversation with him too. It's not like you're always having to pray because you need something or you want something, because God is not a genie. He's not just going to rub the lamp and there he is. You got to really have have that relationship with him, you have to give him his praise. Like you have to, he expects certain things from us.
Right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And great model to use when praying. We were just talking about this at the very beginning. The word Acts.
Yes.
ACTS.
Yes.
That the book of Acts, the prayer of Acts is A for adoration, C for confession, T for thanksgiving, and S for supplication.
Yep.
And that's a great thing. We're talking about praying. You don't always just have to ask God for some things. Adoration. You start with praising Him. You thank Him for who He is. Confession. Confess your sins. Hey, all of us sin. And it's a daily thing where we need to keep short account with sin, confess our sin, and then give thanks. Thank God for what you have. Thank God for your car that you're driving in. Thank God for that green light, like you said.
We even talked about thanking God for all of the hardship that He even put you down. And, we were talking about that too. I was like, you know what? I even thank God for putting me through all of the hard times, because those hard times that He put me down actually brought me closer to Him in the first place. Because He's like, oh, okay, you think you got this? Cool, go check it out. And then I'm like, sorry, God, I need to lean back on you.
Right.
So that was another thing that I thank God for, some of even the hard times, not even just for the car I drive or that green light. But I'm like, Lord, thank you for putting the storm in my life too, that I could lean on you and have that faith that you were going to stand next to me to get me through that stuff.
That's powerful. Yeah. And that you bring up a great point that sometimes God allows us to go through that suffering so that we will learn gratitude, that we will learn what the difference is between the world is our master and God is our master, and realizing how good God is and how good we have it with Him. And so we learn a lot of things through suffering. God can bring a lot of good out of something that is absolutely not there.
Absolutely.
But yeah, and then that last one is the supplication. That's when we bring our ask. God, this is my request. This is what I really need. And got to differentiate between needs and wants.
Absolutely.
Right? Because I really want a red Ferrari, but I really just need that Nissan. What do you drive?
I drive a Nissan Rogue.
It's
a 21, and it gets me everywhere I need to go.
That's what you need, bro.
It was funny. I was having a conversation actually with Pastor Felix the other day, and I was like, I don't need much. I just need a pontoon boat and a fishing pole. I was like, other than that, Daddy's gonna be okay. Like, I got everything else I need. I got a loving wife. I got my kids. I've got the Lord. I mean, what else do I need? Like, a pontoon would be nice. I like to fish.
Yeah.
I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Well, that wraps things up today. Thank you, Pastor Phil, for coming in. I appreciate you big time.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it was a great talk.
Man. Yes, good times, man. God bless you, my friend.
God bless you too, sir. All right, we're going to play one more song, and then we're going to get out of here. It's the 777 Crew Radio. If you did miss everything, it's going to be okay. Just go to the website, the777crew.com. You can listen back to this episode along with all the other episodes that we do have on the air. And also, if you want to get that music app, go to the website or your app store and type in the 7 Crew Radio, and you'll download it to your smartphone. The one app has 5 different radio stations. Got EDM, Latin, rock, country, and hip-hop and R&B. All right, God bless. You take care and have a beautiful day. Peace.
You point the finger at the dirt on my face, but your own handshake when the mirror takes place. You call me broken like you never broke through. Same rough blade, still carved right through. No, who gave you the right? Who made you clean? Your own blood. Before you come for me. Touch me. You better look in. Touch me. Before you look down. Same stone, same fall, same scars on your crown. Touch me. You better look in. You better look in. Don't throw what is holy to the dogs in the street. Don't waste that gold on teeth that just wanna eat. You hand them the pearl, they'll crush it for fun. Then turn on your face and laugh when they run. Who gave you the right? Who made you clean? Look at your own blood. Before you come for me. Touch me. So, I'm gonna you better look in. And it opens, seek, and you'll find. Knock on that door if your hands don't know how to climb. And it opens, not to the crowd. The one with the cracked voice still crying out. See. You better look in. Before you look down, things don't, things fall, take scars on your crown. You better look in. Ask and it opens. Seek and you'll find. Knock on that door and leave your pride behind. That takes a little bit, huh? Yeah, well, that's the best. That's the best way nowadays. I'm trying to, as many as you, I'm trying to, so real estate, do a lot of construction. Figure it out, bro. Trying to figure it out. Make money.
that was for Shaq. Shaq. Ooh, that was good. 7 to 7. That was 6-7, dude. 6-7. Well, that was my fourth week in a row here, so it's getting a little more natural flowing a little bit. I was very good. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna be. Yeah, I mean, it's a podcast, yeah, you know, this one I got put on and the 80 so the first show. So life is short. So I met her at the talking business and stuff like that. Stuff now. Huh? What's going to talk about? Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't even realize.
I know, that's what I thought they were.
Took them out this morning.
What are they?
They're dried Asian pears grown right here in northern Nevada.
I thought I was going to tell you about the really good.
Yeah. No, I didn't realize they do look like that though.
All right, so about to this, right? Cool.
Am I allowed to have a drink in here?
Yeah. Yeah. All right, bro. Take it easy.
Have a good weekend, brother.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for another exciting episode of Being Blunt with Jay Biggs as we are live at the Reno Town Mall, 4001, South Virginia. Please come on down. There is an open mic if you'd like to talk about something, promote something, or bitch, gripe, or complaint. It doesn't matter. Just come on down. We're here until 6 o'clock on 93.7, 1400, and 103.3 FM. The scene of the crime is 4001 South Virginia. The name of the show is Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, and I am live with you each and every Monday through Friday between 4 and 6 p.m. right here on KPGF and KNNR 103.3 FM, 93.7 FM, and 1400 AM. Dylan here in the studio as you come into the Reno Town Mall, stuck between the spot for bad feet that will take care of you. I'm talking about the proper foot. Or the proper fit. Anyways, I was close. We've got the usual suspects in the house here on a Thursday, and I'm talking about Grayson Negra, Neho Lee. What's up, bro?
I'm doing great. I'm doing so good, man. I feel empowered after the tarot card reading. Shout out to Eden.
Yeah,
She
I
has a
know
beautiful soul.
who is so high right now. Ooh. Oh man, she's higher than could be. She's about 30,000 feet, in fact, in a plane. Yeah, I see.
We're talking about different things, Jay. We're talking about different things. I don't know what you.
Well, I don't know, man. You never know. Jay Stew, though, I do know for a fact you're here with us each and every Thursday.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thanks for you coming down and say hello to people out there of Reno. Jay Stew's in the house.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Now, when you say you come down to talk to the people of Reno, are you out of town? I didn't know.
No. I'm just down off of Mount Rose, bro.
Oh,
I'm just
okay,
down,
okay. I was thinking to myself, I'm like, maybe
this verbiage. This verbiage.
Okay.
All.
Well, I just didn't know what part of town you actually were in.
So you trying to give up my address?
Yeah, and the last four of your social, if you don't mind.
To the ladies.
Yeah, like I said, last four of the social is what I need. Anyway, 911. No. 911. Oh my God, that sounds like some. That's the number that you give the guy that calls to check on your car warranty once a week. Anyways, well. Guaranteeingly, we do have another guest here in the studio because he's right in front of us. You brought along a friend of yours, and I'm talking about Blaze Jorgensen. Blaze, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Glad to be here and glad to be in the studio with you guys.
Absolutely. And Blaze is actually running for public administrator here in Washoe County, our good old county here that we live in. And blazeforwashoe.com is where you can go and find out everything about this gentleman. But I think in 2 hours today, if you'll stick around with us, you never know what you're going to find out here. You never know what you're going to see. And you never know what I'm going to say, that's for sure. Because I am the Prevost Howard Stern. I am radio's last outlaw, pushing all the boundaries of things that can and can't be said, I guess. Because, well, we don't have any corporate sponsors, no holdbacks, there's nobody that's on the 45th floor of a building in Manhattan that doesn't like what I'm saying and is going to call my boss. Because guess what? I am the boss.
There it is, Jay, keeping them honest.
Well, hey, I'm just being real. I mean,
love it.
I stay within guidelines. The FCC loves me. The NAACP loves me. They were just on earlier. So I mean, there's lots of love going around. In fact, I do want to say thank you to everybody that has been sponsoring our station so far. We have got 3 new sponsors just this week alone, and we're on the 4th of the week, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. But lots of people are showing love, and guaranteeingly, they are, without a doubt, getting lots of love back. And that is because we are a community here at this station. What does that mean? Well, that means it's a little bit of everything for everybody. I sometimes jokingly call it a mixed bag of nuts. Like maybe I'm a cashew and, Grayson's a peanut, or Doug with Jazz Tracks, the almond, or whatever. There's something for everybody. You don't have to like
American
everything.
way, Jay. It's the American way. That's what I come down there for. You guys are so open for that. Like I said on day one, this country is it's a mixed bag. To your mixed bag of nuts.
Well, me and Blaze were just having this conversation literally here in the studio right before we went on the air. And I told him, I said, I traveled the United States in 2018 extensively, and I still believe that we are way more on the same page as American people. And it discredit completely even race, or your religion, or your, whatever it is you're into, your color. It doesn't matter, right? Yes. Your political stance. Everybody wants the same things, pretty much.
Pretty much, yes.
All right, Blaze Jorgensen. I do love the fact that after we talked, you seem like such a real dude.
I certainly hope I'm a real dude.
Well, you absolutely
I feel
are.
pretty real.
Yeah, you do. You look like Sheamus's brother a little bit, like the thin version of Sheamus. You know Sheamus, the wrestler?
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Okay, yeah. They kind of look like him, but just not as big.
I haven't watched much wrestling, but I've seen him.
Well, you're a tall dude, too. He's a tall guy. Anyway, so you are running for public administrator, and what I would love for you to do is talk to everybody and tell them exactly what does a public administrator do, because I'll tell you, by golly, I've heard about it, but I don't know exactly, like, when you walk in for work at 9 o'clock and you stamp your card that you're there at the factory, what exactly is your first task?
Great question, and it is a lesser-known office down ballot, but it is a really important office. So the way I've been able to describe it to people is that you can put together a writ of a will, a last will and testament, if you will, and you have people that represent you in there. Or if you don't have one of those, your next of kin can represent you. But not everybody has close family ties. Not everybody has somebody to step in and represent them. So Washington County has a position called the Public Administrator's Office, where somebody steps in and administers that estate once they've passed away, and make sure that we find next of kin, make sure that we do research and outreach to those folks, and try to reach out to them to see if there's assets available, or that there's assets to pass on to them, or that, hey, maybe they just need to know that a loved one has passed. And that's generally the job, to step in and represent that estate, essentially as the county's representative executor for those individuals.
Okay, wow. So there's a lot of public representation involved with this. It's not just, I mean, well, of course, it's called the public administrator, but
For the people. It's for the
which
people.
makes sense.
Yes.
But I mean, you're a lot more involved with the actual people than just sitting behind a closed door and pushing some paperwork.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of outreach to those family members, those next of kin, if we can locate them. You know, sometimes they're out of state, sometimes they're out of the country, and sometimes they've been estranged for a period of time, and it's not always easy to try to come down or find them. And that's actually one of the things I want to update with the office, is using more modern techniques like social media to reach out and find those people who are who could be named as next of kin.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Wow.
2026, right? That makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, okay, so is this a lot of computer work?
It should be paperwork, computer work, a lot of administrivia, really. But yeah, a lot of it is done on the computer. That makes sense. That totally makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, because I'm thinking to myself, excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, you got to kind of be like like-minded to like a jealous girlfriend on Facebook. You know, you really a lot of research. Like, I know who your fifth cousin's brother is. You know?
Doing some Facebook stalking. You're like a known PI in this. Yeah. Except hired or brought on by the county and the state of Nevada,
Which is even better.
under lawful orders. You know, it's not as scary as a PI, right? Like, hey, I found you. I'm trying to give you money.
Immunity.
Well,
Yeah,
I-
immunity. It's
you know,
full immunity.
I used to serve subpoenas, so I had to have like a PILB card and stuff like that, you know. So, but seriously, it's that can be a crazy job right there. And provingly,
That sounds like a crazy job.
well, they say stand 10 toes down, and unfortunately, because of that job, I stand 9 toes down. Anyway, that's
If
another
you know,
story.
you know.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
I don't know. that one.
You don't know about that one.
No.
There's some crazies out there with guns. Let's just say that are
Yes,
spending
they are.
time in correctional facilities. There's also crazies who are not spending time in correctional facilities. Some of my ex-girlfriends that are basically domestic terrorists.
Oh gosh.
But anyways, that's a whole other story.
Say, "Hey, gonna sit on my couch. Just lay on the couch. Let's have a little therapy session."
I'm
right
good,
now.
bro. I got a 3-bedroom crib. You can come over. You can watch me do curls, and you can't watch me do any other work. I told somebody what I told you on the phone the other day, and they were cracking up this morning. Anyways, yeah, shouts out to Eden. Anyways, but no, so, okay, so let's get back to the original story here. What the hell was I talking about before I went off the road? Oh yeah, the PI stuff. But seriously, when you're looking for these people, I mean, is it involve pretty much a lot of like, do you use resources like 21andMe or something like that? You know, like those genealogy things, stuff like, like when you're looking for these people. Like,
A lot of state records.
Okay.
The private genealogy and like things like 21andMe or 23andMe.
23, yes.
Things
18
like
and
that
me.
Jordan.
could be integrated, absolutely. If they're integrated right now, I couldn't tell you, but if they're not, I'd be working on implementing them.
Sounds like
Constantly upgrading the system.
streamline it maybe a little bit.
Maybe a lot. I mean, the state knows a lot on people. But yeah, there's
I'm sure.
those
Oh,
companies
yeah.
know a lot on people too. They got your
Also
DNA.
very sure. Yep. Absolutely, man. That is so
Are there any
great.
secrets? Is there any secrets out there anymore?
No, no, I don't believe so. Everybody's getting exposed for being who they are. So
There are some secrets, but they're behind a paywall on, somebody's what's it
criminal
called?
records.
No, I was
And
thinking
the new data centers is one of that word.
the data centers. They're there for all the new what are those things called? The girls do these days at the website where you can go.
Right.
What's the name of the site where people go? A girl? Go Fish or something. Like
What's
OnlyFans.
Tinder? You talking about Tinder or something?
No, it's the one where you can like basically show yourself and get paid.
Oh,
OnlyFans?
OnlyFans. There we go.
I said it. I was like, hold
Go Fish.
OnlyFans. OnlyFans. Oh my
Smoly
God.
hands.
All right. Well, that being said, smoky hands. How about that? Oh, it is 420. You know what that means? It is time for the 420 roll call, which we do each and every Monday through Friday right here at 420 on the show. And if you would like your business spoke about, if you would like your name said, we've got it right here for you for free. All you got to do is text us or message us over at facebook.com/BiggsBlunt or Instagram or all the other social medias that I'm on. And don't forget, I am out there, whether it be Facebook, whether it be Instagram, whether it's your ex. No, not that one.
Jay Biggs
I'm
is
on-
on one today.
I'm on YouTube and TikTok. I'm all over the spot. So just go check us out. Anything at Biggs Blunt, BIGGSBLUNT. And don't forget to go and follow and like the station at northernnevadasvoice.net. Shout out to James Umbach, host of Nevada's Backstage every Saturday from 9 to 10. Who's going to be back in the saddle with us from his medical escapades last week. So glad to see that he's doing better for sure. Ryan is checking in, and also Roland and Cheryl, Scooby and Shaggy. They are checking in today. I love Scooby and Shaggy. Hopefully they're getting some treats from the Sign and Design shop. Jeff from Dank Dads is checking in. Also, we've got Tall Trevor checking in from Rockin' Reno every Saturday night from 6 to 9. Hey, we've got Thad checking in. Valerie as well. What's up to you guys? Oh, my gosh. Scott Dossois is checking in today and a lot more. So thank you once again to everybody, including, Envy the Truth is checking in right now. Isabella is checking out as well as, and Antonio. We got to meet them yesterday.
Shout out
So,
to the new intern, man. He did
Yeah.
great.
yeah, he did, man. He killed it. So thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen. If you would like your name said, Zach Howells is hitting me up right now from Next Level Car Audio 775. If you would like your name or your business said, all you have to do is call, text 775-360-0692. Yeah, there you go. Or go over to Biggs Blunt on all social medias. I'm like, I drew a blank for a minute.
Stoner moment.
That's okay. I got some cool music going in the background. It distracted me. All right. Well, thank you. Once again, the 420 roll call happens each and every Monday through Friday. It is, man. It is. I love that, Jay Stu.
Yes, I love it.
I love how you said that. And someone who's for the people after talking to him is Blaze Jorgensen. I do believe this. He seems like a cool dude. And when I say real, that's the thing is it's like, yeah, he's real and right here in front of us. But, after talking to him, it's not, even if it's a partisan party, like a race that you're doing, it doesn't really matter because it's kind of in the same interest for the people, no matter what. Right. So, as long as you're a good dude, there's even people that like Troy Regas, I'm sure you know him, and he does a show here every Friday from noon to 2. And, he's running The Lunch Lady. Veronica Cortez is running, and she does a show here every Friday from 2 to 4. And, so we've got a lot of people there, but they also, even though they lean maybe a little more right, they have people on the left they support. And it's because they're good people and they're real. And when you are at this level of politics, this is why even Oscar, I joke with him like, oh, you're so far left, blah, 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 and all that. But like the truth of the matter is like, he looking person I've had in here that cares about the actual folks and not just themselves. Right. Because you will meet those politicians who are just like, you can tell they're trying to move up the chain. And at this level, you can still make an impact, bro. You absolutely can.
So there's got to be a person with inside of the suit, right? Can't just be the suit.
That part.
I love that.
Yes.
That's probably the best thing I've heard from anybody that's running. Right
Oh, heck
now.
yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, Will Hobbs back there behind us. No, behind the dude kind of looked like Will Hobbs that walked in. It's crazy. But anyway, so don't forget, I always talk about how we have an open studio concept, and we do have a mic open. If you'd like to come down and be a part of the show, we will definitely put you on if there's something you'd like to promote, such as a business, maybe an event you got coming up. Maybe you got a bitch, gripe, or complain about something happening here in town. Maybe even something Blaze could fix. Who knows? But come down. We will
I
literally.
do my best.
Well, exactly. That's all you can do, dude. I mean, what else can we do? You put your best foot forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Try to make it as good as you can. So,
yes,
but you cannot make everybody happy. There's going to be somebody that's like, I don't, for whatever reason, I just don't like that person or what, it just happens to all of it. Even us here on the radio, there's people that don't like me. I call them haters. And if you're not doing something right, you don't have any haters. Right?
Yep, haters gonna hate.
Right,
True. Haters always gotta hate, right, Blaze?
That's true.
Yeah, well, 1,000,000%, dude. You
Gotta
really
look to the levers instead.
Exactly. Because there's always going to be somebody. The Karens or the Kyles.
Well, I used to call them Kens, but like not every Ken is like that. So shout out to Kens.
There's Kens and Barbies too.
Kens and Barbies.
Which has nothing to do with Ken's Bulls and Bears. And sad news, actually, unfortunately, this coming Monday is going to be Ken's last show with us. He's decided to move on to the Financial Pastors, which is going to, he's just so busy at work now. And things have changed up so much.
Dang.
Yeah.
I hope he's still like, I'm glad that I was able to meet him though. Because like he's really cool and he has great analysis when it comes down to this.
Well, yeah, it's the money thing. I always say I'm terrible with money. So if my heart matched my wallet and my looks matched my my ego,
your
confidence, whatever I want to call it.
You might be a rich man. Is that what you're saying?
I might
Jack?
be.
You
I might
be a rich
be.
man.
Right. Anyway. But no, seriously, I had the tarot. Speaking of the tarot card reading yesterday, we had Eden in here. And she gave us both a tarot card reading.
How'd they go?
On the air.
How'd
Well,
they go?
Grayson, what give a little quick hypnosis of what you found out about yourself, because I will say, man,
it was dead on. It was like she had like 5 cards, and all of them equal to 4 teams, like equally on point. Where like this is symbol of shaman energy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like what I'm doing right now is exactly where I need to be at. And it was dead on. Like it was most of the cars flew off on the ground. Some of it was
energy.
It was an energy. And a couple more held on for a little bit. But the most important part is she was able to read my energy to perfection and was able to know exactly where I'm at in the stage I need to be at, which is right here.
Beautiful. How'd that make you feel? Knowing you're where you need to be.
Even more hyped.
There it is.
Even more excited. Because now I know I'm on the right path.
Yes, yeah.
Okay? Or,
Right?
Yeah.
That stuff is real. I'm a believer, J-Big. I'm a believer. I'm a recent disbeliever, but I believe now. I don't been convinced. So
really?
Yeah.
This like tarot reading and stuff like that? Really?
They know stuff that they should not know.
Well,
they know things about you that no one but your mama should know, right?
Right.
Well, they know you don't have nine toes for some reason.
Stuck my middle one up at somebody. I'm joking. No, it's not a middle, by the way. It's just a pink. So I'm not a good pimp on thank you. But well, yeah. And I can't toast very well the pimp. But no, I got my tarot card reading last night yesterday on the air, but it wasn't much of a deep dive. We deep dove. There we go. Later on. After we got off the air, it was a lot deeper than that. So I don't know. It was interesting. I always feel like I leave those things with more questions than I do any answers. And that's, I don't know, I'm like, okay, you're telling me about myself, right? Shouldn't you kind of know these things about yourself? I don't know. Maybe people don't realize them. I don't know. I'm not really sure how they go.
True, but so many different directions we go, right, in our lives. We can go to the left, to the right, to the straight, and so I think it's kind of like Ben over here was saying, she kind of place you right where you should be and where you want to be, right? So it kind of, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
more or
been that.
less, but that's just because I know what I'm doing right now to help represent the station is exactly what I need to do.
Yeah.
Like this is just I went through the same grind. Like I was with this man 6 days a week, coming off of work in Panasonic, working all night. I understand the struggle, you know? So like I know where we're at and I know where we can be. And I just want to be there to support and do everything I can. That's all.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know, the whole holistic stuff to me is I think it's based on faith, much like religion in a weird way. I mean, I get it that things like, they match and all that afterwards, or after you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense, this makes sense. But that's only because of like I don't know, it's like sales to me or something, right? If you make 100 calls, 3 people are gonna buy, damn it.
The numbers don't lie.
Yeah, I don't,
The math is always going to math.
But I feel like the people who do the tarot cards are more interesting than the cards themselves. I feel like those people are just careful watchers of individuals, and the cards are just an excuse of them to bring out in you what they see.
That reminds me of chicks who all like every chick I've ever encountered has taken psychology in
Guilty.
college.
My girlfriend's a psychologist.
Oh yeah, right.
And also does tarot cards. So,
Right.
Well,
So
hold
now
on,
this
though.
dude can't do anything without her.
Yeah. Well, hold on though. At the same time, most tarot card readers they more tap into the darker energy, So like the way Eden did it was through the light.
Yeah, you're right
I
about
don't know
that.
much about it.
Like
general,
in
that sense, that makes a difference when you're doing a tarot card reading, whether it's dark or light. It does.
Well, I mean, I don't know either. Yeah, I
never had a dark one. So I don't know.
That was my first one. That's why. My
Okay.
first one was at 20. This is like the tarot card reading she did yesterday was the first time in 17 years. So that one was more on the light side because I guess where I'm at in life is on the light. But when I had my first one at 20, it was chaotic. It was all over the place. Uncertainty was everywhere in my future because I was going through a whole bunch of things while I was dealing with it. So I guess my energy emulated that. So it showcased all the chaotic energy that was all over the place. So it does tap into energies if you believe in that kind of stuff.
I we've had a lot of interesting, let's say, readings here in the last week or so because we did have the Scan Reno people in, and they were able to tell us about our health, our overall health on the scanners. And now we've gotten our tarot readings. I'm starting to wonder who else do we need to possibly show up here? I could maybe think of somebody that could show up and help us out.
Is that Miss Cleo?
It is.
That's Miss Cleo. Now.
Anyways, Miss Cleo.
What a throwback.
It is. Absolutely. Shouts out to Miss Cleo, who's probably doing time in a federal penitentiary somewhere. I'm not sure.
But I'm sure she saw that one coming, though. I'm sure she saw it coming, though.
How could she not?
Somebody should call that number and see where it goes nowadays.
Right. Well, yeah, actually, you know what, dude? Let's do it live right here on the air. I'm dead. This is diabolic.
It's gonna lead to a law firm or something like that.
I love that you said that, Blaze. Honestly,
If that happens, I'm gonna start dying.
Yeah, Wilson and Wilson.
Can I talk to Megan? All right, here we go. If it's her still, that'd be funny if it's her new phone.
Welcome to your psychic experience. Our master psychics and tarot readers will guide you through life's most meaningful moments. What are your questions?
Official.
Love, money, happiness? See what your future holds. Talk with one of our gifted psychics now. To talk to one of our master psychics, press 1 now. If you are under 18, you must hang up. This program is for entertainment purposes only.
Nice little disclaimer
Welcome
there.
to Psychics Directory, your trusted source for gifted and verified psychics.
I want to talk to
Whether
Miss
you're
Cleo and
seeking
Miss Cleo
guidance in
only.
Love, career, or life.
Go straight to the top.
Okay, I'm going to give up on that before they charge my credit card, and I don't know. If I'm going to listen, if I'm going to get paid that much for something on the phone, it better be some better action than that, right?
Yeah.
It better be
Some OnlyFans.
Right. There we go.
The
The OnlyFans action, yes. And that's funny. I was joking with Eden last night. I'm like, she's starting Only Psychics. You know, like
OP is crazy.
Topless tarot readings. No, I'm joking.
They'd be popular.
That would be, honestly. The tarot cards don't lie.
Oh man.
Yeah, the magic balls. Anyways, that's what I feel like. Oh my God,
We're off the rails.
Yeah, we are, as always. I mean, is this anything new? Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. This is just what we do here, man. Well, this is true. I guess so. Well, Blaze, welcome to Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. You may have landed upon your new favorite radio show. If you're driving around, you might think this show completely sucks. I personally do not care what you think about me or my show because I do what I do and I hang out with my friends for a couple hours a day on the air. I have great conversations that nobody else in Northern Nevada is having. I don't care how old you are as long as you're legal, of course. You know, there's that. Right, that 18 to 80 or whatever, you know, but I can have a conversation even if you're underage with your adult guidance. I can come on in here and have a conversation with almost anybody. I had a 3-year-old on the program once. Lasvita's daughter. Yep. Shout out to her. I love that. And she was our youngest guest. Except I did have a pregnant lady on the show one time. But she didn't give birth through the show, so it wasn't like the fetus was not on the air. Got it. Right. Well, you know, that story actually reminds me of, and again, I think I've told the story once, like maybe 6 months ago or so. I used to have a boss named Michael Hunt, and this was his name. And he worked at Crowd Systems Incorporated in Kansas City with me, where I grew up. And he had a radio with him because he was a supervisor. And we would, we'd call him Mike Hunt, and he would get so pissed off. He'd go clear for Michael, like you would hear him go Michael, and it's like, oh, okay, Anyway, so he used to make these speeches before people would go into events all the time about, taking tickets and let people in. And his most infamous speech ever, and I probably need to send this as a video clip to him or something, but anyways, his most infamous speech ever was at Kemper Arena in Kansas City, right before Casey Blades, which was like the AAA hockey team was playing. He said, listen, in order for anybody to come through the turnstile and into the arena, they have to have a ticket. I don't know how much more bluntly I have to say this to anybody. If there is a pregnant woman in line and she walks up to the turnstile, she has to have a ticket. And she only has to have one ticket. If there is a pregnant woman in line and she somehow gives birth while standing in line, the fetus also needs a ticket.
Yeah, man, it was straightforward.
Well, hey.
Straightforward. No gray area.
Right.
That's how you eliminate that.
I know. I was just like, that is great. Like it doesn't get more straight up with that.
No exception.
Yeah, none.
As funny as that is, yeah, no exceptions at all.
Right. Well, hey, speaking of no exceptions, I do want to say once again, thank you to all of our wonderful new sponsors because we've got them, folks. I'm talking about A Proper Fit Footwear, Neo City Creative, Sign and Design Shop, Roland and Cheryl, Scooby and Shaggy, also listening. Big B's Unique Cuts, Oscar Fuentes, District 40, Kirby Land, Eric Olivas and Blowfish Tequila, Nevada Firearms Academy, Sergeant's Maytag, as well as Rob Roth, and we also have a couple other ones that are on the cooking board there. So some big things happening here at the station. And don't forget, if you would like to advertise with us, like these fine establishments or people have decided to do, all you have to do is get over to northernnevadasvoice.net. It is our official website. It's got all the information on our 30-plus new shows to the market. And on top of that, it's I want to make sure I have there we go, some instrumental in the But it has a plethora of information, including our sales packages. And they're about as cheap as it gets right now, folks, because we're launching and we're getting new advertisers signed up at great rates just because we simply know that whoever signs up with us in our infancy like this is essentially our future salespeople. They're going to say, hey, this worked or it didn't. I'm okay with something if it doesn't work and you can prove it.
Yes, honest efforts there.
Right. It's kind of like businesses should be when radio stations show up and try to be like, I have 8,000 listeners every morning between 9 and 10 o'clock. It's like, bull crap. Almost said it.
Bologna sandwich.
Yeah, it's a complete bologna sandwich because please tell me. I mean, I'm 43, about to turn 44. And I don't know what this magical box or, this thing is that counts people listening on the radio. I don't believe it exists. If I go outside right now and I turn on my car and I turn on 93.7, 103.3, or 1400 AM, it's not like I'm going to get a notification that someone's listening on my phone to my station. It's not like it sends out a signal to everybody going, this person is listening to this station. It just doesn't exist. So if you're still buying radio based on someone coming in and saying, oh, I have this queue of listeners, and it's like, dude, you're being duped. I'm so sorry to hear that. The only way now for people to really understand if something's working or not is results, of course. So you got to kind of take a little bit of a deep dive on things and say, okay, I'm going to invest this much. But if you do the consistency thing, it always works, That's why when I assign advertisers up, of course, the political thing is a little bit different because it's really only through October, I think, right? Dude, isn't that when the election is?
Early voting starts October 17th, and election day is November 7th.
Okay, so through the month of October. But other businesses, I keep telling them, I'm like, hey, do 3 months. If you do 3 months in our Founders Platinum package, it's $1,000. What happens with $1,000? You get a commercial every hour of every day on 3 radio stations for an entire month.
Oh, you said every day?
Every day, dude.
Wow,
so yeah, on a
7 days a week, huh?
So we based our packages on a 28-day month because it's the lowest amount possible. We don't want to have to. Well, it's a 30-day month, so I want to tell you how it's going to work on a 20. No, I'm just basing our packages on a 28-day month. That way, it's only going to get better. So on a taking a look here, anyways, on our advertise page, if you are to sign up for $1,000 a month, you're guaranteed 672 30-second commercials in a month. And
I broke that mess down.
And it's on, but that's on one station, dude. We're on 3 and we're simulcast. So really, it's 672 times 3 for $1,000.
That's over 18,000. If you really think about it, over 18,000.
Or 1,800, bro.
Or
1,800. It's math. It wasn't math.
That's zero.
That's okay. I was trying to get there, but I couldn't get there.
He inflated those Super Bowl numbers. No.
Hey, the deflate gate.
Deflate gate. Well, at least your balls won't deflate after this.
Hey. So yeah, all over 1,800 30-second commercials.
$1,000, dude. I mean, it's like a sore wang. You can't beat it.
Think about it. That's just a little bit more than $1 a day.
Right. Oh, that's true. Right. I mean, it's not bad. Founders Gold package. That's 3 days a week. A commercial every hour of every day, and that is $500. So, and you're at that point on a 28-day month at 336 spots, and that's times 3. So it's like 900 and what's just over 1,000 spots for $500.
Just say consistency, right?
Well, that's my thing, right? Is that, I mean, did you grow up your blades?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. You're gonna tell me what this is. 3, 3, 3, 30, 3, 33. Who is that?
That's the taxi, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, now do you remember any television commercials for taxi? There was never
I
any.
don't think so. No,
There's never any, dude.
I think it was just radio.
Was it? Yeah, it's just radio.
Yeah.
It's because that jingle was drilled into your head over and over and over, right?
Jingles will drive you insane.
They will, but they get stuck in your head.
stuck.
Now, if
Yeah.
you were drunk downtown or if you just needed it, you're going to easily remember that, right?
That's true.
And so again, it's
words,
it's a little
exactly.
or in Grayson's case, on my floor. Anyway,
Relax, sir. We
I know.
don't talk about that no more.
That's right. That's right. He's a solid as concrete.
Not an out.
No,
we're not.
Yeah, I won't talk about it.
Let's go off the air.
Yeah,
That's
something
off
like
the air
that.
conversation.
Yes, but no,
Dark
seriously,
times.
we've got some cool things happening here at the station, and then the reason I do this is because I know, as a small business out there, that these radio stations are essentially semi-raping these people, in my opinion, with these rates, because you can't prove these numbers, dude. It's BS.
You're getting charged triple the cost.
Yeah.
It's all send, no receive.
Right, exactly. Now, I understand with digital marketing, there's a really good thing called geo-targeting. And I get it, right? Like, when I was working with Wrestling with Regret, and we went to WrestleMania in Dallas, we geo-targeted AT&T Stadium because we knew there was going to be a concentrate of over 100,000 wrestling fans in 1 mile-by-mile radius. And, dude, it got results. We literally almost gained, like, 40,000 followers that weekend. Yeah. And so I do believe in that stuff, right? But as far as some banner on someone's, radio station, website, people are getting charged $1,000 or something for that. I'm like, come on, dude. Plus on top of that, Grace, I'm not going to lie. I don't want to bulk up a bunch of crap that people have to sort through to get to our real meat of the station, which is our shows, our schedule, and our events coming up. Speaking of events, this Sunday, our very first event actually happening here in the studio or station, whatever you want to call it, is the Beyblade tournament. The Bay Battle Network is happening. So, the Bay Revolution Beyblade Club is throwing their Beyblade tournament right here on Sunday, happening at 2:00. And I'm not sure. I need to go over there and check it out. Actually, I can do that while we're actually here. And see if we've got any more spots. It's a $3 entry. So there we go. But anyway, so make sure you get over there and check out that event at northernnevadasvoice.net and just simply scan the QR code. That's going to take you to the page, and that will tell you if we have any more people in. There we go. I'm doing that myself. I got to unlock my phone.
I haven't seen a Beyblade since middle school.
Dude, they made a comeback last year. They sold more Beyblades than any other year of history.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Certain things are coming back, and they're coming back for years.
To get back into the Beyblade market.
Hey, you're at the right station for it, too.
They were fun. They were super fun.
All right, looks like 2 positions left. There was
spots.
24, and now we're down to 2. So this Sunday, 3:00 or 2:00, $3 entry fee. That's all it is. $3. That's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
$3. Come on, you got two spots left, you said?
Yep. And hey, listen, I mean, we're talking about people that are into a very niche thing, right? We're trying to throw events for everybody. Again, we've got everything going on in here. Also on Saturday night, I want to remind everybody because, man, this past Saturday, Trevor killed it, bro. We had the drum set in here. We had the bassist, the guitarist, singer outside out there. I mean, we had a full-blown band in here playing, just killing it. And if you want to be a part of that, it's called Rock in Reno. It's live on YouTube and Facebook and all those places that we are live. Just go over to northernnevadasvoice.net. Simply go down to the contact, and at the very bottom, Grayson has it all laid out there. We just touch the little link, and it goes right to our live pages or where you can listen to us or any of that good stuff. Do not forget, if you hit the Listen Live tab, it does take you over to America Matters page, which you have to click the Listen Live on there to play it, but it does actually work, and we are rebranding that. So don't fret if you see that it says America Matters or some other shows once you click the Listen Live tab. It is us. We are just getting things established. We're only 4.5, almost 5 weeks old now.
Brand new.
Yeah, brand spanking new, baby.
I love it. You have something for everybody. That's something for everybody on that. Yep. It's the left, the right, the center, the middle, the top, the bottom. It's a little bit for everybody. I love it. I love it. That's how we are in this community. That's how we are. It's a community full of a whole bunch of different folks. A whole bunch of different viewpoints and wants and things of that nature. And so your radio station is bringing us all together. That's what we need right now.
I feel
some
like
kind of
that.
magnet, brother. There's some kind of magnet that draws all in. You're doing it, Jay. You're doing it.
I hope it works, bro.
So do I. I think it is. I think it is. I think the people are talking. I think the people
People
are
are
talking.
definitely talking.
I just need, yeah, I was gonna say, I just need everybody to know about it, man. And if everybody spreads the word, maybe tell a friend or two. Maybe there's someone randomly that hears this today just out of nowhere, and it's like, hey, that's an awesome show. Well, maybe you found your new favorite show, as I said. You never know.
Never know.
It is time to take a look at traffic right now, and we do this each and every Monday through Friday. We take a look at traffic because, well, here's the reality of it. If you're on the 80 heading east or west, especially westbound from around the USA Parkway area, if you're on 395 north, or if you're on Pyramid Highway heading back out to the Spanish Springs area, your day is screwed. Traffic sucks. It's going to be slow. You've got time to listen to your favorite podcast or radio show. And fortunately for you, you do have us to keep you company through the show if you like. But if you don't try to cancel us. Just use your phalanges and turn it to the next station. It's that simple. Yeah, traffic sucks. And this real traffic report has been brought to you by nobody because, well, nobody's sponsored it yet. But if you would like to be the sponsor of this traffic report, simply get a hold of us at northernnevadasvoice.net. Your fine establishment could be the sponsor of real traffic happening right here, the non-corporate traffic. I could tell you there's an accident in Audi in Silverado or 395 north of Par or something like that, but probably by the time you get there, it's not going to be anything worth seeing. It's going to be cleared, and you're just going to be pissed off because you sat in traffic that long. So anyway, I know how it works, especially for those North Valley folks. Man. Being blocked off from home for all those days and your way up 395 and stuff like that, I mean, that's got to be just, I couldn't even imagine.
Yes, I know. I haven't talked to you for a week, Jay. And so, were you displaced by the fire?
No,
last
dear
couple
God,
weeks?
I'm like 1,000 feet from the radio station.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
up against Manzanita Park.
Okay. So you're safe.
Very
and
safe,
sound, yeah.
dude. What about you? Oh, you're down by
Yeah,
Melrose.
I'm down by
actually.
Melrose.
So you
Yes,
were-
yes. I was fortunate too.
Blaze, were you good?
I'm in your neighborhood, Jay.
Oh, you are?
I'm
Okay.
right around here. I
Oh,
could have
nice.
walked here today.
Right. Yeah, me too, dude.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah.
Speaking
Yeah.
of traffic, we need more people to doing that. Walking around. Speaking of traffic, traffic's killing us, brother.
Somebody say something about
Yeah, Grayson is a walker.
I am a
Uh,
100% walker with my all black leggings.
Like I said, if he was white, he'd be called Clay Walker. He's, but no, I mean, here's the thing that I miss, and I don't know why. It's so weird now to me that I pull into a neighborhood and I see some kids playing like a baseball game or something in the middle of the road or kicking a soccer ball, and they have to move like the Red Sea for Moses, for me to go through. And they're just sitting. I'm like, this is awesome. This is a neighborhood. This is how it should be. You rarely ever see these kids doing this stuff.
No, they're inside on their tablets, bro. They're inside on their phones. You never see kids out there. I grew up playing in SoCal, Palmdale, right? 101, 102 degrees. And I played street hockey. And we're out there playing street hockey at 101, 102.
Brother playing street hockey in 101
There's
degrees.
a few. There's always an outlier. There's always an outlier, right? And so you can't find that these days anymore, right? These kids, even trick or treating. You like 5, 6 kids. You put you could put a box of candy in your front yard, on your door, and come back 2, 3 hours later, the whole candy's still there. These kids just don't get outside anymore. We got
George Carlin in the 80s said, we used to just sit outside with a stick, just play with a stick. He goes, do kids nowadays even know what a stick is?
Probably not.
That was the 80s.
That selfie stick. Get a selfie stick.
Yeah, selfie stick.
Now that I know that you were in Palmdale area,
Yeah,
that type area, the dunes, were you riding around with the ATVs out there? Please tell me yes.
No, I played street hockey. I'm
That's
just
it?
a little white. I'm I'm not that white. I'm not that white.
There's nothing wrong with that, though.
It's
It's
a
just
white
that-
people.
Hey, something wrong with the adrenaline rush. That's not white. That's universal.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I guess you're absolutely right about that. That is funny. Hey, speaking of something that's universal is, the public needs somebody to, take care of them and watch out for them. Public administration in Washoe County is an issue. And we need none other than Blaze Jorgensen for Washoe County to take care of these issues. And Blaze, what are some of the major things that you see as an issue that you could handle and take care of and change in Washoe County being in the public administrator's position?
Great question. So as it's not a legislative position. However, it is a position that I believe needs some reforming and some change. Particularly, I believe that the office has been very reactive for a long time, just allowing cases to come in. I want to be proactive and actually go out and try to actually lessen the use of the office itself, because I personally believe that it should be a backup plan. It's a very important office, very important position, but it shouldn't be anybody's primary use. It should be an absolute backup plan when the worst is to occur. So a couple of things I want to be doing is I want to be out there. I've been an educator in my current work, educating about estate planning, the importance of having will, the trust, the power of attorney. And I want to bring that same public education and outreach to all of Washington County to allow people to have an idea and a concept of what they might need and what things might help them if the worst does occur. Another thing is I am working on, I can't name any names or anything, but it's in the works of creating a private endowment to be able for people to pay for those types of things, at least a simple will to be put in place. Folks that may not be able to afford to do so and have that available for them so that they can get their documents without having to worry about breaking the bank.
Oh, sorry. There we go. My mic's on now. To be completely fair, I've been working on a private endowment myself. But
Oh man.
Grace. Well, you brothers wouldn't know anything about that. I'm talking to my brother.
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on now. That ain't okay.
We're like John Stockton and Travis Parker at the NBA locker room. Anyway,
That's
wow.
That is a wild combination.
I'm telling you. No, but okay. Well, I'm glad you said that because it is a lot of just getting out and being with the people too, right? You know, like I mean, in a perfect world, what would day one look like to you if you were to step into office? Is there somebody you go right to and say, "Hey, here's what I want to get done right away," or is there a lot of like loopholes you're going to have to kind of figure out once you get into office?
There's definitely going to be some loopholes. Day one, I would say probably the most important thing for me would be to interacting with the team that works for the public administrator's office. They work with, if I am to win, they've worked with my opponent for some years, and I'd be stepping into a new role, be meeting all of them, and I want to make sure that they're happy, that they're comfortable with me, right, and they're ready to get boots on the ground and start working on helping the people of Washington County. So that'd be my day one, is making sure, because I think that's the most important part is your team. You got to have a good team. You got to make sure your team is working together properly in order for anything. Chemistry and team building. Exactly. Yeah. We can watch Vision Quest.
Well done. That's great. Okay, so we are at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock almost here. It's a couple minutes away from that. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. We do have an entire hour left. Somebody calling. Maybe I should take a break. All right, this is what we're going to do. Let's listen to Everybody Rules the World. It's Tears for Fears right now. 93.7 on your FM dial. It's Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. This is Jay. Hey, brother.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
I'm kind of weird when I listen to that song and I watch the video as I listen to the music. I think about to myself how the people in that music video are mostly dead by now at this point. And they were at one point, they were young Turks, you know, they there was time was on their side and time's on our side right now because we're here, we're alive, we're doing well. Everybody's we're rallying together as well to try to support Eddie, who's not doing well. and UC Davis. And I will tell you, if you can get over to northernnevadasvoice.net and help out the family, that would be tremendous, because there is the GoFundMe, the official GoFundMe up at northernnevadasvoice.net for Eddie Floyd and his family, and rest in peace to Shari. And it's unfortunate, just some of the stuff that's happened. Tonight is Thursday. What does that mean? Well, we've got a bunch of different things happening. As soon as we get off the air here at 6 o'clock, Alonze is coming in with the third side. And what is the third side? Well, it is the third side of the conversation, essentially. And what that means is that, well, we deep dive on things that aren't normally talked about, such as conspiracies. So yes, the third side headed your way to Lonze, and that is going to be right here, immediately following my show at 6 o'clock. Then after that, the Dank Dads Sportscast. These guys cover everything in Northern Nevada that is sports, including the football scene, which just started up a couple weeks back. So they're very excited because they've got lots of interviews coming up with the coaches and players of all the local high school football teams. So the Dank Dad Sportscast, make sure you go check them out on YouTube as well. Then right after that, The Reach is in the house. That's right. Yeah, we've got Ryan and Trent coming in, and should be a really good show. So hopefully you join us right there, because, man, The Reach is telling you everything that's going on. I mean, of course, they cover a lot of like the EDM scene, techno scene, stuff like that, you know. But they cover everything, including hip hop concerts and just cool, fun events that are happening right here in Reno. And Trin as well, very proud of her. She's been helping us out doing some calls on sales and whatnot. So we've got a lot of good things going on, including yesterday. I want to give a shout out once again to San Antonio, our new intern. Well, his real name's Antonio, but I have to put a name with somebody to remember exactly. It's like Marco Rubio. You know, I did little Marco. I need to.
That's the trick. That's the trick.
Anyways,
Little Marco.
Little Marco.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was good.
That's a good one.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it was funny on the phone earlier. I was setting up my Truckee Meadows Water Authority, whole thing, and the lady goes, "Is there anybody else you want to add to the account?"
Did you just move or something, Jay?
No, I had an ex that moved out of the house, and the water was in the name until the end of the month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So anyway,
you've been living in the dark, huh? She took the electricity and the water with her, huh?
Yeah, she did, dude.
Oh,
She
with
did.
her.
No, I'm joking. No, hey, I've got. I've got candles.
It happens.
Yeah, that can't have, and the dog and your money. Anyway, but
the meditation.
The lady goes, she goes, "Do you want to add anybody else to this account?" And I said, "Just a name?" And she said, "Yeah." And I said, "Can I add anybody?" And she said, "Yeah." And I was like, "Well, are they responsible for the bill?" And she goes, "Well, I don't know." I said, "Well, if they are," I said, "just go ahead and add Donald Trump to the list." And put his name on there. I said, if he'll pay it for me. So
This is for bankruptcy again.
you're right. Well, hey, if he considers me a business.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you never know what's happening these days with that kind of stuff. But no, seriously. Oh, there's got some music. I just wanted some music in the background.
Hold on. That was perfect, though.
Was it?
The sound was perfect after you said that, because now there's like, ooh, the mystique, the mysteriousness of your line.
Right. Hey, well, I'm a little bit of mysterious myself. Unless you're Eden and you can read the card. I'm not that mysterious.
Are the Running Man people starting to show up already?
Oh, dude.
Is it already started?
There's 3 Airbnbs across the street from me, and 2 of them are filled up by people from different countries with like 4 or 5 different Winnebagos.
They're already starting the party. Really?
Oh, well, any parties. So I'm not bothered by it. Listen, number one, I'm one of those people not bothered by anything when it comes to your partying or whatever. Right. Just do as you do, dude. Don't bother me when I'm just out back smoking my blunt. Right?
It's very Nevadan energy.
It is. I do like the idea, though, between the town name, my name, and your name. We could have spark a big blunt with Blaze. Or you can blaze a big blunt and sparks. There's got to be something there. I'm trying to think of.
There's definitely something.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I've gotten those my entire life.
okay, cool.
The one I get most often, though, is, that's not your I have to pull out my ID and show people, you know, like, no, it's my real name.
Did your parents ever tell you where they came up with that name?
Yeah, it was named after Blaise Pascal, who was an 18th century polymath. He's like a philosopher.
One couple
mathematician.
plus two couples equals polyamorous. Is that the polymath?
Different type of poly.
Okay, I'd never heard of this one. That's pretty funny. All right. Well, I wasn't sure. Hey, my name. I don't know where I was gifted this name. I have no clue. J Biggs.
That's the thing with a lot of Americans. Like, I used to be a volunteer at the Burning Man. I'd have a lot of people who came from all around the world, and they'd be like, "Oh, what does your name mean?" I'd be like, "Well, I'm an American. I don't think it means anything."
Hamburger.
Yeah.
Or something, like just something like that. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the same time, though, a lot of people, their identity is their name. And what I mean by that is that they'll brand themselves based on their name or something like that. And I think it's cool that your name is something cool that people remember. I've never met another Blaze.
Neither have I.
The only time I hear about Blaze is like
John Blaze.
That one, Johnny Blaze, Ghost Rider,
Blazing Saddles.
Blazing Saddles. Yes, all day, every day. I could tell you a quick story. I was actually going to dress up as one.
Oh, really?
Yes. Me and a friend back like a couple years ago, we were actually planning on roaming around Yerington in the Blazing Saddles outfit, terrorizing the town. Oh my God.
City Slickers.
Well, don't worry, because come Columbus Day, we're going to be terrorizing Reno radio. As the modern day Columbus, Jay Biggs steps into all the radio stations on Columbus Day with my banner, and I do my show live from the front office. I think this is going to be great when I can walk into these places and say, "This is mine." So you may have seen the post. Rob the Rabbit Dog made it. It's me in the Columbus gear. Oh, you have it? It's at
so
facebook.com/BiggsBlunt, BIGGSBLUNT. And I am dressed as Columbus there. And all the guys are going to be dressed as Columbus as we go into these radio stations on Columbus Day this year. To say thank you once again, and these are ours now. So, right.
Take it at all.
Hopefully they have some beads to give us. I just won't walk in with a musket. Right. Oh gosh. Well, speaking of that, Columbus Day is going to be close to the holidays, which is just in time for the Toys for Thoughts drive that we do each and every year here at the station. So do not forget, coming up, and we start doing this in November. We put the Toys for Thoughts box out, and if you happen to know somebody that's lonely and horny, or if you yourself are out at a store, an adult store, and happen to find an adult toy that you would like to donate to a lonely, horny individual, well, then come on down here and drop it into the Toys for Thoughts box. And if there's a thought that, is lonely, as soon as we get something, we will announce it. You can come on down and get it. You just have to take a picture with the toy.
Is this for real?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we did the Toys for Thoughts.
Last year we did that. I went over to the Walgreens up in Virginia, and they looked at me, and they're like, "What is this?" They started cracking up.
I have a feeling we're going to get a sponsor for that this year. I know. I really do. Like Hustler Hollywood or somebody's going to.
Adam and Eve.
Yeah, somebody like that is going to go into it, because seriously, I mean, the toys, the way that people looked at us when we had that box out, and I love it that we had even the Salvation Army and all these people on the show, and they're all, "Oh yeah, Toys for Thoughts," and then they're like, "Wait a minute, what's a thought?"
Shows proof that we're willing to tiptoe the lines of everything.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. What's funny is last year nobody donated. I do find it. Yeah, it was a little sad. We had a bad turnout for lonely.
There's
people.
a bunch of lonely, horny people there.
Yes, and this coming year we are going to take care of that.
You know what they're doing? They're keeping it. Have you guys heard about the WNBA guys throwing sex toys onto the court?
Yes, absolutely. The dildos.
Games, throwing all kinds of stuff.
The WNBA.
Yeah.
Well, both of them got banned from the draft. Both of them. Yes.
Really?
Yeah. As soon as Mr. Enes Kanter
Cantor.
Freedom went into the Chicago Skies match with Natasha Cloud. He got banned out of the arena. And then, like within 24 hours, both him and Royce White, nope, not eligible for the draft because he went by what the WNBA's rule book was saying. If you declare yourself as a woman, then you're eligible for the draft. And that's why he did all the crap that he was doing online and everything.
I'm a white's been excluded from the draft.
but in a bullet point, that's the story.
Yeah.
Right. No, I get it. Well, I mean, if you get a mold of Brittany Griner and you throw it out on the court, and you that's a dude. That's a
I don't know.
MF and dude.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh man,
It's rough. He's rough.
A ruffian for
Rough,
sure.
rough.
Yeah, I don't know. You'd be rough.
I was
Oh,
seeing
God.
stupid stuff online. Like that's the first time a number one prospect got banned from the WNBA draft.
I love how people were saying that that people were protesting the WNBA, and I'm like, I thought people had been protesting that for since
Day
the
one.
beginning. Yeah, anybody was going to that.
Actually, a lot of people are going that for one person. Or
Oh, the
actually,
one girl, right?
Yeah, Caitlin Clark.
Caitlin Clark. Yeah.
Caitlin
Is she
Clark.
that good?
Yeah,
hooper.
she's
She is
really
a
like
hooper.
she's definitely a hooper. She's for a while is considered like the female Steph Curry.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd love to see her and LeBron James one-on-one. And
LeBron, hey, wait a minute. No. We're not going to put the greatest all-around player of all time
Right.
going against Caitlin
Wait,
Clark.
wait.
That's disrespectful.
The greatest.
All-around
What?
player.
Are you talking?
All around.
Do we have a discussion here between Jordan and him?
Honest,
Yeah, of course. It's Mike.
no. I
All around.
Jay Stu just
Mike,
got offended.
Mike has how many?
I'm
defensive
not.
player of the
I'm
year?
not. I said all around, which means a player that can play all five positions and defend all five positions. Jordan can play the 1 through the 4 and can guard 1 through the 4. I'm not disregarding Jordan as the greatest of all time.
Okay.
I'm
That's
talking in the sense.
semantics.
I'm talking about straight up what is the facts are. MJ is the greatest of all time,
Okay, that's what you're saying.
but I'm talking about all around play.
No, well, the game's changed. The game has changed.
And
so
who's
it's
the
not-
most all-around player that's able to change with the eras of the NBA? That's the problem.
I say KD.
No.
That's like KD. Kevin
No.
Durant.
What?
Kevin Durant could play. He could bring 7 foot 2 threes like that.
I-
We're talking about all around, right? We're talking about all around. Gonna get it.
He's more known for being a shooter, one of the best pure shooters in the NBA history.
Yes.
That's what he's the most that KD's known for.
Me and Blaze is going to shut our white asses up. On this.
You know what I mean? Like, no.
You don't know hoops? Yeah, y'all don't know hoops?
I don't, dude.
Hey, Jay, we can go about this all day. I know hoops, brother.
Oh man, I mean, LeBron, he's a hooper. He's a hooper. He's top 5. He's definitely top 5. I know what you're trying to say because the game's been changed. The game has been changed where there's no position, there's no true point guard, there's no center. But back in the day, there were centers. LeBron couldn't guard Hakeem Olajuwon. He couldn't guard Patrick Ewing, right?
But that's disrespectful to both of them. You can't put them in other eras. That's the problem. People keep doing that.
Yeah,
Just leave
true.
them as
Yeah,
what
yeah.
it is. You know what I mean? Like MJ is MJ, icon. No one's disrespecting greatest of all time. Yes, I say greatest all around player, which means he's like LeBron does a little bit of everything. That's what I mean by all around, not by like stat like.
Yeah, no, I got you.
That's how I view them too, like 1A, 1B, but for two different reasons. I mean, if you asked them both to do it, and they both said yes, it would probably be entertaining at the very least. Yeah, but they both also said that, like, stop comparing us. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got to that point where
Have they ever had like a sit down interview?
not officially.
Not official. No. You know that this is put a stamp on it. This is how cold Mike is, right? I'm talking like I know him. I'm from Chicago. I know Mike. Me and Mike go way back.
We used to be vice lords.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Check it out. So Michael Jordan's son was dating Scottie Pippen's ex-wife. Scottie Pippen,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, absolutely.
Her son's dating Scottie Pippen's ex-wife. That's how cold Mike is. There's a son dating Scottie Pippen's ex-wife. So Mike drop right there.
It's
Well,
not,
what's
it's
the
not,
age
hold on,
gap?
hold on,
I don't know.
But hold on, no. That's hooping, but that's not hooping on the court. That's hooping outside of the court.
Hey, he's a high bar.
Picked himself up a black hooper. That's great. That's I know.
That's the street.
That's
That's them streets.
You know what it is, man. Like I said, I don't disrespect MJ, what he represents. I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to tell people the hard truths about things. Like they disregard LeBron a lot.
Homegirl went from the dream team to the wet dream team. Who? Pippin's ex-old wife.
Yeah. We talking about Brittany Griner still?
Hey, we're not talking about
Wet
no
dreams.
pebbles, no pebbles, no pebbles.
I'm out.
Yeah.
No 8th mile here.
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
As we went through the sports rabbit hole, let's get back into why we're really here today.
that is right. We're here to talk about Blaze Jorgens, and he is our guest of honor, man. And Blaze, thank you for joining us today. So far, what do you think of the show? Honestly,
Thank you for having me. I've been having a blast. Super fun.
good.
Glad
Dude.
to be here.
You-
Been chuckling, laughing the whole time since I set it down. So.
That's what it's honestly about, man. It's about meeting people and having great conversations. And you're pretty much part of the family now. You walk through here, somebody's going to grab you and be like, bro, come in here. You know,
Yeah.
and it does
I'll
not
jump back
matter.
on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
100%. I would love for that to be, something to do. And, listen, it does not matter what your message is here, as long as you're a good person, because I always say that Reno has 2 degrees of separation. I'm trying to bring it down to 1 degree with good people only. So, if you would like to be a part of the family down here, if you feel there's something you can bring to the station, maybe you want an intern, much like Antonio did yesterday. San Antonio, I like it. And he did spur it up. Spur of the moment. He had tarot cards for us.
Clutch.
Yeah, he did come in clutch. That was San Antonio spur of the moment. I love it.
We'll see what happens after November 3rd.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. And well, that's a big day for you, man. Like, who are you running against?
Running against the incumbent Nicole Klitsky.
Okay, and I'm not even gonna touch that last name.
Hopefully, I'm not butchering it.
No, okay, yeah, well, yeah, I hope so too. But I will say, because it is election season, FCC rules, all that kind of stuff. If Nicole happened to want to come on, I would absolutely give her a spot.
Yeah,
To come on. I feel like maybe you guys, because of the positioning on the public administrator spot, it's something that like you guys could probably even hypothetically talk reasonably about, right? It wouldn't be so, or is it?
I believe so. I don't have any bad blood.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. Some of these races are very like what?
Oh, they're very close.
Yeah, it's like okay. I don't. I'll tell you right now, the Reno mayoral race this year. Oh yeah, was exciting. Woo! My buddy Eddie Lord was. I mean, like, dude, it was just one thing right and left on this. That was going on, and then you'd hear this about the other people, and then all of a sudden this other lady, Kate Marshall, out of nowhere, never even heard of her. She gets all these huge votes and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm not sure. It's really weird how this all happened.
Those guerrilla primaries are wild. A lot of swings.
Well, there was a 300 vote difference on the mayoral race, and it is still federally being contested, from what I understand, by anybody who does not expect it. So there is that. Right. Yeah. Well, honestly, Eddie's been. This dude's been trying to get in for so long at this point. I joked with him, and here it is. I said, "You're the Jim Kelly of Reno politics," because because I love that the meme of like the little African kid that's like it shows him kind of looking all funky, at the camera, and it has him with like a Buffalo Bill shirt on, and he's like, "Oh my God, what was that guy that was the greatest quarterback of all time that played for the Patriots recently?" Tom Brady, and it said something like, "Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback of all time. What are you talking about? Jim Kelly's the greatest quarterback of all time, and I got 4 shirts to prove it."
I was a bridesmaid, never a bride.
Right. Hey, isn't that crazy? Poor Jim Kelly.
4 Super Bowls. 4 Super Bowl passes every one. That's one. Yeah.
Well,
Honestly, with the experience like itself, a lot of people will try their hardest to get to that final stage, whether it's the Super Bowl, the Stanley Cup Finals. But to be able to go to it is one thing. That's already accomplishment in itself.
Oh yeah. Everyone can't win. Everyone can't win like
Yeah,
you, Jay.
exactly.
Everyone can't be winning like you.
Like me?
65. Yeah.
No,
Look at Jim Kelly. Everyone can't be winners like you.
25-8, 366. That's what I'm winning.
I'm joking. Hey, hopefully somebody that wins is Blaze.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just met the guy today, but honestly, again, you're so real, dude. Just having conversations with you, you're down to earth. You're not uptight about what we're talking about. I always say that, if you have a problem with people maybe having weird opinions or unlikewise opinions, if that bothers you, this is an extremely not good place for you. This is not an environment for you because,
away.
yeah, everybody here realizes whether you're on this side or that side of the fence in the politics, your religions are different, your age gap, whatever it is. Everybody is here pretty much for the same thing, and that is to bring the Reno community together. It really, truly is Northern Nevada's voice. We're 5 weeks old. We're an infant. We're still crawling, and I'm trying to make sure things are working right because I'm throwing crap at the wall and hoping it sticks. It is. And I gotta say,
Crawl before we walk. That's all. So walking, so we run.
you never know where this is going to take us. I almost feel like Jay Stu eventually one day is going to have like our #1 R&B show or something. Yeah, that's true. Jay Stu for the ladies. Late night for the ladies. Jay Stu. And he does, dude. You see, I don't. And it's funny because he doesn't. I will say this: it's not. You don't throw on like a radio voice. People say I do that. I don't know if that's the truth or not, but I'm just talk how I feel I need to talk about, right? And so, whether it's just clearly or whatever, is my radio voice. But you talk pretty much how you talk right now all the time. That's your voice.
I had no idea.
Well,
I
well,
need to go down this rabbit hole.
Well, some people characterize themselves when they get on the air. It's like, and they're just like, yeah, I'm the cool guy on the air, and it's just like, nah, but when you get off the air, you're not that cool. Or, you're like the rest of us broke DJs. Well, I always joke that, that's the difference between a radio DJ and a large pizza is that a large pizza can feed a family of 4. So maybe that's like that too for public administrator. I don't know. Is that a paid job?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you're at least able to live. That's good.
And it's important, it's important to touch on that, wills and to keep stuff out of probate and things of that nature. We know death comes to us all, right, Jay? Some sooner than others, unfortunately. But a lot of people don't realize until it's too late. They might be sick in the hospital or something like that. Your family's trying to run around, trying to figure out where this is, where that is. And so we just do a little planning, that could help us out a lot, where your position might not even be needed.
Oh my God!
But unfortunately, we can't think that far ahead.
Extremely unfortunate.
Yeah, well, that's the idea, is trying to reduce those barriers to that trade so that people have the opportunity to plan ahead. It's not some big rigmarole thing. And then, the cool thing is documents are changeable. It's not, you're not signing away forever. You sign your documents, you can sign a new one every week if you wanted to.
Oh, there you go.
This week I'm marrying you. Next month I'm marrying somebody else. Change that swiftly, huh?
The divorce might take a while, but
changing the name on getting my money, right?
Yeah.
Change
the documents.
Changing my will.
You still got to go through the whole divorce process. I can't help with that.
Married.
Don't get married before you go to probate. Be probate. That's
That is such a good line.
That's a dude. There's another T-shirt. Before you go to probate, be probate.
Where'd you come up with that one?
on the fly, literally, dude, right now.
On the fly.
On the fly. Hey, there you go. Yes, on the fly. Hey, there you go.
I got to say that one more time for the people out there.
But before you go to probate, be probate. There you go. All right. And yes, put a hand out in your future. And it's instead of a foot forward, a hand out.
If you don't get that one, go look it up.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Oh my gosh. It's always off the rails here. You never know what's going to happen. I should probably play some commercials to say thank you to once again our wonderful sponsors who have signed up this year. This month, of course, for the month of August, we have our great sponsors that I want to say once again thank you to A Proper Fit, Neo City Creative, of course, Precision Diamonds, and Sign and Design Shop Reno. We love you guys, man. Roland and Cheryl, much love to them. Me and Grayson both survived Wiener Wednesdays last week.
I missed it.
I know, dude.
I went up to the lake. And
it's okay.
You also missed out the premiere of Grayson Lee in a hot dog.
Yes, you did. And you also missed the premiere of Jello Wrestling. And Jay Stu, how was King of the Cage?
King of the Cage was awesome, bro.
You went?
Yes, I went.
Okay,
yes.
I was over here going, where was?
No, me and my little dude, we showed up. We were there the whole time. He had a great time. Kudos to you, kicking up some tickets. You know, my little man had a good time.
Love it.
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
How old is he?
He's 11.
Oh, perfect
He's
age to impressionable.
Yeah, you want to know something funny? He's in the top. He's looking at me. He says, "Dad, they're not even punching that hard." I'm like, "Dude, you've never been hit by anything, let alone someone's trying to, take your face off." He's like, "They're not even really hitting that hard." I'm like, "Okay, you get up there and get in the ring."
That's funny that you say that, because when we had Mr. Throwdown on here and Noah the day before, on Thursday before the show, the cage match, he was like, "Man, everybody wants to fight until they get hit." Everyone
has a plan.
Exactly, and that's very true. And right there, no words better spoken ever than a kid just trying to be his kids say the dumbest things or darndest things. That could be.
Yeah, I don't know, like, bro. I mean, he's 11 years old, weighs about 70 pounds, soaking wet. So it's that. So he's not fighting anyone. I told him, I said, "Son, if you ever get in a fight at school or anywhere, if he's bigger than you, just run.
Twist his dick.
Just run. Kick him in the balls and then run. You can't fight.
Do a Johnny Cage for you.
Oh, there's the police, and then just run.
Yeah,
that's like,
what too?
Just like point that way and get out. That's funny. Well, I always jokingly say that I can talk my way out of any fight. Because I'm not a fighter, I'm a talker. And I've also been of the thought that I don't want my face to get messed up.
It is a pretty face.
Thank you.
It is.
I have all my
I can
teeth.
say that.
That's one of the first things that women say to me about my age. They're like, "You have your teeth. Your teeth look good." I was like, "Well, because I haven't done meth yet." Oh my god! Right,
The Mexican Americans.
Oh, that is crazy but true. Okay, switching to that. This coming Saturday from 5 to 9, there's a block party in Sun Valley. Troy Regas and the Lunch Lady are actually throwing their block party out there in Sun Valley. And you can go out and be a part of that. I'm not sure. I think they're going to have some buy rate pizza and refreshments and stuff like that, and different vendors. Oh, really? Okay, yeah. We should go out, Grayson. That will be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to that. But speaking of Troy and the Lunch Lady, they will be here tomorrow. Troy Regas starts taking over the airwaves at noon tomorrow from noon to 2. And he is not the Reno, not the Nevada, not the United States, but the worldwide president of the Hells Angels Motorcycle Club. We have massive 8-1 support here on the station. So, make sure you tune in to him for 2 full hours. Talks about all the corruption happening in Reno politics. And
that's a long show.
Could be
Hey, we got 2 shows that's kind of doing that right now.
Well, yeah, that's absolutely true. That's absolutely true. And the political scene.
I'm honest, huh?
Yeah. Well, yeah, there's a lot of money going to weird stuff.
I barely myself dived into it within the last month, and I'm like, there's so much. It's crazy.
When you find out that the Biden administration paid for like a transgender party or something like that in Ethiopia so that we could, there was something like that. I forget what it is, but there's just money everywhere. All administrations are bad. I'm just giving a random example of what we spent something like 40, $4 million on like a transgender party in Ethiopia just so we could
Gonna have to correct the record on that one.
Okay, what was that? Do you know?
It was a lot of people freaking out online with I can't remember the exact word, but transcendental mice experiments, which was like mice with muscular issues, and people just blew it out of proportion.
Trans mice?
No, it's
Oh,
I don't know the word
Oh,
for it.
yeah,
I'm not a scientist, but it was like mice with like muscular issues, and people took that and ran with it on Facebook and whatnot.
That's an old classic case of telephone.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that like how Wuhan started with a bat? You know, like someone ate a bat.
Yeah. It's like research, that kind of thing.
Well, but again, I don't, you hear these things.
Who knows these things,
Right. Well, hey, I mean, again, what was my saying the other day? Oh, there was a little plane that flew into a skyscraper in downtown Beijing, China. I don't know if you saw that or not. The plane basically was a little Cessna. They just bounced off the damn building. And what was it? I commented on there that jet fuel steam can't melt steel aside. So remember that one and feel free to use it. Jet fuel steam can't melt steel aside. Or didn't melt steel aside.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, feel free to use it. Anyway.
Nope. I'm not.
Right.
My brain would be.
That's not another T-shirt.
I don't know how many opportunities in life you get to use that one.
Right, not many. Not many. Yeah, I don't know. I gotta ask this because as public administrator, Blaze, again, I want people that are maybe just joining the program because you've been on with us since 4 and 5:38 right now, so we're blazing through this. Like, no
Blazing
pun
through it.
intended. No pun intended. We got to ash the point real quick. But no, seriously, tell the people, maybe a second hand, I guess is what you could call it here, of how, what it is exactly the public administrator does for the county. Because I think this is very important for people that are like, okay, it's just another politician. It's not that. That's why we're trying to have a conversation, with you I call it humanizing people, because you could come on for 15 minutes and be like, well, here's all these 3 things I'm changing. And people's like, okay, well, there he goes. There's the politician. I'm trying to deep dive and actually conversate with you so that people know exactly who you are and what you're about, dude. That's why it feels great about these kind of conversations. But what exactly can you do in office? What do you do? Explain the public administrator's office.
Yeah, appreciate it. If I explained it directly, people would start falling asleep in their cars on their way home because it's a lot of legalese, legal jargon, Nevada revised statutes, etc. But the way I like to put it, and the way I describe it to most folks, because I get this question a lot. People go, "What does that do?" I've heard of it. Maybe even seen it on the ballot, but what do you do? So we essentially, or the public administrator's office and the elected official, the public administrator, becomes the de facto executor of somebody's estate when they've passed away and they no longer have somebody, or they don't have somebody to represent. It could have been the executor had failed. Maybe they passed away, right? Them too. They didn't have next of kin to represent themselves, or the next of kin is unavailable, right? So there's no representative. So the county appoints somebody to represent that estate to make sure that we find people who could be inheriting the assets, and then to take care of the individual's, items, right, and maybe their home or whatever they might have had, and try to get those to the family members who could inherit those assets, and also letting those family members know that this, their loved ones passed. And also, often it is signing off on cremation orders for the state to pay the cremation orders for people who really couldn't have afforded it. Like people, houseless people, homeless people, those types of folks.
What's the most rewarding part of your job?
I don't have a job right now, but
or what you where we're sending the vibes out, you were already going to win.
Perfect. I love it. I love the vibes.
In the card.
Yeah, for me, it's the education. Going out there and educating people and teaching them about the subject of estate planning, because there's a lot of information out there in what I like to call the knitting circle, right? people say, "Oh, well, if you have this happens, or if you have this happens." And I hear so much incorrect information about documents, wills, powers of attorney, trusts, etc. Who needs what, why you need each one. And I like to correct the record. I like to go out, educate folks, and I like to hear that. I like to see that aha moment from my audience.
Okay.
So I'd say that's definitely one of those.
Can I ask you a question though? How deep dive do you guys go looking for said person? So who's paying for this? Who's paying for this? Someone passed away, and you're looking at their records and trying to find the next of kin, right? And so all that costs money, right?
Right.
So who's paying for this?
And
How deep and how far does that rabbit hole actually go, Blaze?
Yeah, good question. So it's going to depend, right? When it comes to, let's say, a homeless person who passes away, right? And they're not going to have a bunch of assets available, right? So the county and, America in general takes care of our dead, right? I think it's what separates us from the beasts, honestly.
Okay.
Is taking care of our dead. And so the state is definitely going to step in and pay for those cremation orders, and to make sure the remains are taken care of. If it was a larger estate, right, somebody who maybe is a homeowner, maybe has a couple $100,000 and some accounts and whatnot, the estate is actually going to pay for the administrivia that occurs there. In what we call, it can either be outside of court or in court, right? In probate court, either intestate or in general. So the estate pays for it directly as essentially a tax for all the administration that occurs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it depends on, really, does somebody have anything or.
All right.
All right. Well, hey, man, let's go to a quick commercial break before we end the show. We're going to have about 15 minutes when we come back. So thank you once again for joining us here on Being Blunt with Jay Biggs, as we are live each and every Monday through Friday, 4 to 6 o'clock. We have the 420 roll call every day. If you want your business or, your name shouted out, we will do that for you. If you've got something you want to talk about, a bitch, gripe, or complaint, maybe you just want to come down and listen and have your coffee. We appreciate you being here. So come on down. 4001 South Virginia. It's still 6 o'clock. Being Blunt with Jay Biggs. We're going to be right back. Let's get a word from our awesome sponsors.
It's a sign and design under the Reno sky, where the high desert sun keeps the spirit dry.
Storefront signs, vehicle wraps, banners, decals, and logos. If it puts your name in front of Reno, the Sign and Design Shop makes it. Custom built, fast, and done right the first time. Sign and Design Shop, 775-357-8900, or find us online at signanddesignshop.com.
Shining down on the best little shop in this neon town.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
At A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support, and guiding them to the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by A Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Mall today, and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
We're talking to Victor from Precision Diamonds. Victor, where do I go to get my jewelry fixed?
You need to come to Precision Diamonds and meet Mo. Mo is the best jeweler in town. He's been with me 17 years. He has an amazing following. Everything's done in-house. You'll be surprised how many customers, how many friends will not let anybody else touch their jewelry except for Moses.
Mo is a part of your family.
He is my nephew. He is the future of the business. We've created a design center where we can create, design exactly what you're looking for. And if it's just a matter of coming in, let us inspect it, clean it, so to make sure that everything's safe, everything gets done while you wait. If you have a very specific job to be done that needs to be done while you wait, let's call us, come on in, let's set up an appointment. He'll talk to you and tell you the whole process of what he's doing while you wait, while you watch him. This way, there's never question about what was done. And he guarantees everything.
So see Mo at Precision Diamonds.
Absolutely. Come and see us.
Thank you, Victor. Precision Diamonds, your local jeweler across from the convention center.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style. It's 93.7 on your FM dial, 103.3 FM as soon as it's back up from the fire damage. And of course, we have 1400 AM here on the station. And what's good about that is that 1400, I was just explaining to Blaze, at nighttime, they turn up the signal and it goes all the way to Elko. And I do have a friend that I'm friends with on Snapchat that lives out in Elko. And I did ask her to prove to me if it's actually hearable out there. And she said, by golly, yes, you can actually hear. She didn't say the words by golly. But she did say, yes, you can absolutely hear it out there. It's not the best, but it does come in. Kind of like how I was explaining to Blaze here, you can literally, my old station in LA, KFI AM 640, if you get out here at 5 o'clock at night or in the morning, and you turn your radio on, your FM radio, you can hear KFI or AM radio, you can hear it. It bounces all the way over here, which is crazy, but true. So check that out. Well,
that's that money.
I guess they also have things like salespeople and engineers just chilling. Yeah, things I don't have. You know, what we do have, we've got the best engineer in the world. I will say that. Shouts out to Barry Sears, Valerie Ferrari, and Thad, who's been helping us out tremendously with a lot of stuff here. And so I'm very excited to, get the market going and get them, used to the fact that we got 30 new shows here. Bro, yes. And I'm whittling it. I have whittled a few things down. We've had a couple shows that have dropped during the day, and I've moved some stuff at night upwards. So I was working at first 9 to 9 Monday through Saturday. Yeah, it was bad. Now it's down to where all my Saturday guys, you're making me crazy. Yes. Or do you mean like, hey, man, gotta go to work.
Gotta go to work, man.
Like, what kind of doctor are you? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I'm a proctologist, I'm a dermatologist, I'm a radiologist, a proctician, and I help run the flower shop.
If
I do it all, man.
If there's nothing more true than that, because everybody
Oh
on
my
the station
God, I'm
does that
Hey-Man
much.
of radio.
Yes. Oh my
I love it.
God.
Hustle, baby. It's hustle. You gotta hustle. You hustle because you have a dream. You have a dream, and you know what you got. You know what you have here, right? So you're putting in the work to grow this beautiful station, to make it what you want it to be. And so I'm all for it. I'm all behind it. And I think Reno's going to be too, Jay.
I would love for that to be the case because, I like to bring things together. And the town is something I would love to get together as well, bring them together. Because, man, there's just so, I don't know how to say it other than the fact that, Reno has come together a week or two. It's very, very impressive with these fires. I mean, very, very impressive. And if we could just come together like that all the time, we'll be okay.
Yes, we would be.
Yeah.
Reno, you hear us? You hear us right now? You see what we did with the fires? Let's make that every single time, please. Hey, Mom! What the bobblehead?
Can we even say that the hardest working West Indian family?
That is wow.
Honestly, could we get away with In Living Color nowadays anymore? Like, is it like I'm sure it's played on some network, but like late at night.
I mean, if you keep it clean like we do, then yeah, absolutely we could.
I feel like again, I was to 1,000,001 people.
I see them.
Lonzo's
He's
like,
nope, absolutely not possible.
He didn't like Haymon.
No, it's the fact that us keeping it clean and trying to bring in living color back. He's like, not absolutely.
No, it
nope.
wouldn't be worth it. I would love to. I mean, like a new version of In Living Color, but I just feel like somebody in TV land would just feel too sensitive about it. It's all, Dave Chappelle, season 1 and 2. If you want to know my comedy and you want to know me pretty well, I can literally recite almost every skit, on Dave Chappelle season 1 and 2, and maybe even the long. But that's my comedy. That's my humor. And when you look at that humor, though, a lot of people now are like, "That's racist."
It doesn't exist anymore, right? It doesn't exist.
Well,
right?
it's. I think what it is it's like it's being
down.
real, and then like at the same time, and instead like I mean, I'm sorry, dude. It's like we used to jokingly say, if you're Asian, you drive bad. Now it's like, stop Asian hate.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
like,
when they get a little too soft. You know,
well, I'm just
a
saying
little too
that.
soft. That's my opinion.
Well, I'll tell you my opinion on that now. You don't have to watch out for the Asians on the roadway anymore. It's the old people. Bro, these old people are wild. It's old dudes that don't care, or old women. I mean, it's like they're just like in their final year. They're just like, screw it. This is Crash Bandicoot now. I'm like,
Or on the reverse side, they drive so slow that they cause other accidents around them, like it's a bubble.
Still a danger. Still a
Yes,
danger.
very much so.
Yeah, DWO, driving while old. It's something that definitely happens. But again, you know, it all I'm saying is that, you know, we used to like things like the skit with John Mayer, you know, like where he goes into the barber shop and it's like, oh yeah, you know, like you play a little drums and all of a sudden, you know, the blacks like start dancing, you know, but if you throw in some electric piano, all of a sudden the Mexicans are up and you know, you know, like things like this, but it's just you got to watch because man, some people are like so sensitive that you can't even get away with comedy right anymore. And I get there's a line. There obviously is a line where you're going and crossing the line with people with some stuff, but you should really like. I mean, when it comes to comedy, anyways, and I'm sure I know Lonze, who does our next show, which is Third Side, which is coming on here momentarily. Actually, I'm going to get the hell out of here in about 2 minutes. But he does comedy. He's probably the most well-known comedian here in Reno. IMO.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I feel like Bill Burr's done a good job on still keeping things like pretty raunchy and whatnot, but also not like I don't know. He hasn't been canceled.
He's been towing the line.
Yeah, towing the line. Yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe another guy who was doing it, Bob Saget.
Yeah, see, that's the laugh of approval. That's the laugh of approval.
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't. I will say too. Dude, his comedy was wild in the end. Some of his skits where he was talking about, you know, like banging the Olsen twins and stuff like that. I was just like, okay, yeah,
I missed that one.
I missed that one.
Yeah, okay.
Unhinged Saget. That's all it was.
Yeah. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. I mean, hey, he's gone now. Rest in peace, I guess, or whatever. Anyways, hold on. Lonze he has something he wants to say. Hold on, go ahead.
So Bob Saget was not the Full House dad everybody thinks. This dude was raunchy. He had like a Harry Weinstein effect to everybody. They asked him a question. They said, "How can you tell the difference between Mary Kate and Ashley?" He says, "Ashley swallows." That's a little bit you should know about Bob Saget.
See, hey,
Well,
he's not lying.
I had no idea.
He's not lying.
We'll be up on game.
Right.
Game,
He
you know?
got crazy in the end. I mean,
That's
stuff.
That's why I said unhinged Saget.
I almost felt like, how would I say this? I almost felt as if he was doing like shock jock comedy, you know, like almost like he didn't really maybe think that stuff, but he was like, "What's the craziest thing I could possibly say?" You know, like I shaved Dave Coulier's balls or something. You know, I don't know, just something stupid, right? It's just like out of nowhere that would just make people go, not like me. I try to say things that are not said on the air, but nothing like Bob Saget. Anyways, all right. Remember, silly Saget. Twins are for kids.
Hey, yo, what? Man, we are out of here. It's I, Grayson Negra Neho Lee. You want to check out any website building, come hit me up at GraysonLeeExperience.space and Facebook and IG at Grayson Lee 2007. 50 bucks.
Or Jay Stu, Blaze Jorgensen. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
At A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support and guiding them to the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by A Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Mall today and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com. and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss. It's a direct reflection of your business.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the third side of the radio. You know that's happening because you hear that jazzy track playing. Thank you, Biggs, for the jazziness in my life. I appreciate that. Here on the third side, I'm an interesting person. I talk to interesting people about interesting subjects. They don't have to be experts or PhDs at it, but everybody's kind of smart about something. Today, I'm really excited because our guest today is my boy Xavi, and we're going to talk about something that is near and dear to my heart. Now, normally, I sit and talk to people that know much more than me about subjects I have no idea about, but I'm so excited to be here with Xavi and talk to you guys today about behavior. Xavi, how you doing, man? And I deserve. I deserve. That's a. I mean, is that a mechanism that like a mantra you say to yourself?
Yeah, I stole it from Dave Ramsey, but I adopted it because no matter how good you are, you're still better than you deserve. I don't think I deserve anything. It's all because of God's grace.
Sure. What got you so fascinated with just behavioral psychology and just people in general?
I love to understand how people work. It's really interesting to me. And then I did door-to-door sales, so I had to be in the trenches.
Definitely. One second. Hey, Biggs, background checks for all of us. Okay. So when you're doing door-to-door sales, you have to be personal. Like, you have to be able to talk to different people, different walks of life, different creeds. How do you do that, and how many doors got slammed?
A lot of doors got slammed in my face, countless, thousands of doors. That's why right now I don't take rejection personally. When you get rejected enough times, it's like that. And yeah, they're not slamming the doors in my face just because they don't like me per se. I'm sure if I saw them on a different occasion, it will be different. But yeah, I just got used to it. It's like, okay, the next door. But when I just started, though, it was kind of really hard to get over that hump. But I got over it.
What is it about rejection that makes it just destroys some people?
Most people don't like being told no. They think being told no is failure. or they're not doing something right. And I hate when people would always just say, "Oh, don't take rejection personally." I mean, it's easier said than done, but I won't tell someone not to take rejection personally. I'm going to tell them that, hey, if you want to get immune to rejection, just go out there and get rejected as many times. That's the only way you're going to get.
It's kind of like explosion therapy, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Like
That's
anything that you can't do well or you're afraid of, expose yourself more to it, kind of gain an immunity.
Yeah, exactly. And because this is the thing, your brain doesn't know that a rejection isn't good. And especially because our ancestors in their time, they had to be fighting tigers and all of that. So that's the same psychological response. If you don't have that response, that means you're not alive. And all your ancestors are alive. Because our ancestors lived, we have that response. So anything that is threatening to us, we will treat it. Yeah, our brain don't know the difference of being attacked by a tiger. And so the more you expose your brain to that, is the better it is. And the brain is like, okay, we're actually
Suffering, I'm just in slight discomfort of it. Right?
Exactly.
A lot of what you do is you do these social media videos, right? Instagram, Facebook, you're on YouTube as well, right?
Yeah, I do YouTube,
Good,
but not
man.
no lot.
Your videos are interesting to me, not just because they're about human behavior, day-to-day things. But you're not just giving tips or tricks, you're giving observational perspectives, which I appreciate as well. How the hell do you boil a specific part of human behavior down into a 30-second thing? Like, how do you get that on the screen? And I don't see you don't have edits, right? You just have something ready to go. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I have scripts, of course. I have scripts that I write to make sure that I don't do any major edits. I just cut the silence out and put the That's all I do. And it's not easy, it's a lot. But I would say after a while of doing it, I can say, okay, for example, if you want to get something done and not overthink it, you just count down from 5. And while you're counting down from 5, get up and do that. So for me, if I see an attractive girl and I want to say hi, and I read her body language, if she's not closed off, she's open, I would just get up and count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 while I'm counting. So I'm just already in the motion.
Right. Right. Like you put certain stipulations on yourself where if you were to back out, it makes it even worse for you.
Yeah.
Right. Like I already committed this way. And it's funny that you brought up the example and scenario of like trying to talk to a girl because your example right before that was about rejection.
Yeah.
A man trying to talk to a girl, nobody in this lifetime does more rejection than that. So how do you deal with that in the moment?
In the moment, honestly, as I said, door-to-door sales for me just got me immune to rejection. So for me, I just get over it. I'm like, okay, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I don't. And as I said, you just have to read the body language. If someone is on the phone talking, if someone is buried in their laptop, got headphones, they don't want to be approached. So don't go to them.
Just simple awareness.
Yeah. But if someone is looking around, they're smiling, you guys make eye contact and they smile a little or whatever, they're open. Go, say hello. And after you say hello, if they're warm, keep a conversation going. But if you realize it's one word answers and they're not interested, just cut it. That's the reason why so many men are creepy today, because they don't understand how to read body languages. Okay, you think she was giving a signal. You said hi, it's not happening. Okay, just move on. Right? Yeah, but don't force the issue. yeah, you're going to be labeled as a creep.
Yeah. I mean, you bring up a great point. In today's society, man, I think we're dealing outside of just female and male gender dynamics. I think we're dealing with a lot of people that are closed off in one way or another. Um, how do you speak to that? Why are so many people, man, woman, old, young, everybody's closed off, everybody's guarded, everybody's hesitant? I'm sure you want to speak to somebody in just good morning and they just look like you. I don't want to buy anything, or scared, or hesitant, or whatever. Why is this happening? Why is society happening?
You know, that's a great question. And honestly, I don't know. I really don't know. I have to do some research on what's happening. But I think it's maybe the media, what's happening on the news, the news and the media, they tend to show the worst of the worst and over exaggerate things. So I guess people would see that and say, "Oh, I don't want to talk to any guy. I don't want to even say good morning to anyone." So I really don't know what's happening with that. It's something that I have an issue with, to be honest.
Go into that a little bit.
The issue that I
Yeah,
have with
yeah.
people. Yeah, I say this is my most controversial take ever, but it's okay to be
Good point.
Yeah, it's okay to be kind. People make kindness, and notice I didn't say nice. I said kind because I don't want to friends. I don't want nice people. I want kind people who challenge me, people who tell me the truth. And being kind, if I tell you good morning, just say good morning, whatever. That's being kind. If I ask you how your day is, just say good. You don't have to tell me everything. Just say good and move on. At least I get a response. If I text your phone, don't respond after 2 weeks. Oh, I was busy. You're broke like me. What are you busy for? Just tell me you couldn't pay your phone bill or something. Something like that. That's being kind.
What do you, that specific example, what do you chalk that up to? Because I'm a notoriously terrible responder. There's some messages that people can send that don't really deserve a response, or they're not looking for a response, they're looking for the message land, right? So maybe that's the response they're looking for. So for somebody like me, I might not respond to a message because I've acknowledged it, I understood it, and I'm gonna move forward. If there's nothing to say after this, uh, how would you classify that as kind, nice, or different?
I don't know. If Of course, if a message is sent and it doesn't need a response, yeah.
Right.
But if I ask you a question or I say, "Hey, what's up?" or something along those lines, you know it needs a response.
Right, because it's pertinent to the day.
Yeah. But if it's a message, I'm just updating you on some information. I don't care if you respond. I'm just updating you. But most people, you ask them, "How are you doing? How's everything? How's life?" No response.
You're just low on their totem.
Yeah. So,
do you think anybody is fully 100% altruistic? Do you think that's a thing that can be done in this world? Altruistic is somebody that is fully selfless. So somebody, when I say fully selfless, I mean I'm not even going to give you this water because I'm a good person and I want others to see it. I'm gonna give you this water because I don't want you to die. And if nobody was here, I'm still giving you this water. Right? Altruistic people really will get the shirt off your back and never expect you to have to acknowledge it or have to broadcast what they did.
okay. I don't think anyone is 100%.
Yeah, I don't
And
know.
I wouldn't want anyone to be either.
Right.
Because even if the plane is crashing, they tell you, save yourself first. You can save others if you're not in a position. So you have to make sure you're in a good position first, and then you help others. But if you can help others along the way, that's fine. But I'm not for, "Oh, let me give you my car and I'll take the bus." No, I'm not going to do that. If I I can buy you a car, I will. I'm not going to give you the last of what I have, which is funny because I guess to some extent the Bible would. I don't know. I don't think I can.
I don't think it's a idea to be so selfish that it's a detriment to yourself. Right? I think what is the age old trope? You can't help anybody if you can't help yourself. So what do you tell somebody that needs to transition from helping everybody to helping themselves? But everybody relies on them. Their friends, their family, their groups, they look at them as the strong pillar, as the person that not can't have a problem, but doesn't conceivably have a problem. What do you tell that person? How do you stop from exalting yourself to help yourself?
It depends on how old that person is, how long they've been doing it. Because if they're older, there's nothing you can do. You can't teach an older language tricks. It's just the truth. But if they're younger, and I will say too, it's normally a trauma. People face it's a trauma response. Yeah. So you learn from a young age if I just say yes and I don't say no, I'll be safe. So you get older and you're just people pleasing, even putting yourself in a detriment.
Yes, 100%.
And for those people, I will say, hey, just start off small. Someone invite you out, just say no.
Yeah.
Just say no, no explanation. Because if people please, they say no, they're gonna give you a long explanation. I can't do this. Just say no. Unless, I always just say no, unless it's something I really, if it's someone that is a friend and I just really respect, I'll be like, hey, I'd love to, but I'm busy.
Yeah.
That's anyone else outside of that group.
What's the power in the word no?
For me, it gives me a lot of power.
Okay.
When I just tell them no with no explanation, hey, can you come to this?
Right. So that sounds like dark psychology now. It's just satisfaction for you.
Yeah, so yeah, I've been a people pleaser. I'm still a people pleaser to an extent, but not as much anymore. I won't put myself at a disadvantage. Well, it all depends. It all depends. Because I believe friendship should inconvenience you.
Understood.
At times. So yeah, I put myself at disadvantage for friends a lot. Outside of that, socially, I'm really
Have you been harder through life?
to an extent, I will say. And it's funny because the more you study psychology, the more empathy you feel. So the more you understand people, the more you can be like, well, someone cut you off in traffic and then they show you a middle finger. You won't get angry at people. So, well, that's just a broken child. That's someone who wasn't like now they're older. It's their
Or simply somebody having a bad day.
yeah.
That person woke up on the wrong side of the bed. It's really not even about me right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But how do you stop yourself from being so jaded? You know what I mean? Like whatever the opposite of it is, so jaded where you say, I've been hurt, I've been done this way, I've been betrayed, blah blah blah. Therefore, everybody's gonna do it. Let me go into that shell that we spoke of. It's a hard question. I'll give you that. You know what I mean? But family member broken down, sitting in front of Shavi. Shavi, help me. What do you do?
I would say baby steps. Crawl. Trust your friend by telling your friend something small. Something that won't hurt
Right.
others.
Right.
And just start with that. And what is big too, the more you open up to someone, they will open up.
very true.
So start off with something small, and they will tell you something small, and you realize you can trust that person. Whatever. But that's the thing I will say. Baby steps. What else? My thing is, I know a lot of times people want a magic answer, something to happen now. But my answer is just yeah, that's my answer. And for example, I believe that confidence comes after confidence.
So yeah, it should.
Yeah,
It
for
should.
the most part. But you had guys like, what's his name? Frank Abagnale, the name of the movie outfit.
Isn't Leonardo DiCaprio?
I don't remember. Maybe.
What's the premise?
He, he was not a pilot, but he acted like he was a pilot. And people thought he was.
Okay.
And that's just his confidence.
Right.
Like you can move over anything in life, just confidence. If I'm lying to you, if I'm going out of bar and I'm 20 and I look at the security with ultimate confidence and say, listen, man, I promise that I'm putting on XXXXX. Once they don't have a strict rule to be like, okay, you have to show your ID. I'm gonna let you in. Because that's the confidence. If you don't know what you're doing, if you just walk in short, you don't know that. You have no idea.
Right. But that only goes so far.
So when I always use a simple example, when I started driving, I didn't even want to be no, I didn't. Too many cars were moving too fast. And I say, you know what? No, I'm not confident enough to drive. So the more I grow, the more I improve myself, it's the more confidence I have. And I say, oh, I can do this.
Yeah.
I know how to switch lanes real fast if I have to. I can do it. So now I have the confidence because of the confidence is right.
Did you build that out of necessity? Because some people, if we're talking about day to day life, they would just take the back streets because of all those reasons. Never take the highway and never take the route to take the highway. Hey, dude, it's quicker to get to work. I don't care. Hey, this I don't care. Was it something that you're like, you know what? I feel competent enough to go on the highway. You're like, I gotta go to California. I have to get on the highway.
It's funny. I had to drive to Reno from Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I had
How long was that?
35 hours.
Is this your first time on the highway? Cowboy.
Yeah, it's the good thing I had a friend with me driving because my first time on the highway, I wasn't good. I was missing it. No, I was taking exits I wasn't supposed to take. I'm like, oh, wait, what am I doing? How fast am I going?
You're thinking back on it, huh?
Oh yeah, it was. Even my friend now, he always, yeah, it was at the party. We made the joke. We made the joke when we went up. That guy?
Was it the black dude?
No, the white.
He went on stage. Yeah, I vaguely
Yeah.
remember.
He was talking about my driving skills because it was
Okay. But he had the trust in you to sit back and let it happen.
Yeah.
That goes a long way. Having somebody in the corner like that. How much? I mean, you're from Jamaica. When did you come to the States? So your upbringing, your background, Jamaica.
Yeah.
How much do you think environment really shapes you? I'm not going to ask you nature or nurture because it's an unfair question. But how much do you think this environment or any environment somebody's in really affects them?
You do have anomalies. So I will say Jamaica, socially they're conservative.
Okay.
They're conservative. A
Well,
lot of
majority.
things, yeah, will not lie. But at the same time, they are, what would I say? because in Jamaica it's different. No one is gonna advocate for stuff like that. It's just American stuff.
Yeah.
Anyone brings it up, it's just
cut down. Yeah.
in a lot of social issues.
It's not even a topic.
Right.
Like when I watched what is it, Morgan to Uganda or something, and they asked him, "What do you think? What do you have?" They do that. Yeah. So I mean, it's a double-edged sword because, of course, in America we have our freedoms, but certain freedoms, and I don't want to get too political, but freedoms come with high sense of infighting. And if you can, just for oligarchy that is the government, maybe that's not too bad.
I mean, if you want freedom, you have to. There's throughout history you get freedom by.
So what was different from your adult life? Because you lived adult life there and here. What is your different society, social interactions as far as friends, and do you have family out
In Jamaica?
Oh, here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's cool. That's
Yeah.
cool. Okay. Well, how do you? What's your friend group there versus what you've acquired as far as your friend group here?
So I actually think that I have more friends. In Jamaica, I have like close friends, and a lot of people. But in Jamaica, it's really harder to make friends. So I go to a coffee shop and strike up a conversation with a stranger, and then we exchange numbers on Instagram and say, hey, let's do this.
People kind of keep to themselves, or
They will talk to you and be nice. They're just a stranger. They don't know if you're up to something bad. You can set them up. Start to do things like this. That's where it comes.
So trust is a little fraction.
Trust. Versus America. Yeah, you see how the food do. Let's hang out. Let's go to the movies.
It's true. It's a slight comfort, right? Do you maybe a touchy subject, but I'm gonna ask anyways. Do you have any like addictions? And I'm not just speaking of drugs, right? But like, do you have anything that is an obsession, an addiction, a dependency? You know what I mean? Things like that.
Nicotine.
Nicotine.
Yeah.
Really? I had no idea. You don't smoke cigarettes?
No, Dave.
Okay. Oh yeah. Oh,
I've been off days for 6 years now.
yeah, just the phrase alone. I've been off days. There's a kid right now listening to this, scratching their neck, wondering where's my vape.
It's just really crazy. The reason why I stopped is because I do breath exercise every day, and I tested something called your Volt score. Like your Volt score is basically how much carbon dioxide you kind of manage or whatever. So I started off. It was 7 seconds. I went without accident, and that is dangerous. The golden standard is like 40 seconds. And I'm like, I'm already over it. That would be pretty fast. And then I know that vaping definitely will add to that. And since I stopped 6 days ago, I have 26 seconds.
That's fast.
Yeah. Because I do several, I'd say maybe every day, 20 minutes just to slowing down my breath and all of that. Because the more you breathe, the faster you die. So that's why overweight people always they die pretty quickly.
Okay.
Because the more you breathe in. There's this guy I follow. He shows how long even animals live. And the animal that live the longest is a goat, and they breathe for like
It's interesting. I didn't know there was a correlation between your breaths, like the speed of it.
Yeah.
It's probably into the strength of it too, like strong, fast grunting. So you talked earlier about in society having social awareness and picking up on social cues. Figure that out. Because a lot of people wear masks, bro. A lot of people put masks on and put on a happy face. For somebody you care about, how do you break through that mask? See that they're not in a good spot and provide them something that would be edifiable and receptible. You know what I mean? Where they would receive it.
For me, I don't know. Maybe it's a sixth sense, but I can actually tell there's just the energy. There's just something about energy which is so real. If something is off with one of my friends, I can just know it out. What's up? And especially with my close friends, we develop a very vulnerable relationship where we tell each other what's really happening.
Right.
And even though it's vulnerable, you still have some things that you still don't want to share because you might feel judged about it. So what I love to do with everyone I talk to, I don't judge them. I don't make them feel judged. I'm always there to listen and ask follow-up questions and let them know that I'm listening and I'm hearing what they're saying. And when you do that, you really realize people just like, open.
Right.
And it's funny because I play pickleball with a group of guys every week. And a couple of the guys said I mentioned something about my brother, and a couple of the guys said, "Wait, you had siblings?" And there's another one said, "Wait, you're from Jamaica?" And they're like, "I don't think I know." So yeah, because
Yeah.
I just listen and I ask questions. The focus is never about me. I'm not going to tell you, "Oh, I have brothers." If that's not in the conversation, it's not going to come up. Jamaica's not in the conversation, it's not going to come up.
Right.
I'm
Right.
just there to listen to you and have a conversation which you will enjoy because you're doing most of the time.
Right. Right. I
So
mean, being inquisitive is a huge skill to have. But from an inquisitive person to another, I understand being overly inquisitive can get you in trouble and it can rub people wrong very fast.
younger, that was definitely something that I had to. In Jamaica, they say you're fast. You're too fast.
Too big.
You're too fast. Everything I wanted. I just wanted to know everything. The neighbors gossip. I wanted to know everything. Nothing that I did not want until I realized it's a problem and it's good for people around. And it's just not good for especially a man. So, listen,
Well,
because I guess in Jamaica it's a feminine.
I think,
Guy that wanted to know the gossip, the rumors.
right. That I totally understand, but I'll push back a little bit. I think being inquisitive is smart, and I think it can be extremely masculine because you have to have a certain control and power to ask certain questions. If it's burning in your heart to actually say, I'm going to ask this question so I can understand what's really going on, rather than not asking or letting it ride. An issue that I personally really don't like with people is when they're not inquisitive and they piece together the situation, they piece together their experiences, and then they put that into their filter, that is their brain, and it renders out whatever conclusion they have. And while not being inquisitive, they never actually find out what's happening because they think they know it. What do you say to that? You don't got to do just turn your head, bro. We all good. It's like there's a cop there. It's all good. Yeah. Be casual around it.
Yeah, so with that, I agree. I 100% agree. I just think there's a fine line between too inquisitive and just inquisitive enough to understand others and just simply know what's happening. So yeah, there's a fine line because I always say ask questions, especially in sales. You have to ask questions. So you have to know how to ask questions, when to ask it, the type of questions
When do you know? I mean, speaking in the sales business, we're gonna apply that. How do you know when it's not worth asking the question? That person's not going to buy from you, no matter what you say, no matter what questions you ask. How is it not going to buy it from the question?
That's the thing. So
Well, from the answers you receive from the questions that you ask, don't you think at some point they're giving you enough body language or words, and you're not making, right?
well, if that's the case, I'm not
I'm saying, how do you decipher that?
gonna. It shows. So yeah, especially in ordinary sales, you're like right, they're like. So you
In
can
their
tell,
house.
yeah. You can tell with the eyes. You can tell how they're closed off in terms of the way they're yeah. You can tell, but if that's the case, you always want to try to say something to get
An icebreaker. But what do you do when you get in new environments? You have a lot of experience going to new scenes, new environments, Jamaica, to Alabama, here and doing comedy, New York, all these things. How do you ingratiate yourself in a group of strangers?
I listen. I listen to first. I always want to know what the city sort of is like, how people are. So maybe at first I will just go out, not with anyone, just by myself, observing the environment and how operate. And then okay, maybe I can do this. Yeah. And even just talking because when I just meet someone, they don't know that. Even people at work, they don't know that. Plus, I don't know them. So if I don't know you well, or I'm not comfortable around you, you will never know that. Yeah, most of the time. So, yeah, I observe, listen, and then I would add my 2 cents. If this is a group that I like and everyone else is cool, then we'll meet my real person.
If you had the ultimate authority to eliminate one bad or toxic trait amongst humanity, what would it be? Like you heard mine earlier, it was the quick conclusions. Hypocrisy. Good one. Good one.
If you don't like me, tell me.
Yeah.
Don't smile when I turn my back and say, snap.
Yeah, right.
You don't like me, tell me you don't like me. Don't. I just hate it. I hate the fake smiles. I just tell me how you feel. Don't string me along. You don't.
You're playing a game with honesty at this point, and society is not built on honesty. And I think people are in a sense of self-preservation, and they might smile in the face for the better means of their good. You know what I mean? And I'm sure that sometimes you smile in people's faces to keep the peace or not ruffle the feathers or anything like that. It's a weird dance we have to play with people up there.
Well, it depends. Depends on the situation. Because if I don't like it, they love it.
Right.
So I don't need to smile and keep the peace. They know that. And that's the thing. I try not to hate or dislike. So if there's someone I truly dislike, it's very bad. And they will. And when I see them, I will not smile at them. I'll just look at them very fast. And if they say something, I'll just respond.
Right.
Keep it short and keep it. I don't think I need to be quick. Straight. Because if I don't like someone, I guarantee it's something that they have.
How honest are you with yourself?
In what sense?
In all senses. In a situation, here's one that I think people battle with a lot. When people are wrong. You know what I mean? When people do wrong or get confronted, that's a big one. When you get confronted for being wrong, how do you deal with that? Or I I ask that question to anybody, they're not going to say they tuck their tail and run. They're going to say they're accountable. But how do you operate when somebody brings an uncomfortable conversation to you?
I love uncomfortable conversations. I even with my friends, I start uncomfortable conversations. I welcome it because that's how you grow as a person. That's how your friends. If you just have a friend who agrees with you, no hard conversation, never chat with you,
Yes,
that friendship is not on a solid foundation. Anything comes, it's gone. But if someone confronts me and say, "Hey, you did this wrong," I'll be like, "It just all depends on the situation." And most of the time, like, and people like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's something I always try to do. Just so that it's- And I'd say I have a solid medical issue. That's you basically teach yourself.
Okay, cool.
I know I'm not always right. So if someone corrects me, I'll say yeah.
No.
If I'm in a debate, well, it just depends on the type of debate and what I want to do. But if it's a good faith debate, I'm gonna say yeah. I think you're right on this one. Versus if it's something that I'm personally convicted of, there's no evidence you can tell me to change my mind. I just think this is wrong. And most of that comes from my religious background. Most of it comes from my religious background and the Bible. But anything I'm like, yeah, this is my conviction. It's wrong because of this, and that. And some people might say, well, you might talk to yourself anyway. Yeah, I might. It's fine.
Do you feel implied to have those conversations with people that have opposite views, or you're so steadfast in what you believe? What's the point?
No, I want to have conversations.
What's the goal of those conversations? Just to hash out different understandings, or to convince?
I wouldn't necessarily say to convince. Yeah, if you go into convince, you're not. But if you go in curious and you want to understand the person, like I have friends who don't believe it. I always have conversation. Funny enough, a lot of times they don't talk to me. That's true. And I say, you know that I'm shouting. It's gonna be a simple conversation. Why don't you do that? And if you look at most, a lot of them, they've just been hurt.
Yeah.
And they say, well, God can't be real because this happened.
Do you think people see you as condescending, even though you're not young and not being disrespectful? Do you think your calm tone is misinterpreted?
I think so.
Yeah. Why are you checking so much with that?
Because it's funny, people always say it to me.
Yeah.
They say I'm condescending or smart or it's just how I am. I'm not trying to be condescending.
That was going to be my question. It's just, you're just walking into this title. You're not really trying to live it out. But I think people see arguments and conflicts and they expect you to react a certain way. And when you don't, they have to take how you're reacting and find a box to put you in.
Mhm.
And I think that's what we suffer from a lot. If you were, because you don't have kids, right? If you had a child, impressionable years, say 5 through 12, what are 3 things you would say? This is gospel. These are behavioral things that will put you where you want to be in life.
Definitely say, well, I don't know if it would make them, I think it would make them better. Smart.
Okay.
So 5 to 12. Are you talking about household rules or just
Life, intermingling with society, with people, finding a significant other, finding good friends, staying away from bad friends. It's okay.
Always be curious. Don't necessarily believe everything you think. Not even because I told you something. You need to have that belief of your own. And it's easier said than done because when you are a kid, I'm imagining that you are that kid to turn out you want.
For the most part,
Yeah, so if they're going down another road, you're gonna say, "Oh no, do this, I want you to do this." But the truth is, no, you can't. They're their own body, so you can't control it. So I would let them know that. Always be curious. I'm always second when I said challenge every narrative.
I like that one a lot.
Mhm.
I've got a bad reputation. I lost a lot of good friends because I will try to get it.
And that's the thing. I don't think you're ever even good friends if you lose it, if you ask them to do that.
I think somewhere, but I also understand that people are fragile minded. And I'm not trying to say that to be insulting, but when you challenge somebody's ideology or something they really believe in or a perception they had, they don't like it. They fight, they fight, they fight. And even with overwhelming evidence, I've already came to my conception. I've already came to my conclusion. I'm not going backwards. It's good.
And even with that, I think you guys, once it's on a good foundation, you can agree to disagree and just
I
focus
I
on
never
what you
understood what that means. To agree to disagree is just a disagreement.
Yeah, like if I think that abortion should be I'm not gonna change, you're not gonna change.
Right.
So we're just gonna agree that this is what is and we won't bring it up. And we'll just focus on things that we agree on.
Okay. I see what you're saying. But you would bring it up because you like this conversation.
No, if we come to an agreement, not to
Are you ever the person to hit the brakes and say, you know what, this conversation is going nowhere. Let's just be done with it. Or is it usually the other person? Or the severity of the conversation.
depends. If I realize it's escalating to a point, I'll just stop it. I won't. Okay, you're right.
I got a few minutes left. I want to hit you with a couple of questions first. This is a fun one. I've noticed in life there's two different types of people during a conflict. There's one person that wants to be in the fire fully and will tolerate burns because they know that the fire extinguisher is on the other side of that burn. Other people will say the fire's there, it's getting a little too hot. I'll turn around and they'll wait for that fire to subside by itself and then come back. What do you say to people that are polar opposites of that? Here's an example. For me, I want to be in the fire. People say, "Oh, I just need a moment. I need a second just to gather my thoughts." That completely has the opposite effect on you. When you take that second to gather your thoughts and anxieties to the group saying, "I hope the misconceptions are getting confounded by something else." How do you find a middle ground between two people that have to live and coexist? What do you do? Well, what type of person are you first? Are you in the fire or are you waiting for it to die?
No, I'm not.
You're not in the fire.
I have a joke that I always said myself. I said, but I know they instigated it. They started the riot.
Never heard
but
that joke.
they started the riot.
Right.
But when the fight started, they're like, "Hey, I'm not fighting."
Right. That's funny.
That's how I am.
Okay.
I will start something. I'll just put the seed. And when they grab it and now they're in the fire, I'm like, "Hey,
Why? Is that's like a psychological tactic? Is that to win?
It is, I'd say, just to throw the person off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do that to throw people off. I like.
Well, at that point, you're not really trying to find a resolution. You're winning, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I'll be like, okay, I think this is
Yeah.
people like that. I don't know. I think hard. It's hard in a sense where, because no matter what I say, you will still have your say. You,
Not necessarily.
for the most part,
Nope.
really.
Yeah, because I
Some
mean,
people,
I'm still growing. Everybody's still growing. Everybody's still learning. For me, I've realized that okay, maybe I do need to allow a person to have some time to breathe and deal with my own anxiety and deal with the fact that maybe they are making it worse, and just keep my fingers crossed because at the end of the day, I don't want to act holier than thou or better than anybody, but I know my brain is stronger than a lot of people. So if I'm talking to somebody that I love and I care about, I'm like, they can't even deal with this conversation right now. I want to keep having it, but they can't deal with it. All right, take your little time. You know what I mean? But I don't like to do it, and I usually doesn't work out. They don't take that time, come back level headed. They usually take that time, come back, and never talk about the issue. So now you're on the island with the issue unresolved. That drives me up a wall. I don't like unresolved anything because
and most conversations with friends and street debates with friends, you'll never get it.
correct. Well, that's
99% won't get it.
that's like sport banter. Though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. I'm saying like with a loved one, a significant other, an intense
Oh,
conversation, right? And you're mad at each other. You both think each other did something stupid or wrong or whatever, and you try to talk it out. You talk for a minute, and then one person's like, "All right, I'm done." And they walk away because they need time.
Oh,
For me, I feel like that person that says, "Okay, I'm done," just hijacked everything because you're done on your terms. You
okay.
you were
Oh,
jousting.
that's different.
Okay.
I thought what you were saying earlier is like heated, but if it's like a significant other, yeah, you kind of have to be in the fire, but not to get like first degree burns.
Right.
Like more so room temperature, 90 degrees, because it's gonna get hot.
It's
Because
gonna
they're
get hot.
working things out together,
Definitely.
and I think that's the only way to work things out together. Don't leave. If you leave, it will not get better. In that context, you have to work it out too. I have so many tough conversations with my close friends, and while we were talking, we were heated. We were just,
Right.
with my close friends, none of us will shout or get they're like, oh. So we were talking.
I got some friends that we will shout and get angry and have everybody in the world thinking that we're gonna kill each other.
Yeah.
But we're not. That's how we communicate. We're passionate about what we're talking about, and that's just the volume we have. We're running down to the end of our hour. I want to leave our listeners with this. Shavi, if you could just give people one takeaway from human nature or a message or a mantra to tell themselves, anything to help people out, man. For listening.
I will say, yes, I will say what I will leave you with is always remember your perception is your reality.
Mm.
If you are ever driving and you don't need a car or you don't need a red car, you will not see a red car. But the moment you see a red car that you're going to buy, you're going to see red cars all over. It was always there. You just were looking for it. That's exactly what your perception does to you. It gives you what you look for. So change your perception. Change
Yes, sir. Shavi, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Oh, that's fast. all day. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dank Dad Radio on another Thursday night of sports. This is the Dank Dads right here. As always, to the right of me, I got my brother, Mr. Jeffrey Flexen. What say you, brother?
This is week 6 for the Dank Dad Radio. So
6 weeks, man.
We're 6 weeks in. It's going by fast.
I can't believe this.
In this greater Reno area on 103.3 and 93.7 FM radio in Reno, Nevada. Jay Biggs is smart.
He was. Jay Biggs knew exactly what he was doing.
I mean, he said he was waiting on our call. So I'm just, it is what it is. We're the Dank Dads, so we always do it proper. Like,
Are we live on radio now?
we are live on radio.
Oh my goodness. Where do we start this week, brother?
I
Where do
mean,
we start?
We got a lot of preseason football tonight. I think the Niners Raiders are in a kick fest right now. It's like 9-6. The last I saw at halftime, just field goals.
Okay.
This is week 3 of the preseason, right?
Right.
So we're getting there. We got a couple weeks out. Not next week, but the week after is when the season starts.
Okay.
And it's football season at that point.
All out football season. Is that right? Is that going on the whole time? Our song going on, our Dank Dad song on our live?
That's on our live stream. That's on our live
Salute to everybody on our live stream, man. Nothing but love, man.
We are the Dank Dad Sportscast. We go live every Saturday night, 7 p.m. The summer's a little bit of a downtime for the Dank Dad Sportscast on
Right.
YouTube, but we still are out in the streets doing a lot of other things. Tomorrow night we got Let's Get It On Boxing. Let's Get It On Promotions live at the Silver Legacy. We got a lot of cool friends that are fighting in that, guys that we've developed relationships with over the
Shout out
last.
to the Lanes brothers, man. Shout out to the Lanes brothers for allowing us in the building, man.
I'm excited for the night packed with fights and punches and
Yeah.
knockdowns and stoppages. I'm excited for all of that. I'm excited to have to maybe catch a fighter fall on my lap.
Because we sit that close. We actually sit that close to where we get a little blood and sweat.
It's going to be good content all night. If you want good content, now we're not live streaming the fights because we're not going to step on any toes in terms
Right.
of that situation. We got to respect that. But in between rounds and in between fights, you definitely can expect a lot of good content throughout the night on the Dank Dad Sportscast Instagram. Also, I mean, anything from reactions to knockouts as soon as we get that
Yeah.
camera rolling to interviewing the family members in the crowd of these fighters, interviewing fans,
This is what we do.
interviewing the fighters after they fight. It's a great night of boxing. The Lanes brothers just do a good job. It's just a great
It's
promotion.
an amazing. And listen, guys, I suggest you get your tickets for the Lanes brothers for the Let's Get It On promotion. If you don't have tickets, I promise you'll be missing one of the greatest boxing matches that's ever been brought to this beautiful city of Reno, the biggest little.
Yeah, and
Trust
I
me
mean
on
it's Ticketmaster. There's still tickets available. You probably missed your window on getting them from the fighters, which was no fees, right? You could skip the fees on Ticketmaster, but now you
Right.
got to get on Ticketmaster. So just get in there, have a good time. Silver Legacy staff, really accommodating. They got the drinks pouring all night. They got the security
Absolutely.
going.
The best staff over there. at
They got a
Silver
great
Legacy.
DJ over there. It's a great night in general, and you can catch the Dank Dads there tomorrow night. Content.
Bow. Now look at here, man. We're going to get into some NFL stuff right now. Jeffrey, the owner of the Niners, man, is buying women in all the wrong places, looking for love in all the wrong places, looking for love.
I think he's scouting tight ends. I think he's just on the recruiting trail. I think he's just trying to get ahead of the next year's draft.
$150 tight ends.
He actually
out there
didn't
in the-
he didn't buy it. He got arrested with the money in his pocket. They caught him on the way to the place.
Huh?
So he didn't actually partake in situations, which is why they couldn't really get him on anything crazy.
So what? He just ordered on the app
and was planning to go meet up. And if you see the police body cam, I mean, he's in just regular old clothes in a minivan rental. The family's
No.
from Ohio. That's where the main corporation of the money. for
He's
this
still
family.
an owner, though, right? He's
Of
still
course.
an
Of course.
owner. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was only charged with like disorderly conduct and something other 2 misdemeanors is what his bond was like less than
$1,000.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's not really anything. The body cam footage is pretty funny because it doesn't seem like the guys know who he is, and I mean, it's kind of in the sticks of Ohio.
I
So
don't
I
think he's going to
understand.
tell anybody who he is either at that point. He's like, yeah,
No, of course.
The Niners, so let me go.
They were just
I
saying,
don't
"Oh,
think
he's
that's gonna
a
work
real
out.
estate guy. He's a real estate guy because he had a bunch of money on him in general, like the black card and stuff like that." So, but the police show the $140 on the body cam.
So first and foremost, I looked up his net worth.
He's a womp. You get him a womp for sure. Like,
Yeah,
I mean,
but his
come
net
on.
worth is 540 something million. And then like in total assets, it's like 840 something million. He could have called any girl that he wanted, but he wanted some $150 Ohio tight end is what he wanted.
Like I said, I think the family's from there. There are corporations there, so it's home to him. But
What
I don't
does
know.
that have to do with him? Wanted a cheap tight end.
I think that's a little bit different than just searching out Ohio trailer park and flying there specifically. I mean,
In the sketchy van.
he's there.
At that.
He's there. I mean, I can't defend the guy. I don't know what he's thinking.
I'm just asking you questions about the
lives
49ers.
he lives next to a state, an hour flight where it's legal. It's a lot shorter flight. Again, their operations in Ohio, but whatever. I mean, so he's
There's
probably
no
there
whatever. I'm
often.
thinking the decisions are just poor.
Of course. Of
This
course.
is poor decisions.
It's absolutely poor decisions.
He could have called any OnlyFans model that he wanted and had a ball.
I don't know. I don't understand the thought process of these billionaires and multimillionaires. I don't understand it. He was sure as hell playing dumb when he got pulled over.
Oh, I suggest you do play dumb, sir.
And if you watch the body cam footage, there's no talking by the police. So open up the door, step out, hands behind. They get him handcuffed and in the car within a minute. And he's asking, "Can I ask what this is for?" And they're just stone cold silent. They're just
not saying a word.
So he definitely got caught. Like
So
they
this
knew
is
who
a-
he was.
This is a sting operation?
It must have been. He used some app or some website to locate this for $140.
I would have some people doing this. Now, I wouldn't do this, ladies and gentlemen, but I would definitely have somebody vetting the prospects for me if I was in that kind of if I was looking for that kind of action in the streets.
I don't understand it.
Okay.
There's no answer. There's no defending him. There's no nothing. It's just the timing of right before the season is just fabulous. Let me tell you that.
My God.
That's helpful. Like as if the substation isn't much, enough of a joke for the Niners right now that we now have to deal with this. And Robert Kraft.
Robert Kraft wiped his behind with the situation that went with him.
Totally did, and it went away quick.
It went away so fast.
Yeah, it was. Funny conversation. What a dummy. Gone.
Pew, gone. And we all know ain't nothing faster than pew.
Nothing
okay?
faster
Pew, gone. Now let me ask you this: the NFL has to get involved in this. Like, what do they do?
How though? If the criminal charges are only misdemeanors, like,
No.
do you think that they're just
No.
gonna investigate on that?
Yeah, they're investigating. They said that something has to be done. They have to. There's some kind of penalty that has to be given to this dude.
What is the penalty like?
I'm just simply saying we don't
Fines?
know. I'm asking you.
I don't know. Is it fines?
What you think it would?
I don't think you can take draft picks because it's not like a football operations. It's not like stealing tape or like putting footballs in the dryer. So it's not football related per se. It's just one of the.
No, I don't think they'll take draft picks.
You
but I
can't
think-
suspend them. Well, what is that?
I'm
That's not
asking
doing
you, what do you think when it comes to this on our side as two brothers, we both have two sides of the brain. What do you think that the NFL can do to punish this guy? Did they punish Robert Kraft?
I guarantee that they did. I don't know.
We never felt
specifics.
it. No one never felt.
But
that
nobody
punishment.
feels anything from the owners. They're not in the forefront.
Damn.
They're just a name, right? I mean, Robert Kraft is a person but I bet you nobody could pick the Jets owner off the street. Nobody could pick the Dolphins owner. Not many people are going to recognize what these owners look like outside of the fans of those teams, right? I couldn't tell you what the Seahawks owner looks like. So outside of Robert Kraft because he won a bunch of Super Bowls, so his face is everywhere. That's different, but I don't know. You just find them, I guess. I guess that's all that really can happen.
What does that fine look like? 20 million?
You think
10
it's that
million?
much? Nah, I don't think it's that much.
You don't think so?
Nah.
$1,000 bond.
Probably no more than 500,000.
Oh.
It ain't gonna be in the M's. I don't think there's fines that big in the NFL.
Well, sticking with the San Francisco 49ers, they're saying that Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers are starting to get into talks of Bill.
I don't know what algorithm you're watching, but I have not seen that. on
I
my
just saw that
Niners side.
today. I just saw a whole thing today.
You know what? It's because they haven't heard from Ayuk in a couple weeks, and they're trying to stir the crap. That ain't happening, bro.
How can they stir the
damage is
crap?
done? just because they're probably. I mean, if depending on how big that news gets, they can get Brandon Ayuk to respond to it in a funny way.
You think that's just clickbait by them?
It's all clickbait.
Get Brandon Ayuk to just
Brandon. That relationship's done, bro. There's no way.
I think so for sure.
Season's about to start. You're not bringing anybody else in unless you got mad injuries. It's just not that ship has sailed. I think that's just the internet talking.
Kittle's back.
Not yet. I don't think he's playing week 1, but he's close. He'll be there 2-3. I would imagine.
Week 2-3, Kittle be back.
I mean, Christian Kirk hasn't played an entire camp dealing with injuries. Shanahan or Evans has been dealing with a lot of issues. The I don't know if this is true or not, because again, this isn't internet and Instagram, but the Niners PR team were catching a little heat because they might have sped up one of Evans' solo routes during camp to make him look faster than he was. And people noticed it.
That's for Brandon Ayuk. Yeah, look at this.
The Niners are gonna go 4-12 or 4-13.
You don't believe that?
No, listen, they're gonna go 4-13 or they're gonna win the Super Bowl. I don't know what Niners team we're getting.
I know
this
you
year.
don't believe in no 4-13 from the Niners,
dude. I mean, I very worried because we're relying on Stribling, our rookie wide receiver, to be our main guy right now. Christian McCaffrey's an animal, but you never know. He had like north of 350 carries last year, touches. So he's older. It's just, I think, and there's reports that he's looking for a contract renegotiation. I think Bosa can't stay on the field each year. I can't. I'm getting to a point where I can't defend him any longer. And as a diehard fan, this is getting hard because we're always in the mix. We all know Shanahan is a respectable coach around the league. Everyone likes the Niners organization outside of Ayuk, like player-wise.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really hard to win a Super Bowl. And if you look at the last 20 years, it's been a handful of guys. So I don't know. It's hard to be optimistic at this point. Just watching how camp's going, and we're always good at drafting. Like Fred Warner's going to be Fred Warner.
Yeah.
And Christian McCaffrey will probably be Christian McCaffrey, but I don't know. It's hard to. Purdy needs to obviously take a step up as well. He need to keep on evolving.
Yeah.
So
your owners buying tight ends in Ohio.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a different ball game.
Wide receivers are scouting the wide receivers.
Yeah, it's rough. Let's move on to the team they're playing tonight. The Raiders.
Niners Broncos Super Bowl. That would be tight. I mean, I'd just be happy to get there, to be honest.
Niners Broncos Super Bowl.
Year 3 Knicks is winning the Super Bowl. This is my homie from way back. I mean, damn near elementary school days, first grade, second grade.
What up, homeboy? He said
he's taking all bets for the Broncos winning the Super Bowl.
Knicks, is that Ian?
Nah, this is my homie Emo.
Oh, you said that Broncos Knicks wins what?
The year 3 Knicks wins the Super Bowl.
I don't count Bo Nix out. I don't count Bo Nix out at all. I like Bo Nix tremendously. But I want to get to Mendoza.
He threw an interception tonight.
Did he already?
Yep. So that's 2 in back-to-back games.
Did he start this thing off tonight?
No, Kirk Cousins did. But he did throw a pick. But last week I think it was a pick 6 even. Let's see what the score is. 9-9. 9-9 Niners Raiders. We have Mad Mike of the Junction. His show is Wednesday night. It's from 8 to 9. He's about to move it to 6 to 7. I believe he's at the game right now as a Raiders fan.
Is it in Vegas?
Yeah.
Oh man, Mike's out there having a good time.
Which is why Jed York could have just went with the team to Vegas to a free or a legal area. The team was traveling to a state that was legal. And maybe he's just bored of the Vegas ones. I don't know.
That is what I can't understand. That's what's so weird about that whole
Your team
thing.
was going already. Your team was probably already in.
If I'm going to do that, I'm not buying off a sketchy app in Ohio.
I think that trailer park or sketchy spot, whatever you want to call it, held a place because that's where he grew up. So it held a place in his heart.
Yeah, you think so?
That he it's like one of those things like
that place that 500 million can't take you away from. That's what you think.
Yep. I mean, emotions are strong. Emotions do crazy things to people, rich or poor.
My God.
Rich or poor. So I mean, I don't know. Anyways.
All right, I want to move on to OBJ. You know, I got so much hope for OBJ as a New York Giant, and they're not throwing the ball to him. Jackson Dart has already got dinked in the brain. I told you, I don't think Jackson Dart's going to last a long time in New York City. And I pray to God OBJ makes this last cut. Is this the last game of this?
I think this is just week 3 of preseason.
Do we have anything else? Because usually they flood them out throughout the weekend. Once they like tomorrow night, they probably get a couple as well.
Yeah, so this is the last week. So yeah, the next games, there's nothing after this.
This is it.
Yeah, after this week of games.
So is there games this week to tomorrow as well?
Yeah, all the way through Saturday.
Now this is when it gets good. I pray to God OBJ makes a cut. Now I don't know if they're speeding up his video, but he looks extremely good for the Giants.
Yeah. Now, are you looking at just like his just route running solo making catches, or are you looking at like against defenses?
Well, they had an inner scrimmage against I want to say the Dolphins, perhaps. I could be wrong. Don't quote me, but they did an inner scrimmage, and he just looked really good, man, for a guy that age, coming off of all those injuries. He looked pretty fluent, pretty smooth. He looked like OBJ, making incredible moves. I can't do anything but freaking root for the guy.
33 years old. Some major surgeries for sure.
Right?
I mean, I think he's good for NFL. Like, I think he's good for TV. I think he's exciting. I hope he does make the cut.
I think he's good for the Giants. Period. I think that Giants fans have OBJ as a
You think
staple.
he's going to be like a DeAndre Hopkins for the Ravens?
Not even close.
He had a good year. DeAndre Hopkins had a good year last year, but like not a number 1, obviously.
Is DeAndre Hopkins still with the Ravens?
No, he's a free agent right now.
He's just free.
Yeah,
sitting on the block.
Had great career.
I don't think. Yeah, I think maybe so.
Are either one of those 2 Hall of Famers?
I think that he just comes in and does a great job this year for the Giants, and I think that he can probably play another year for the Giants to get a little contract going and something to just help him end his career in the right way. I just think I don't
It's
like.
kinda wild to think that outside of quarterback and probably lineman, that 33 is old. I'm sitting here at 37, feeling like my mind is, 25. Like that's wild to me that 33 is obviously he's had some knee injuries.
I don't think that 33 is old. I don't think
it is for running backs and wide receivers.
I don't think the NFL season 33 is old as long as you're producing. How old is Devontae Adams?
Probably
31, 32.
I don't know.
And he is an incredible football player. What does Eric say?
33 years old.
Okay, he's 33 years old.
Don't give tips on the players for Marcus to draft in fantasy. I'm not worried about how Marcus drafts in fantasy.
Nobody is.
That's the last thing I'm worried about.
Nobody's worried about how I'm drafted in fantasy.
He's too damn nostalgic for him to ever.
That is why I have the NSAC award for I am
back-to-back
nostalgic.
years.
Yeah,
No
I'm
one's
very
worried about it.
nostalgic. I'm superstitious. That's why that mic over there doesn't work, and I could not sit in that seat. Yeah, and I won't. I'm stubborn. I won't switch. I won't change. I'm sorry. This is who I am.
That's a bad recipe for fantasy football.
It is. It is.
We got our draft next weekend.
I know. And then when my friends want me to trade, Girl Priya hit me up and be like, "Hey, I got this trade. It's good for you." And Girl Priya's a little drug dealer. Trust me, it's good for you. It's good
Saying
for you.
that in a fantasy trade is diabolical.
It's good for you. You should trade with me.
It helps us both out.
Yeah. Girl Priya's a hustler. And so are a lot of people in fantasy football league. You can trust no one in fantasy football. And these are our friends. And I trust none of these. If I could say the F word, I would say it. I trust none of these mother such and suches when it comes to it's every man for themselves.
It is.
Including your father.
It is. No, he's a savage.
He's the worst.
Everyone thinks that I might get a hookup from him. Hell, he's worse with me. It's
I
terrible.
believe it.
It's terrible.
He's a shady little individual. You got to watch that a little time, dude. But back to the NFL. What are you excited about this football season, bro? This NFL season, because it's upon us.
It is upon us. I'm just excited for it to get going and starting, and I like to see the guys that have come out parties and put their name on the map. I'm hoping Shador does something. I'm hoping that eventually he gets another opportunity. It doesn't look like he's playing so far tonight, and that game's basically over.
Are they playing tonight?
Yeah, Browns are beating the Patriots right now, and it looks like it's just been Green whoever that is, Taylor Green, 4 for 4, and then Dylan Gabriel has had the rest of the.
Oh, they didn't play the big boys?
No, not. I mean, is Shador a big boy?
I mean, he's a big boy for the Cleveland Browns.
So so he's second string.
Well, Deshaun Watson a job.
Yeah,
and I guess you have to paying a guy guaranteed 30-something, 230 million, and I think he's in 40-something million for this season.
Also, who has had more success than any other quarterback on the team.
No, I totally agree with that.
I had a great start to his career with the Texans.
But I feel like also too, you're trying to get the most that you can out of what you paid for.
He's not happy with the fans though. He's 30 years old.
They don't want him there.
Yeah, I mean, he was just at the press talking to the press the other day, saying like this fan base booed me when I tore my Achilles. They cheered when I tore my Achilles. Right. So he's not there for the fans whatsoever.
Cry me a river. Cry me a river, brother.
I mean, cheering for an injury is weird. That's never like
the whole scandal. The whole scandal with massage therapists was weird. that whole thing was weird.
Is that blown over?
No, I mean, I just think that I think that
has enough time passed where people don't care about it.
I don't think so. I think that when you have this much ridiculousness with massage therapists, it's just like, how stupid can you be? Right? When you get a massage therapist and you keep introducing and asking them to do weird things with you, to tie it in with you, I think that it's just dumb to be a millionaire and to just keep making dumb decisions when you can go to a club and find
Diggs tried
anything.
It with his chef.
No, he didn't. I think she was just a little bit of a psychopath, and she got him in major trouble. And then I think people lost interest in him because they thought it was a real deal, and then it wasn't.
He's old too, though. Older.
Phenomenal. I don't think that he's a dude that is age at all. I just saw him. I hope that he wasn't sped up, but I definitely just saw him in practice the other day.
Eric's in our live stream. Eric is our Dank Dad Chat GPT.
Eric is a Dank Dad, and he is a part of this radio show.
He's been everywhere, so I know he's been to a trailer park in Ohio. I know that he
Facts. And I hope you don't use that app, Eric, just for future reference. Don't use the app, Eric. I can make a phone call.
That's funny. That's funny. Well, we are live on 93.7 KPGF radio, right in between the third eye. Is that correct, Jay Biggs?
The third side.
The third side. Third side's right before us, and then we got the reach right after us. We're about halfway through our show. We're going to come back with a little bit more sports talk, let you hear our little Dank Dad radio song and some of the sponsors that we got on this radio station. But we'll be back with you shortly.
Shout out to Mr. Floyd, man. Love you, buddy.
At A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, we've been accomplishing happy feet for over 30 years.
We offer a various range of shoe styles and sizes for both men and women. From all-season shoes and orthotics to work boots and safety shoes, our professional and reliable staff possesses the knowledge to help you find the proper shoes to fit your needs. Hard to fit? Hard to find?
A Proper Fit Footwear is here to give our customers happy feet. We make people aware of potential foot problems as we're sizing their feet, suggesting the right arch support, and guiding them to the proper shoes for their needs.
Stop by A Proper Fit Footwear at 4001 South Virginia Street in the Reno Town Mall today, and allow the owner Mike Jones and our fabulous staff to find the perfect pair of shoes tailored to your specific needs.
A Proper Fit Footwear in the Reno Town Mall, the home of happy feet, where comfort and your feet meet.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com. and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss. It's a direct reflection of your business.
All day. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back once again with Big Dad Radio. Here on another Thursday night of sports.
93.7
Yes.
KBGF radio. Right between the third side and the reach. Talking sports.
Back to the Cleveland Browns, bro. I think it's horrible that you have a quarterback for the Cleveland Browns that they are booing when he steps out there. I don't think that makes a really good kickoff to the season in any kind of way to have this quarterback that nobody wants in Cleveland, that you're forcing on your fans, you're forcing them on the NFL.
Do we expect anything less from the Browns?
Something has to change at some point in time.
There's just franchises that just cannot do right over and over, turning into decades
there's
and
just the
decades.
Cleveland Browns. There's no other franchise. There's not one other franchise you can name, not one other that you can name that is in this bad of shape. Name them.
Jets.
No. People still freaking love the daggone Jets.
Yeah, and there's a lot of diehards for the Browns
the
too.
Jets
but
are a staple.
I get that, but they have. I'm 37 years old. They haven't done anything.
Are the Jets? Have the Jets ever thrusted a quarterback on us that we just did not like?
No, I mean, I'm not a Browns fan, so I don't care about Deshaun Watson.
I'm
so.
with you on that. I'm just simply saying, from the ownership and management side, to put this guy out there on
They ruined Johnny Manziel. They ruined Johnny Manziel.
People actually like Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
They liked him.
They ruined him though.
Yeah, they ruined Tim Couch. They ruined a lot of quarterbacks.
They're gonna ruin Shador as well.
You think so?
The track record shows.
It has
Deshaun
to-
Watson had like 4,500 yards before coming over to the.
That was with the Texans.
Yeah,
bro.
before coming over, and then all of a sudden he just can't do it.
No, all of a sudden he started sexually harassing.
No, he was doing that.
massage
He was doing
therapists.
that in Houston. I can tell you that much. That doesn't just start.
It carried over here.
What's up with Ohio? Why is it?
Oh man, the tight end search in Ohio.
What is it with Ohio?
Oh my God. And then they really want Shedeur Sanders. So how does that transition look? And how much pressure is on Shedeur Sanders at that point?
I mean, Shedeur numbers wise didn't have a great year last year. His hype is outweighing his production. That's definitely true.
Do you think that he can be a star in this league? I mean, I'm just being honest. I don't want.
I think that's two different questions. Can he be a starter in this league? Yes. Can he be successful with the Browns? I don't know. And that means not a starter in this league. I think if you gave Johnny Manziel to McVay or LaFleur or Shanahan, I think that we're talking a different conversation here with Manziel. Manziel also, he wasn't in love with the time that he was at, but going to Cleveland is not going to help that situation.
I think what hurt Johnny Manziel is that he joined up. This is the right around the time when the agent thing came about, and he joined LeBron James and Clutch Sports. And I think that he was really a product of being hurt by a regime change in agency, having an agent. Clutch Sports, Rich Paul, all those guys, they really messed up the agent game to where you didn't have to be all the top 8, Drew Rosenhaus and all those guys. They made it so that anybody could become an agent. If you took an exam, you didn't have to go to college. And it Johnny Manziel was a product of being punished for being up under that regime.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, I think Johnny Manziel was a really good quarterback. And I think they were too focused on Johnny Manziel, his freedom as an athlete to be who he wanted to be. And they ruined Johnny. Johnny was a good quarterback.
He was, but I just watched his documentary yesterday, actually. And his mind was in the right spot coming out of college.
Right.
Because he was going through the battle against the NCAA. A great documentary, by the way, if you want to go remind yourself of what Johnny did.
Where do you find that documentary?
Incredible on Netflix. This was the first year that Texas A&M went to the SEC, his freshman year.
Right.
And he went into Alabama and beat Alabama as they were undefeated his freshman year. It's just crazy stuff. First freshman to ever win the Heisman in their Texas A&M's first year in the SEC. And they were like 4-9 in the conference that they were in before. So everyone thought that's a ridiculous move. I don't know. It was kind of a crazy documentary, to be honest.
I feel Baker Mayfield should thank Johnny Manziel. I think Baker Mayfield should definitely thank Johnny Manziel
and that's
for making a way for that kind of guy.
Baker Mayfield got the rookie record for passing touchdowns with the Browns.
Yeah.
And then they just get rid of him? Like, what are they doing? I don't understand.
Also, too, I think that all the commercials that Baker was doing for Home Depot and all that stuff, I thought it was just good business for the Browns. We all love those commercials, and it was just like, nah, let's get rid of this guy for nothing.
That's why Shedeur's a good business too. The jersey sales are through the roof.
I don't doubt.
But there's always going to be pressure on Shedeur. Based on his dad being who he is, plus being outspoken, and Shedeur, I wouldn't say he's outspoken, but confident.
Yeah, I don't think he's outspoken for the wrong reasons. I don't think he's making
Deion's a little bit more wild, but he also had a great NFL career to back this up.
Yeah.
So he can talk, and he's been talking since he said you got to put me on layaway. So he's been talking we're going on 30 years now.
Well deserved.
Of course, and then he proved it in his NFL career.
Yeah.
So that's irrelevant, but people don't like you because of your dad. Plus, you're a confident young man. There's always going to be pressure on him for sure, without a doubt.
Before we move transition, I want to say shout out to Malik Willis. I pray to God that Malik Willis does well in Miami. His dad was a major producer in the rap game back in the day. I forget his dad's handle at this point in time. I've been drinking. I forget his dad's name, but his dad was a major producer for a bunch of high-level rap songs back in the day. And I pray to God, he left us from the Green Bay Packers. I pray to God that he finds a way to be really productive in Miami.
Well, it's always, here's your chance to be the guy, right?
Yeah.
That's what every player wants, is a chance to be that guy, especially quarterback.
Right.
Like, take over the team. It's your team. This is his first chance. He's always been behind Love. So now here's his opportunity to be the guy.
Yeah.
And we'll see. He's got an uphill battle, obviously.
For sure.
I couldn't name an offensive guy in that team except for Achane. So it's going to be interesting Ollie Gordon from Oklahoma State. That's their backup running back. That's about all I got for you over there.
Yeah, Etienne is also a great athlete.
They got a new coach over there. They got rid of McDaniels.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be interesting. Hopefully,
He's a
I
coordinator now.
I hope it works out. And I think McDaniels, I don't want to get too far off of our list, but McDaniels is a really good coordinator, not the greatest head coach, but outstanding coordinator. Like that's where his bread and butter is being a coordinator. The head coaches, I think, was a little bit too much for him.
Why? Why do you think it was too much?
I mean, you could just show by his tenure at the Dolphins, who had weapons, Waddle, Hill before he got hurt, Achane, Tua is, gets a lot of crap, but serviceable at least, right? So I wouldn't say that he had a bad team. It was probably middle of the road team, but
what was the
great
brother-
coaches turn the middle of the road teams.
What was
to
the
great.
brother's name before McDaniels? What was his name?
Brian Flores.
Brian Flores.
I think he's a defensive coordinator for the Vikings now.
No, I don't think he's for the Vikings. He was a coordinator for the Vikings before. Or is he
I think he
now?
might have went back.
Long story short, I think that they had a great team back then. He did very well. I think that was on the Dolphins for shifting
Yeah, he's
gears.
back as a defensive coordinator. with
Yeah,
the
I think that
Dolphins.
was on the Dolphins for shifting gears
Yeah.
and getting rid of that guy. And that's a whole nother long story. But speaking of getting back, there are NFL guys that are trying to go back to college football. How crazy is this?
And what's funny, it's the guys that are getting cut, It's not anybody that's on the roster for the NFL. So that's pretty telling, in that front. It's nobody that has a contract right now. It's like, I'd rather go play in college. No, it's the guys that don't have a job that are get cut and don't want to go from city to city on practice squads, which is, a good amount of money too.
You don't go from city to city on practice squads.
If you get picked up by other teams, you're going to be moving around.
Nah, so if you're on practice squad, bro, you only practice a couple of days a week, and then
Yeah,
the
but
rest of it's on the team, and then they travel. You stay home. You don't go with them.
Yeah, I'm talking about because you can move teams on the practice squad a lot easier. So picking up and moving to different cities because you're claimed on the practice squad one
Okay.
week and then the next week you're dropped and somebody else claims you. I mean, you could move 5 different teams in a season.
No,
being
once you
on
sign to the
squads.
practice squad, you're on that practice squad. You don't really
You can get claimed off practice squad.
bounce around like that. But I'm saying once you sign a practice squad contract, you're on that team for the practice squad.
The practice squad guys move around constantly. They're getting claimed. They're free claims. They're not.
I mean,
not
you
a
can be
part of the
free
team.
claim, but for the most part, once that season starts, you're on that team for the rest of the season.
I mean, sometimes you have to bring up from injuries. That's what's going to change your practice squad.
Well, I looked at Ohio State's coach, and he definitely says we're going to explore.
Why would you not?
The opportunities of these guys coming
Why
back.
would you not? And they must have some NIL left over because you would think the NIL spent on the team right now, right?
Oh,
So
they got plenty in NIL left over, but at the same time, you're telling me today that the ACC has banned this, the SEC has banned this, and so has the Big Ten
And the
has
Big
banned
12,
this.
yep.
After Dayball said that he's going to look, they're going to look into it.
and the NFL is saying if you go and play college football, you're not eligible for the NFL 2026 season. Next year in the 2027 season, you'll be a free agent. You can't even join the draft. So I think both sides are trying to stop it. The coaches are like, hell yeah, absolutely. There's probably not one coach that doesn't want it. It's the presidents of the conferences that are stopping it.
I think that the NFL and college football, NCAA, said that we have to work together now. Enough is enough. There's too much freedom. And let me say this: black, white, no matter what nationality that you are, the NCAA has to place rules to not let these guys win more than they're winning.
I mean, yeah, they already folded pretty significantly with their stance prior to NIL,
Right.
saying absolutely not. Scholarship is you're not an employee, yada yada yada. Like a lot of controversy with how they handled that too. Now they basically gave the keys to the building.
100%.
with the
And listen, the inmates are running the asylum right now. Anytime you can go to the NFL, get cut, and then try to come back.
Yeah, and I think changing big rules like that, you're always going to have the outliers that try the loopholes, like the Ennis Cantor trying to get back in the WNBA. There are always going to be people, and it's going to correct itself over time. There's going to probably be contracts where guys can't leave after 1 year for X amount of dollars. Who knows how it's going to work.
They've
out,
already
but-
cut the red shirt rule.
Yes.
They've already cut redshirting. I'm just simply saying, at the end of the day, there's all these rules that they have not thought of that these guys have thought of.
I don't think that there should be eligibility years. As a 50-year-old man, I could go to college and study, right? So I think they should just lift up how many years you want to play in college altogether and make it a full job for these people. Because anybody can go to college at any time and be a student, whether you're 18 or 95, you can go to college. So why does obviously after 30, those guys aren't probably going to be playing too much.
So
in
are you
college.
so are you thinking if Reggie White, this is the day and time now, Reggie White could have went back and he still had 2 years eligibility, went back to college, and you
But-
think that would be cool for some of these
That
guys?
wouldn't happen though, because he's already making way more money in the NFL.
No, I'm with you.
So it's only going to be the mediocre to low bottom end guys that do that anyways. If you've got an dope NFL contract, that's always going to outweigh going back to college, no matter what. With the perks, with the celebrity status, that's always going to outweigh.
Let's say you're on the end of that NFL contract. It's over. You're a little old in the tooth, but you still got 1 year.
You better be in
eligibility.
classes. you got to have classes at least. Why not?
Damn.
Why not? And then that makes the okay, I'm kind of old. I can't maybe start on LSU, but I'm gonna go to Nevada and ball out and make Nevada good. Why not?
You think he couldn't start at LSU? You think
Not-
a Bosa? You think a Bosa had with 1 year left
Bosa's
at,
still young.
at Ohio State?
Taking
Okay,
like-
let's just say he's young. Let's say he's 32 years old. And he said, man, I want to go back to my alma mater and play one more. I got 1 more year eligibility.
It'd make NFL or NCAA football pretty damn exciting still.
You are 100% right.
And again, it's not going to be your Jamar Chases. It's not going to be your top 100 guys. Those guys are all going to stay in the NFL still because it's supreme. No one's going to want to go back to college and because they're going to look goofy too.
Well,
Big
hold,
ones.
hold on now. Let's just say a Chase gets it to the end of his career. And Ohio State says, listen, man, if you want to come back and hang out with us.
And he's
for
not producing in the NFL anymore.
Let's say he's on the end of his ride. And they say, you got one slot here in college football. Come on back and ball with us.
Yeah, and then we get a 5-year backtrack of Jamar Chase. We get to see what he looked like 5 years ago at Ohio State or LSU.
I think it's
If
exciting.
he's like OBJ might not make the team in the NFL, but he could go be exciting in college. Why not? If a 9-year-old can enroll in classes, what difference does it make?
I'm so with it.
Why not? What difference does it make? It's not gonna change. You're not gonna have Jane Daniels go back to college. If you're making a supreme amount of money, it's only gonna be the really old guys or the guys that are cut.
I think it's more so about the NCAA feeling like they're losing control. That's what I feel like more than anything. I feel like the NCAA is just like, these guys are just making rules for us, and it's never been that way. And now we just have to rebel against something because we don't feel like we're in control. And for years, the NCAA screwed a bunch of athletes, black
yeah.
and white, all kinds of nationalities.
Talking 100 years.
They
worth
screwed.
of-
They would have screwed.
I mean, they took Reggie Bush's Heisman away because he got an Escalade.
100%.
Like ridiculous stuff.
I don't feel sorry for the NCAA
No, me
at
either.
all, and I hope they get it up the backside 100% hard. I am telling you, they have ruined lives. The NCAA has.
Think about guys being able to come back whenever and how many more seat butts would put in the seat of UNR.
100%.
Colin Kaepernick can't get in the NFL, but he goes back and plays in Nevada. Are you kidding me?
What?
Are
The
you kidding me?
novelty of it all, the circus
Dude, I mean,
of it all will be amazing. I would
understand.
definitely go to UNR games just to watch. And I've never been to a UNR game.
and
in
you
my life.
have to enroll in another major. You can't if you already graduated, you have to do a whole other
Oh,
major.
so you're making up
You-
making
it
you're
has
the
to be-
dean. You're the dean.
No,
now.
I mean if
You're making up what you think.
if I go back to college, you have to declare a major. You can't just, so you have to do that. You have to follow the college student rules, online or in person. You still have to do
Okay.
that. You can't just go to play football. You have to actually do all the paperwork that it takes to be a college student, whether that's done by Lindsay or not. It doesn't matter. But I think it'd be fun. Plus, again, you get, I don't know,
Let's see.
it'll be fun.
Let's get some cover 775 before we
Right
get
now,
up
we're
out of
on 93.7
that we are.
KPGF radio. You are listening to the Dank Dad radio.
We love you guys out there. For
Yes, we
tuning in, man, for
appreciate you
commenting.
guys. Make sure you tune into our Instagram story tomorrow night for live content with Let's Get It On Promotions.
Let's get it on promotions, baby. It's
gonna be off the
boxing,
chain.
rock'em sock'em robots.
Interviews.
It's us.
Fighters, interviews of the Lanes brothers, interviews of the crowd, interviews of us. I mean, it's just going to be a good time tomorrow night. But yeah, Cover 775. That is our high school football show. We're going into week 2, technically, of the high school football season. And Cover 775 is hot fire.
Hot
right
fire.
now. Hot fire. If you have not seen our high school video, hype video, shout out to Meta. It's insane.
Shout out to Richie Pinelli. Shout out to Richie and Meta.
And for anybody that's listening, this is our baby, and I care about this. So when people kind of come at my integrity with this, it kind of irks me. We tried to get those other schools involved. We tried so hard going to the school, talking to secretaries, DMing wives. We tried.
We did.
We wanted, and again, this whole hype video was for the kids to have an experience and have something on that is forever lasting with high school football. It's not necessarily for the schools. We appreciate the schools and the coaches that are allowing us to do this, but we're doing this for the kids. And we tried our damnedest to get those other schools involved. But if you have not seen our hype video, it is off the chain. And I guarantee next football season, we don't miss a school. I can tell you that.
I promise you this. I promise you this. We will not miss a single football player that the coaches pick, by the way. The players that we have in that hype video are the coaches' choices. That had nothing to do with us. We reached out to everybody. We offered it to the best of the best, as they say right now here in the 775. Big story is that Worcester has forfeited to McQueen for tomorrow night's game.
Yep.
Thank God, because we'll be at the fight anyway, and we hated missing that.
It worked out for us. And there's a lot of traveling. There's a lot of Vegas, California teams playing Nevada teams again this year.
It's still preseason early.
So not going to be any football content on Cover 775 on Friday night. We'll still have our live show on Sunday covering all the matchups and scores. So make sure if you're listening to send in your highlights to Cover 775 so we can show you.
We did Mackey last week, man. How beautiful was that?
It was dope. It was a cool experience. Got to see it all day full of football, working so dang hard that our equipment is starting to melt. And
it was hot.
It was hot. Got a little sunburn out there, and
the
fire was going on. People were dealing with evacuations.
That
it was
like the
scary
apocalypse.
times. It was nuts
That
out there.
was wild to see those clouds over Mackey Stadium like that, all brown and gray. That was weird.
Yeah, it was nuts. And it was just took over fast, and it ended up taking 47 homes, man, which is wild.
That's sad.
Very sad. So thoughts and prayers to everybody out there. But tomorrow night, yeah, we'll be live at Let's Get It On Promotions. This is Dank Dad Radio. We appreciate everybody in the Reno area tuning in. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe on all of our social medias. It's Dank Dad Sportscast and Cover 775. We lit over there, I can tell you that much. It's a party on our Instagram stories.
We got crazy views over there. Come on in and hang out with us, man. And
93.7. You got the reach next.
the
Dank
reach
Dad
is
Radio.
next. Yes. Dank Dad. Salute, man. Another Thursday night. This is amazing. Dank Dad Radio. I love it.
What's up, Reno? Welcome to the Reach Radio, presented by the Reach Reno. Every Thursday, 8 to 9 p.m. I'm Ryan.
And I'm T. We're bringing you the music, artists, businesses, and events shaping the Northern Nevada's entertainment scene.
Whether you're an artist, promoter, venue owner, or just looking for your next night out, you've come to the right place.
You're listening to KNNR and KPGF on 103.3 FM, 1400 AM, and 93.7 FM. This is the Reach Radio, connecting the culture. Let's get into it this week with our special guest, Shane, aka Too Much Sound, aka Too Much Media. And we are also joined in the studio by Brandon Glamon as well. But we'll get to him later. We're going to be doing some interviews with Shane, but we'll make Brandon talk while he's here.
Gonna force a question or two out of him.
There we go.
Yeah, do it.
Well, let's just start it off. Shane, why don't you introduce yourself to everyone and kind of just tell everyone what you do in the industry?
Yeah, so my name is Shane. I come from LA, Orange County specifically. I started as a DJ and producer, and as I've been in Reno, I really took off as doing media, photography, getting into video, and building the community in that kind of sense.
Heck yeah. No, we'd love to hear that. So how long have you did you move up here again?
I have been here since the beginning of 2025. So not even 2 years yet.
Jeez, it has felt longer. I was gonna say, just alone what you've been hustling literally since you got here.
Yep.
Yeah, the moment you
Kinda.
step foot in this town.
Kind of. Not really though. Like honestly, like I didn't really start doing hard scene stuff until about July or August of last year.
Oh, that's kind of crazy to be honest. You honestly made the right connections right away then.
So that's just out here though, right? Just like
Yeah.
you've been doing stuff. So how long you been like in the industry? Like what got you started in the entertainment industry period? Like how long ago was that?
I've been in the scene since I was 18, so about 13 years. I dropped out of college, went to a school in LA called Icon Collective, where a couple DJs that you might have heard of, Nightmare, Slander, Jaws, have come out of.
My buddy went to that school as well. Shout out John Fastaben.
Really?
Yeah.
Crazy. Went there, did a lot of stuff there, worked full time while going to school and throwing shows every Friday in Hollywood. And from there, kind of history. Like I fell in love with the industry once I turned 18 and went to my first rave.
How's the scene out here compared to in LA?
I mean, sweeter, nicer people for sure. It's very competitive out there, honestly. Like that's the biggest thing I can take out of that. Like if I was to do photo, video, media of any kind of sort out there, I would have to probably go 5 times as hard, but that's plus driving to LA, which is an hour each way from where I would generally be living. And then getting turnarounds within 48 hours.
Yeah, pretty cutthroat out there. We got a bunch of sweethearts here in the scene.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
definitely.
people like to say it's tough, but they don't know how the LA scene and Las Vegas scenes can be like any big city scene, but especially like LA itself.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, Hollywood was super cutthroat. You would need to be there every weekend, if not 3-4 times during the week, just to keep your name known.
Stay relevant.
Mm-hmm.
It's still kind of small town vibes here. Jump around with different medias and everything. So you do photography and all of that. What made you want to jump around from just doing music to putting on shows?
Putting on shows. Ugh.
Taking pictures at shows.
I
all
would
of it.
never put on shows again. I did that in Hollywood for about 3 years on a weekly basis. It's rough getting contracts to artists, making sure artists don't bail. You have to be really on point by, say you would throw a show Friday or Saturday, you would need contracts out by Wednesday or Thursday of every week and double check with the artist. And then sometimes they bail and you could be playing that weekend last minute. So after doing that for a certain amount of time, I came out here. I ended up introducing myself, coming out to shows. After a while, I saw the need for media so much. No one was ever at Dead Ringer, Alpine, Cypress doing media consistently. So shout out Tiberius Tyler. I ended up talking to him saying, if I buy a camera, can I come out here whenever I want and just shoot? He said, of course, From there, it progressed from him introducing me to Travis, Travis introducing me to Steve at Fresh Bacon, and then Tyler booking me for Ravelation shows.
All fantastic people, by the way.
Mhm.
Who'd you
Because
play
you
for?
just found a hole in the scene.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who was it that you played for Revelation again for that first one? That was a pretty good name, wasn't it?
Whitey Gianavella.
That's right, with the Boogeyman as well. I still have that
was
flyer in my
Boogeyman.
house.
That was a fun show. That was nice. That was a really big show, honestly, to play. My biggest show I've ever played in all my time.
Oh heck yeah! Well,
Mhm.
I was actually going to ask you that later, so that there we go, answering that as one too. That's pretty dope. Is that like an artist that you actually like were wanting to play for a while as well, or is that like just a great lineup with a great artist that you got on?
Honestly, I've been in the scene for so long, I don't really care. As long as they complement like my style, that's where me and Tyler have like been copacetic about. As long as it complements my style, I really don't care who I open for. Just because I've been like in LA, I used to hang out at a place called Space Yacht on Tuesdays where it was whoever shows up plays. We've had Abstract, we've had Joyride, all these people just show up on a random Tuesday and it's just surprise sets. So I'm kind of numb to it. Yeah, I'm kind of numb to it, unfortunately, at this point. But like
overstimmed.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why even shooting now, I'm just like I'd rather shoot and stay behind the scenes and kind of hang out than play.
Totally understandable. I'm not one for the stage either.
Ugh.
So LA kind of overstimulated you, and now you get to lay back and low with the love of Reno.
Working. Honestly, doing events is what
Lay back
overstimulated.
low in the crowd.
Oh yeah. Like I just working so much for 3 years on a weekly basis was really rough. Especially working full time outside of that, where my job right now, my full-time job is really mellow and let me do what I want, that I can pursue my dreams on the outside.
That plays a key role.
Mm-hmm.
So you finally feel the ability to pursue your passion freely instead of under the knife of
And even photos, I never thought this was going to be my path until I started doing it.
I mean,
until you bought the camera.
Mm-hmm.
So
you
when
get to
did that
be in the
trans?
scene that you love and get to do the things you love while also taking pictures? I mean, it's
Exactly.
not too bad.
Mhm.
Get to capture memories for everyone that everybody gets to hold on to for their life, and they love that.
Exactly.
So when did you make that? Like, when was the official transition? Was it the day you asked Tyler and you saw that? Aha.
Yeah, honestly, I saw that. I said, screw it, we'll see. And from there, I started doing a couple events. Also, shout out Frank at Hydra. He was the one that booked me for my first media gig, first couple actually. Which for him too and me, it was a huge circle because I ended up shooting for Shosh, Mnemonic, and Snuffy at one of their shows at Frank's going away party. Shout out Mnemonic. He's actually playing in Lake Tahoe tonight at Rojos.
I assume it would be pronounced Rojos if it's spelled with the J.
It's with the J. Yeah. But he's playing up there tonight in Lake Tahoe. I ended up shooting at the UNS this year and doing a full 360 and shooting Snuffy on a big event stage. And the pictures, I gotta say, are completely different.
From start to now.
Yeah, seriously.
Found your niche.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely found your niche. With all these people you're bringing up, how important has networking been for you with this?
You just gotta show up. You gotta show up and you gotta talk. You gotta make your presence known. You gotta give something back to the community. Honestly, there's one thing to show up and feel entitled, but there's another thing where you can sit there and actually care about the community and show I'm here for it, whether it's promoting, it's doing photos, being a DJ, it's really doing all those aspects and being there consistently.
The humility when you walk in to the scene, just like, where can I help?
100%. I work half the time and I'm not even on payroll.
Yeah, well, that's how I got half my
typically how it
jobs out
goes.
here and stuff too. Yeah, you
Mhm.
literally.
I love it though. I'd rather work than just be an attendant, honestly.
Yeah, it's always nice helping out the community too, and you see it grow with you in the community and being a part of it, which is always nice.
Totally. Yeah. That's what I love about Reno is honestly like the the way you guys are coming up and how tight knit the community actually is here is very caring as long as you're putting in the time and work.
Yeah, as long as you show the effort, the community shows the effort back to you, which is really awesome.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just like anything in any industry, any game too, like there's going to be moments where you have those valleys, those plateaus where nothing's happening and you're pouring in work too. And it's just important to recognize when it's like a busy season where you're not able to receive as much back from the community as much as you're pouring in, and knowing the difference in places where you're being taken advantage of too. Because honestly, most of the places I see you working in, the places that we overlap, it's like a lot of us are just kind of there. And if we're needed to help, we help, just because literally it's just at this point it's just second nature.
Shout out everyone giving us speakers and all the cords we needed to get things going.
Yeah,
That's
Nick Rogers
amazing.
for sure.
Nick Rogers for sure.
Hooked up with that.
Nice.
Roger that.
Good for you guys on that. For me, Dead Ringer. Shout out Dead Ringer. They've been my home.
All day, every day. Travis is a wonderful person.
Yeah, Travis is a man. Tyler's a man. Tyler's got his new spot. I can't wait.
Oh, it's crazy.
We just
gotta
announced
see.
the jars and what is it? Who was that? Future Strange and Hydra.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
I
did
just
see. Is
saw
that
that
it,
online
Revenant as
last
well?
night.
The Boom.
Okay,
Yeah.
I did see that. I got a notification. I think Jar sent it to me as well.
I have no idea what that is because I'm so new here, but everyone's like sitting here like
It's a movie with Paul Blart in it, and he's a gym teacher and he raises money as a fighter.
I mean, yeah, but like for real, though, yeah, we love good wrestling film.
Yeah. No, but I am looking forward to seeing more events over there. If it's called The Boom, after Tyler gave us a little bit of a walkthrough and showed us the sound system, I'm sure that's a fitting name.
It is definitely a fitting name.
So you guys got a walkthrough recently.
Oh yeah, like last week or
everyone is
so.
going to be stoked for that.
Oh yeah,
venue.
we only
Okay,
got to hear
sick.
4 of the 12 speakers they're gonna have set up, and it was rocking our socks off. The building felt like it couldn't take it.
I'm
Yeah,
stoked.
it was
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm very stoked on that. I need to do like a
getting
second
Nit vibes
walkthrough
back.
before their first show coming up here with Gorilla T.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's gonna be a gnarly one as well too, because we
Oh,
also
yeah.
got a killer local support lineup, so they get to play with some of the local sound, like being one of the locals on that lineup. Shout out Merlin, and I can't remember some of the other ones, but
That's all I
Merlin's
know.
the boy.
We got Danger on that too.
That's right. Danger was the another of the other
Yeah.
ones on there. But
Merlin,
like, you
Danger.
imagine just like getting to be some of the first local heads to play on those. Technically, they're playing on that set before Gorilla T is too, so they get to touch the sound
Exactly.
system before him. So that's
It's
really
breaking
cool.
it a little.
Exactly. No, I was super stoked. I did a whole tour when he first got the place and I was blown away. So I can't wait to see. I'm jealous that you guys got to see it before me.
Yeah, we were sitting in there with them for like 3 hours just going over everything. It was cool.
Lucky.
It was a good time.
Lucky.
Oh, we got a Grayson walking in. This is a
Oh.
rare occurrence. Grayson at night.
Is he going to come join us today?
Oh yeah. Okay. and Jay's off in the air, but he's still getting his licks in. But yeah, it's cool though. We're really looking forward to it. There's going to be a lot of things coming up over there. Are you doing? I assume any like shooting over there. So
I'm main media.
do you have a? Okay, cool. Do you have a?
main
do you-
You're the
has
main
Tyler-
media.
Has Tyler gotten you a lineup yet over there that's fitting to you and your preference?
No, but like after you guys interviewed him the other week, he was after we talked, he was like, "You don't want shows," and I was like, "Eh." And then me and him did a back to back at our friend's
That was
birthday.
awesome. Yeah, watching that.
So I'm trying to get a back to back with Tyler, if anything.
That would be cool too.
Yeah,
Just
we'll
even as,
sell
like,
that out.
direct support for someone too.
Mhm. We'll
He's gotta
sell that
book
out.
himself a few times at the new venue.
Exactly. Shout out the newest thing that they put out, Ghastly and Hades with Big Mountain Murda.
Yes, and our boy
Poindexter.
Poindexter and Ecliptics as well on there. Shout out to the boys, been hustling, working hard.
They've
Good
been
to see his
killing
name
it.
on there. But same with Poindexter
Mhm.
too, Big Mountain Murder. Those three
Mhm.
guys have been hustling on a lot of shows.
Hustling
lately.
super hard. And
they've
and
been
even
pouring into the community too.
Gengar and Hades. I knew them from LA. So
Oh,
I'm super stoked on that. I can't wait to see them.
Gengar is awesome. Ghastly is one of my favorite DJs. But
Ghastly's
it's
one of
it's
my
still like an
favorite.
essence of him. So
Yeah.
When I booked him with Future Strange for the Mystifying Oracle tour,
That
one of
was
the best
amazing.
shows ever.
They're gonna be fun.
That
I
was great
can't
lineup.
wait to see
was
them.
great.
I haven't seen either one of them in probably like 3 years at least.
did you not see Gengar at Desert Moon?
Yeah, but we didn't get to hang out.
Oh, okay. I got
know.
to see it. That's when I first got to finally meet him. Shout out to
Oh,
Tyler
really?
for hooking it up on that. Yeah, dude, I was doing the work for the bartending, and I just had to take the opportunity in the moment. You gotta.
Dude, he parties.
he's like sober. I mean, yeah, but that's what's scary is he's sober parties now. So that's like the people. It's like little Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
People can party like that are sober. Is
That
scary.
man scares me.
Yeah, they'll be out till 6 a.m. just partying the whole time with us. Honestly,
high on life.
Yeah, super cool. Same with Hades.
Really?
Like
Okay.
she's completely sober.
I like that that's kind of becoming a thing now. They're not like force feeding it down people and making them feel bad, but they're like still making it cool for those who do need to see it as a cool thing.
Yeah, she is a sleepy girl though, so she probably won't. But
I feel that.
Gengar definitely him and his wife. If she comes out too, they are more than
they're
happy to come
married
hang
now
out
too.
Yeah,
Congratulations to them.
yeah.
That's super cool.
I ended up meeting her in Portland.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she's lovely, super nice too.
Yeah, super nice girl.
Hanging out with Control was a good time too. We ended up going to the Pokemon convention, buying a bunch
forgot
of
about
Pokemon
that.
cards.
Yeah, he's
It
a
was
Pokemon
great
nerd, so we
time.
took him out.
I mean, aren't we all though?
It was a good time.
Yeah,
Then we went
that's
to
the
go
way you
get
show
some
out an
Habit
artist.
burgers. Habit is some fantastic burgers, by the way. If none of you have gone there, I'd suggest going there.
Danny's trying to get a sponsor.
Yeah, plug Habit real fast.
Sponsor us, Habit.
So, in transition to talking about Gengar, some other people that you've met, like, what's one of the biggest names you personally think that you've like that you were like sticks with you that you've gotten to work with that like DJing, like actually photos too? Because you said YDG was your biggest DJing one.
Sure,
but like,
yeah.
what's like one of the so like because you've been doing it for a short time now. So, what's some of the biggest like sets and shows you've gotten to do in photography already?
Honestly, the Unts was the biggest. Like it was an actual festival set that I was able to do a big screen, full production, lasers, everything like that. Unts. And we're going back. We got invited to EDC this year, but it was like 2 weeks prior. No way I could make that like last second.
Yeah.
In general in LA, like we booked Eliminate back in the day for $250.
Yeah, these guys go for
Dude,
like,
what a
like,
steal.
These guys go for
Yeah.
like multiple grand now or above.
Yeah,
like.
no, seriously. When Disciple became a thing at Icon, my music business teacher was the one that set up Disciple. So Val, Virtual Riot, would come by Icon all the time and come and break down tracks and all that kind of stuff. Now he's so expensive. Same with like Dodge and Fusky and all those guys. They would all come by. Dubloads. Disciple was like the biggest. We used to hang out with like Slushy all the time when Slushy was still a name. If you guys remember
I
him.
love Slushy, dude. I still, yeah.
awesome.
When he was a name, it's so wild to think of how like some of these big
Yeah.
names, yeah, they're huge now, but others, it's like they just got to stay at this perfect level of like they're still doing it as their like their passion in their career, but like they get to fly kind of under the radar now.
Definitely. Like even seeing Nightmare, like I would see him at Icon all the time, and running into him again at this last show is like, well,
I got to
what,
meet him at Desert Moon. He's
yeah, it's like what a crazy turnaround on this.
Yeah.
It's like it's been a while. Dr. Fresh, I've known for
Really?
yeah.
Wow.
My cousin it was in the same frat as him.
That's so wild.
Yeah. So me and him talked for a
Dude, I
while
bet
on that.
partying with Dr. Fresh in college days was a blast.
You don't even know. You don't even know. Honestly, one of my favorites though.
Imagine, dude, they were wild back then.
Oh yeah. No
EDM
Good.
was different.
No Good.
Yeah.
No Good
I
was my
forget.
favorite act.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Reno Boys.
Reno Boys.
Yeah, I didn't know that they were from Reno until people started making it known. But good for
Right.
them for shouting out their hometown.
Seriously,
Yeah,
Tanner
look at
and
that.
Cyrus, man, those boys are crazy. And then they introduced me to the Terminal 6 guys, which were, if you guys went to that show, they're crazy. And like, in like a mental sense, but like they are so fun.
They are. Yeah, I didn't even realize No Good was from here. I saw a post from him moving back, and I was like,
Mhm.
"Wait, you're from here?" I was hanging out with you the other day. I didn't even realize that was you.
Yep. Yeah.
That's
crazy.
hilarious.
That's funny.
Crazy. Like their whole green room was like a high school reunion. We had like 45 people in that green room.
That's always fun.
It was nuts. I hated it. I couldn't sit down.
Yeah, there's no room, and there's that. many people.
No.
Jeez, stories on stories. All right. Well, we're going to continue these stories when we come back from the commercial break in here in a sec. So stick around while we talk with Shane and get more into his story and everything here. We'll be right back.
We're talking to Victor from Precision Diamonds. Victor, where do I go to get my jewelry fixed?
You need to come to Precision Diamonds and meet Mo. Mo is the best jeweler in town. He's been with me 17 years. He has an amazing following. Everything's done in-house. You'll be surprised how many customers, how many friends will not let anybody else touch their jewelry except for Moses.
Mo is a part of your family.
He is my nephew. He is the future of the business. We created a design center where we can create, design exactly what you're looking for. And if it's just a matter of coming in, let us inspect it, clean it, so make sure that everything's safe, everything gets done while you wait. If you have a very specific job to be done that needs to be done while you wait, let's call us, come on in, let's set up an appointment. He'll talk to you and tell you the whole process of what he's doing while you wait, while you watch him. This way there's never a question about what was done. And he guarantees everything.
So see Mo at Precision Diamonds.
Absolutely. Come and see us.
Thank you, Victor. Precision Diamonds, your local jeweler across from the convention center.
Whether you're a business building your brand or just someone who wants gear that actually means something, Neo City Creative has you covered. Custom apparel, embroidery, stickers, laser etched gifts, all done in-house right here in Reno. For companies, we handle your team outfitting and branded merch. For everyone else, we make the stuff you actually want to wear. No minimums, fast turnaround, real people behind every order. Find us at neocitycreative.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. Neo City Creative, your brand, your style.
Well, listen up, Reno. When your name's on the line, you want it done right. Sign and design shop, we'll make it shine bright. 'Cause your image, darling, it ain't just a kiss, it's a direct reflection of your business.
All right, and welcome back, everyone, to the Reach Radio here on KNNR and KPGF 103.3 FM and 1400 AM and 93.7 FM. We're here with Shane today, Too Much Sound, aka Too Much Media as well. And we also got Brandon in the room. And Brandon, remind everyone that you're alive.
How's it going?
That way they know we're not holding you hostage as well.
I'm definitely holding you hostage.
He wishes.
Janet, you can scoot over too a little bit. You're grabbing the mic like you're about to let's get ready to rumble.
Also hold him more hostage.
Corner him. All
You're having
right.
a fun little wrestle over there.
They're just getting all nestled up over there. All right. Well, we're just going to jump back in with some questions with Shane over here. We've talked about your different roles, photography, DJing, and just everything in between that you've been doing in the meantime. What's been the biggest challenge so far between both, if you want to give us on both ends as well? And then what's been your biggest accomplishment? And was it like, if it was one of those challenges, just reel it in together?
I mean, that's an interesting one. I guess it depends on everyone's specific personalities on what is the hardest thing. Because for a lot of them, like I came here knowing no one in Reno, and I had to just go out on my own and kind of put myself out there. And that's really tough for a lot of people to be able to consistently go out there and like not meet anyone for weeks on end. You know, not any like quote real friends that you meet. So it kind of deters you from going back out. Just being able to keep on doing that and meeting the right people. Like I said, luckily I met Tyler, and Tyler really kicked me off on everything. As of accomplishments, it's too many to count. I can go anywhere I want. I kind of love that. You know, it's really, really cool. I'm not used to it at all. Like in the past, it's so weird to be able to just walk in places and they just like, okay, go.
Yeah, no,
They're like, oh, good to see you again.
Yeah, crazy.
That perk is always nice once it starts to happen. You're like, wait, really?
Yeah,
You're
right.
like, I'm one of the cool kids.
Exactly. Finally at the table, man. It's been years, 30 years.
Hop on up. We got you a seat.
Welcome home, son.
You definitely
Yeah,
worked your place for it.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, from the short time you've been out here, you definitely earned that spot in that short amount of time.
Yeah. And speaking of being out here in the time you have been, what would you say, like coming from the two different scenes, what's something, because you have like an interesting outsider look as someone who's in the scene now locally on like, just like also you can be indifferent, like, and you've also seen some more of the recent things, so you
Sure.
don't have some of the same bad tastes in your mouth that the rest of us have just from being here from so long, just because of things have happened over time, just because that's how any scene is in industry.
And
Just
you know,
there's drama.
Reno.
Yeah,
100%.
just,
No,
like,
I
what's
get that.
What's something you think that like that stood out to you that we're good at, and like something that kind of stood out that like we're bad at, or like what's our bad niche?
Okay, I mean, I don't care. I'm gonna say whatever I want. Good thing is the actual community itself, like, is very caring and will take you in. Again, as long as you just show your true self and don't sit here and lie, don't sit here and like talk behind people's backs. Fantastic community. Everyone's here looking out for each other and wants to help each other through and through. The bad, that's a hard one. I guess, you know, I've had so many positive interactions that is kind of hard. I guess it's being here for so long and just being fed up. Because I felt like that in LA for so long, as I was so ready to leave.
It's actually really fair. I could see that with a lot of people here too, because they
Mhm.
usually need that break and that reset before they get their spark again if they've been
Yeah.
out here for a while. But
Yeah, they grew up here, so they're so sick of everything that they're so used to that they're just like ready to talk all of this about every bad experience that they've had. But in all honesty, from me being a new perspective, this community is absolutely beautiful.
okay, I can respect that. It's kind of like what goes in hand. Oftentimes, your biggest like blessings are also like where some of your biggest falls come. It's like that's
Mhm.
where it comes from. Like we have such a welcoming, open community, but when it comes to each other and sometimes some of the drama or just a building or a name, we get so like with each other.
Yeah, totally.
That just comes with the closeness of it all.
Yeah.
Mhm.
After a while, you want to rip your hair out, but the good thing is everyone will also rip your hair out with you.
It's like
Exactly.
cabin fever, like, but for your city.
In LA, they would all watch you rip your hair out and just be like, "Are you okay?"
Post
While
it
you're
on
doing
They're
it.
going to take a video. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Or
Look at
that.
this guy ripping his hair out.
Yeah, on the side of the road on 4th Street, just hanging out on the corner by the Jesse.
Ripping his hair out.
You're gonna do it. Do it on 4th Street.
Yeah. That's a place to be, man. Come hang out.
It
That's the
really
best
is.
barber shop I've ever seen.
Jeez. Get what you pay for, right?
Yeah, exactly. Free 90 free.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, I was gonna say I almost asked the same question that Trent asked earlier just by looking down. So I wish I had a mic that was not as tall as my face sometimes.
Hey, at least you're rocking a shirt, man.
Since you're new to this scene, what is something that you would have to, or what would you say to others that are coming into the scene as well?
Here we go, Danny. Nice. Alley-oop.
What do you have to offer? Honestly, I think the biggest thing I know I'm old, man. I'm old. I've been
It's
doing
kinda
this for
true.
a long
Everyone
time.
talks like it's anyone can talk and say they can do these things. It's just what are you willing to actually offer up and follow through on too?
Exactly.
And that's also where you got to be careful too over offering up on stuff because it's a quick way to ruin yourself and make yourself look flaky when you're not actually. You just overbook yourself.
No, exactly. Or there's a lot of people that they think they can do so much and then they burn themselves out really easily and they're not as committed to what they're talking about. It's again, actions speak louder than words when it comes to these things. And are you going to show up to the ones you're going to show up? Like I promote every show, even if I don't go to them. Like
Yeah,
I
it's super
really
easy
don't
to
care.
promote a show you're going to, but like just
Yeah.
hit share if you're not going too.
So easy.
You know how many times we've shared events and
Yeah.
people are like, "You're not here," and I'm like, "No, I'm at home, dude."
I've done
I
the
spend
same
most
thing.
of my time at home. I'm sorry, I don't really go out that much.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll know when I'm there because there'll be like video of me physically being there.
Exactly. Yeah,
Not a
exactly.
reshare.
I mainly go to shows just to shoot for the headliners nowadays.
Yeah, you got the perk though. You just walk around with that camera and you're in anywhere.
But I mean, sometimes, dude, it's a hit or miss, man. Like sometimes you go there and you see crowd energy, it's not the same. Artist energy is not the same, so you don't even want to shoot. So you kind of just try to make the best out of any situations. Even in some of those, I try and meet people and shoot crowd and just like individuals and make them feel like happy and stuff like that, which works.
People love the crowd stuff. When David was
Yeah.
doing that stuff for Basecamp back in the day and other like events, like that was, I feel like everyone's favorite thing is after an event, you go looking through the photo album for like you and the homies, especially if you knew
Totally.
you caught a photo with a photographer.
Right, exactly.
And then people just stopped doing crowd photos for a while. And then so it's like good to have it back, like
Oh,
in
yeah.
a more common space in the bigger shows too.
Oh yeah,
What are you
yeah.
doing to Brandon? Don't hurt him.
Don't hurt him. Yeah, he's still
I
there.
told you, dude. I'm torturing him over here. I'm trying to give him the mic.
We have video evidence of this, Danny. It's
Yeah.
not just radio.
Ask whatever you guys got. I really don't care. I'm an open book on all this. Like
We just don't want you spilling too much tea.
no, I'm professionally trained on this by now. You know, I've been doing this long enough. You know, LA NDAs. Yeah, I'm PR trained hard. I went to music. I did music business. You know, we're good. We're
Is
good.
it actually one of the classes at Icon?
Yeah, music
That's
business.
very
Those
impressive.
PR
I got
classes.
some questions from my buddy that went to school there now. Actually, he
Yeah.
didn't get to finish though because of the school closing. That was the one that closed, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so he went when it closed. I ended up hitting up one of my connections there, and I was like, "What happened?" And then I looked at the prices, and I was like, "Oh,
Was it just too? Did it get too expensive or
it
something?
tripled from when I went."
Wow, that's
I paid
nuts.
about 24K for the year.
Do
It
they
was up
just
to
not
like
have enough
70K.
students anymore or something? Like just not enough students paying that.
I mean,
prestigious enough now. They pumped out quite a bit of great artists. So
so honestly, this is how I
Just
look at
pop in, though.
Icon is a lot of people that went there, especially once they already had a decent name to themselves, went there for the connections to live in LA and to bounce around and to, you know, meet other bigger artists. Space Yacht was the biggest thing, going to Space Yacht and things like that and trying to like meet these other artists and make these connections with each other. And as it progressed, like back then too, like YouTube tutorials for music production and audio engineering and anything, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. you'll find some things where it's like that didn't explain anything. But like, okay. And nowadays it's so accessible, and especially with Splice out there now, where you can just buy samples that are fully processed. Good. You can make a whole track with Splice and people wouldn't know. There's been artists, low key, that have done it, gotten sued, but like have done it. And
Just on a note there.
yeah, seriously, have gotten sued. But it's crazy now. Back in the day, it was just making those connections within each other. Like I went to school with half of Bonnie and Clyde.
Oh, what? Really? That's
Yeah.
kind of cool.
Yeah, the girl Paige would just sit at home on video. Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, for sure, though. Yeah.
I used to see Jaws out in the back courtyard all the time.
Dude, yep. Is Paige, was she as nice back then as she is now?
I like the
really
guy
nice when I
more.
met her.
Yeah, Daniel is really cool. I
Daniel's
liked
super
him.
cool too. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I was
guys.
in class with him though. She was never in class.
That's wild.
She was a vocalist.
That's so cool.
Yeah, she was a vocalist. But like they had a bunch of different classes to explain like everything, like how do you promote yourself and like, you know, the things to look out for
Looking
in
at some of
business, going over actual music contracts. They would bring in real music
Wow.
contracts
Yeah, so-
and say, what do you see the problems in this?
That makes sense, honestly, given some of their graduates, like the classes actually that they went over. Some people really listen.
Sullivan King was a
So,
graduate.
Yeah, I have to say at the time when we put in an offer, Bonnie Clyde's manager, he's definitely plays hardball.
Yep. Oh, what is he? Red light?
If you can get him to play, yeah, it's very like,
Yeah.
what's your offer? And it's like, well, can we talk first?
Nope.
No.
See, but nowadays it's crazy too. Like I said, like the Eliminate 250 before. Now, even with my buddy, I used to throw these shows with. Me and him talk every now and then. And I'm like, do you believe that this is the price for this person nowadays? He's like, yep. And I was like, not me.
Yep.
Like, not me. I was like, I'd book them for this price. And he's just like, no, there's no way. And I was like, that's insane.
It's amazing how fast an artist can blow up in price. So just even look at Sippy last year to this year. So, but good for them when they can do that.
Oh,
without,
yeah.
like especially without having to like, I don't know, like claw the little guys too, because they like if you can still get a big artist that's getting paid a good deal, like that's still awesome that they'll do that for small venues.
Seriously,
That way you
even
don't have
these
to
small
charge so
artists are
much.
getting paid like.
Oh, trust me. I
Shout
know.
out Second Circle. They are wonderful
Right?
people.
Oh, I love them.
Heck yeah, we couldn't afford them if they weren't the homies.
Aaron was
They're
act.
the- they're the
Aaron's
best.
like dude was my music business teacher.
Really, that's dope. Yeah,
That's how
Aaron
I
and-
connected with him.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Aaron, Jeremy, shout out. They're really dope guys, and they really care about their community too in their scene.
They're at a wedding in Amsterdam right now.
They
Shout
are
out to them.
always everywhere except the U.S. unless they're playing.
Yep, exactly.
Or-
Shout
or
out to those
chilling.
boys.
Yeah,
They've hooked me up too, big time. Love those guys.
Well, we've talked about everything that you can learn to do the right moves. What's a common mistake you'd say that you see people do in the industry before we talk about some of the events?
Give
you
us
got
some of
coming
that
up?
education we can't afford anymore.
It's Nevada. I'm pretty sure we're not very ranked high.
Getting lost in the scene, I think is the biggest
Not
thing. Is
focused.
once you get comfortable and you start getting connections and hookups and like say free entry, free drinks, it's very easy to just lose yourself. Yeah, dang Daniel. What
wasn't
the-
even me.
Come on. It's really easy to get lost in all the perks that you get. I've had people at Cargo where I go order a drink, take it, walk away, and they're just like, that's so cool. And I'm like, you don't even understand. I was like, I need to control myself. Like, if I just did this every 20 minutes, I couldn't work.
Yeah, that part too. You gotta definitely watch
You miss the
yourself.
point
too.
of why you're there.
Exactly. You need to be able to have a fine balance of being able to work and have fun, or just take it on a day-to-day balance of like, I'm here to work specifically.
Mhm.
Like I've done shoeies with, my
You
friends.
nasty.
Yeah.
mm,
Like at
mofo.
or been offered those as I'm walking by and I'm like, no, not
20
on.
something. What's a shoey?
It's a shoey. It's
Mhm.
when you take a beer,
Yeah,
or
it's
nowadays
gotta
a
be
long
lager.
drink out of your shoe.
Yeah.
One of the last shows I went to at Cargo, I walked by my
bonding
friends. They said,
experience.
"Do you want to take a
So
shoey?"
disgusting.
And I said, "Whose shoe?" And they go, "I don't know." And I was like,
Yep.
"No,"
Usually you're
because
supposed to
mine
do it
are
out of your own
nasty.
shoe. I would
bonding
not do it out of a
experience indeed.
stranger's. That is just wild.
I wouldn't do it in general. It just sounds foul.
My shoes are nasty. I'm there since like 6, 7 o'clock.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I think I've done one in the past.
I don't know. Some people I can see being into that.
Dude, Australians, man.
The Aussies go.
Get
hard,
get
bro.
Sippy. Yeah, get Sippy. She'll do a shoey.
Oh, I might check her on that one.
Yeah, she'll do a
Some
shoey.
musk to
She
it.
knows how to
Yeah.
drink. I know she might do a shoey.
She'll do a shoey. The Australians are.
Australians are down for this.
Yeah, they love the shoey. That's their thing, man.
Aussie. Oi,
Yeah,
oi, oi.
exactly.
Got some cousins down under.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wild. Oh, all right. Well, Shane, what events do you got coming up? Whether it's you're shooting or if you got any secret shows that you're gonna play, that
Sheesh.
we haven't gotten out of you yet.
I don't even know, man. It's a week by week basis. I'm going to the Genie show tomorrow at Dead Ringer.
That one's gonna be a good one.
That'll be fun. I'm going to a secret show that I can't say tomorrow as well.
The camping
And that's
one?
what?
The camping one?
No, it's gonna be at a restaurant. It's gonna be super sick.
Oh.
It'll be super sick.
dinner.
And then Saturday we're having a donation show through Hydra for the people affected by the wildfires coming up. I believe I'm playing that one. We are playing bangers
If you
all
could
night.
link us or tag us in that one so we can share it across, because that's one that we'd like to.
Once I get the confirmation, I'm waiting. I've been waiting all
the
day
game.
for this. But yeah, that one's gonna go off on Saturday. What's next? I honestly have no idea about my schedule until the week of.
Well, which one do you post on mainly right now, currently, for where you're going to be or where you're supporting? Too Much Media?
Everything's gonna be on Too Much Media. Yep.
Okay.
Everything is
That'll
Too
be
Much
at
Media.
Too Much
There's
Media
no other
with
page?
two A's at the end.
Correct.
For those on
that's right.
Instagram.
I
That'll
do
be
everything
on
off that.
Facebook.
That's just what I get. Like even DJing right now, I really don't care. I got hit up by Hydra to play this show recently. I said, sure, why not? Let's have fun.
Eeyore over here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
R.I.P. the voice of today.
exactly. But I'd rather shoot most of the time, man. That's just where I'm
You're
at.
killing it on the photos, man. So
It's
I don't
fun.
blame you. You're doing a good job, and I mean to be up there on stage. Like I've done it on my phone for people because I'll buy
I
my phone
remember.
for the camera. But like it is really a fun time bringing and capturing those moments.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
And plus, when you're the one like having the eye for that, and then seeing how it comes out from your vision, how you planned it to, it's so cool at the end process.
Honestly, yeah. Luckily, having like the DJ perspective too, which is really, really nice because what would I want shots of me to look like? That's how I kind of look at it. And so I go from there and I shoot. Like I don't use flash on any artists. Never do that.
Never flash the artist.
Never flash the artist. Absolutely terrible idea. If I saw someone flashing me, I'd be telling them, nah, get out of here. Stop
Get
doing
out.
it. Yeah, stop doing that to me. please."
Security.
Yeah,
Are we
get
talking
them
about-
out of
Coming
here.
from both
Talking about the
sides,
same
you already
thing.
got an inside, so.
hmm
Orange Ryan case.
Yeah, it's
Stop.
the
The shirt says.
the media thing though.
Stop.
Like cameras are expensive, guys. It's crazy.
What?
It's
No way.
expensive. Yeah, it's
Speaking
expensive.
of, it's time for you to get a drone if you're going to be main media for the new venue.
No.
Yeah.
I have a boy that will come down here and he's fully licensed for indoor drone.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you
so
got to
worth
get
it.
like
So
actual
I got him.
aerial licensing now to do those things.
Yep.
Well, hop on it, man.
Nope.
That's
I'm good.
That's too much media, and you're not owning.
That's
up to
not
the
enough
name.
media.
It makes me sick. Yeah, have you put on those goggles and tried to fly a drone inside?
I
Oh, I would
absolutely
get
could
sick.
It
Bro.
makes
I
me
would
sick.
fly
I've
into
tried it.
someone on accident. Like,
It's-
I've done it in video games, and I'm still not good.
Just
Yeah,
think
I
about
don't
how
like
you wreck into someone's dreads. It's all over.
Exactly. Now I got a buddy and we're gonna bring him down. He wants to come hang out in Reno. He loves it down here. I actually met him during the YDG show. Some of their media team I ended up talking to, and then we just chatted ever since.
Was there a drone at that show for YDG?
No.
Oh, okay. He was just
But
there. Okay.
yeah, he came down and then he came down for the Nightmare show.
Oh, heck
He
yeah.
lives in Idaho.
Yes, you are.
He lives in Idaho.
I was
man. He lives in
about to say
Idaho.
it.
And he'll come down for all these. I'm trying to bring him down actually for what Desert Moon. That's coming up.
There you go.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
definitely
are you
shooting for
that?
Desert Moon.
Okay,
Oh
there we
yeah.
go.
Oh yeah. I'm shooting for that. I want to shoot fire. Are you kidding me?
Well, good thing we gave you a camera and not a flamethrower. These dad jokes are here for
You can
days,
give me
guys.
both. I can do both.
Hey,
Just don't
that's-
get too close.
Yeah.
I'll get right up.
Now
in
we're
there.
back to too much media. I like
Yes.
it. We're going over the top again.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, where can everyone find you if they're going to be looking for events or trying to get a hold of you for photos or whatnot?
Everything's going to be at Too Much Media with 2 A's at the end. I'm pretty sure I pop up pretty quick. Honestly, I want to do other things besides just events too. I've been helping my girlfriend out with she does hair. So I'm going to make some really interesting, cool hair edits.
Okay.
Coming up for reels. Yeah, that's gonna be
Nice,
fun.
nice. For
Yeah.
reels,
And then we
on
can do
reels.
like portraits and stuff like that, and just like professional looking stuff for businesses.
Sign me up. Get
Right?
rid of all my gray hair.
Hit me up. I'll get rid of all. I just won't do weddings unless I'm a side shooter.
We're gonna have to get you connected with Jay Biggs after the show too, because I know that sometimes they'll be doing events around town, so you never know when the event that they're called to needs a photographer.
We'll take it. I'm trying to get in J Resort too. They're the hardest people to get into.
Oh, bro, I'll just keep name dropping you every time I bug them.
Dude, I keep on seeing Reno after dark. I'm trying.
Yeah,
I'm trying.
I don't think he wants anyone else in there.
No, this
That's
is
he's still
mine.
main.
I got a picture of him. You got a picture of me.
Yeah,
we exchanged.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah,
That
we
was pretty cool.
exchanged.
Photographer does photographer.
Yeah, some friendly fire right there. You
Friendly
know?
fire. There we go. I like that.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Well, are there any other events that you got coming up that you wanted to shout out or anything like that? Connections you want to plug?
Honestly, the biggest one's going to be Desert Moon coming up with Ravelation. All the Ravelation events coming up. We have we have a bunch coming up in October. And as we're going throughout the new year, any Fresh Bacon show too. Honestly, anything Dead Ringer, Fresh Bacon, Ravelation, go to those shows and Reach. What do you guys have coming up? No, you plug your stuff. What do you have?
I mean, we don't have anything super solid yet coming up. I mean, you know us, we're small. We're working week by week. We got some stuff in the works, but we just can't talk about it yet, just till the
Totally.
final details are. But just let's keep your January 30th open. We'll let you know later.
See, there we go. There we
So,
go.
we'll
But as
talk
a
about it.
weekly basis, it's going to be those top three. Honestly, find me at Dead Ringer, find me at Cypress and Alpine, Cargo, and then Revenant.
Heck yeah.
Those are
especially
going to
when
be
that
the main
opens.
spots right there that I'm going to be at almost. And then Atlas, shout out Atlas Bar off of in Midtown, right across from Cypress. Find me there before Cypress.
Atlas is right. Going on.
Go there for some peace and quiet, man.
That's nice. That's what Atlas was for. Depending on the day, it's still good for that.
Or Noble Pie.
Yeah,
you
Noble
know?
Pie is great for that.
I
depending
go
on the
hang
day,
out there too.
Well, we're gonna go to a quick musical break, and then we'll be back to talk about your weekend update, folks. But Shane, we're gonna have you if you want to stick around and stuff. We know there's a blood moon coming up, but yeah, we'll be right back with more of that here soon.
15 minutes after we're off air,
Uh-huh.
by the way, guys.
Oh yeah, 9:15. So go check that out tonight. But we'll be right back. Here's some Flexibility, and I Can't Stop. All right, welcome back to the Reach Radio, guys. We got a few minutes left on here before we get off and you guys get on with your evenings and weekends for the night. So, coming up, just a few announcements. We guys still got our Dylan Francis ticket giveaway. It ends Monday, August 31st at 12 p.m. So you can enter on Instagram or Facebook. That event will be at the GSR pool on Saturday, September 5th, next Saturday. And then also, don't forget to stick around after the show. Sorry, at the end of the show, we'll be putting up stories about today's episode. And the first one, you'll also, there's two shows just keep your eye out for that are also doing fundraising. We want to present snack Obi-Wan.
Absolutely hilarious.
Oh yeah, it looks like a menu.
Yeah.
That'll be a good one. We got that coming up, and then also, Poindexter and Lion are also doing solar flare. That's going to be at the Alpine Rooftop on September 11th. So we're going to have a huge lineup: Tiberius, Forbank, Drewski, Rollins, Poindexter, Big Bad Lambo, Elvin, Zachariah, Tanner, J. Sizzle, Vex, and just for correctly later, just if you watch this. But just keep an eye out for those. There's be some fundraising relief that's going on. Don't forget about the John Riley Show for karaoke every Thursday at Happy's.
Looks like the Hawkfire fundraiser on Saturday that I was talking about earlier. We are going to have that at Deadwinger. It's going to be free with RSVP as long as you find one of the promoters' pages, mine included, and hit the link, and you will get free entry on that. All donations and percentage of the bar sales will be distributed to local charities supporting those impacted. Yeah, so make sure to attend one of those events. And I will be playing that. But
Yeah, there we go. We got Ben.
bangers and bangers.
T, I believe you got some other events that are going on.
Yes, this Thursday and going on through November every Thursday, the Wonderlust Food Festival, Food Truck Festival at J Resort Glow Plaza. It's going to be 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. every Thursday. So we still got about an hour left of that. If you are downtown and looking for something to eat, go on down to the J Resort Glow Plaza.
Food trucks under the blood moon.
Yeah, food truck under the blood moon. It's a beautiful night still.
Danny, do you have another Thursday event, or we just move straight into Friday night? I was moving to Friday. All right, well, Friday night, take it away. Let's go.
All right, so as was mentioned earlier, we do have GP. But we had already mentioned that one, so I'm going to go over some ones that we couldn't find on the list here. So we do have at the Lake Tahoe Ale Works rooftop party with B-Raz. That starts around 7 p.m. That is right next to Alpine, near the top bar area. There's a 90s night, and that is at the Reno Public Market. That one sounds like it's going to be pretty fun, and it looks like it was pretty fun as well.
Marketing does good events.
Yeah, they are always good. And there's also a rock and roll night at the West Wind El Rancho Drive-In Gates. That opens at 5, and then it ends with a Grease movie. So if you enjoy that movie,
What?
I saw that one and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna mention that one.
Yes, also this Friday and Saturday back at J Resort Festival Grounds, they've got the Brighter Days Music Festival. We've got Wiz Khalifa headlining and a bunch of other great artists. So this is going on this Friday and Saturday at J Resort.
You smoke the ganja, or you just like the Rastafari and stuff. Go check that out. It's going to be a great time. It's going to be great fun.
It's going to be so fun. And then also this Friday downtown, a free event for all ages, closing out the summer series for the Off the Rails concert series downtown at the Locomotion Plaza. That's 6 to 10 p.m.
Right to their finale, so we should shout that out next summer. Say all right on Saturday. Is that all our Friday events that we got down at this?
Yeah, there's not too much going on this weekend because Burning Man.
Yeah, that's
If you are on the way to Burning Man, don't forget to stop over at Nixon gas station for the Ultimate Burner Bazaar. is going on the 25th, so it's already been starting through the 2nd of September.
If you're leaving soon, go check that out on the way out there too. We talked to Daniel last week, and he was saying he's going every year, and that's just unique stuff, clothing, just the apparel, the other things. He said it's the burner stop to hit before you get in there. So definitely check that one out. So it'll be a
Sounds
good
like an
time.
interesting location.
Yeah. So, and then also remember, if you're a venue or promoter that's local, you can hit us up as well, and we'll share your events or we'll bring you on the show. But if you can't make it on, we'll definitely just talk about your events coming up too. We're always open. We don't charge for this. We're just trying to connect the community. And on that, we actually have an event we're shouting out in Carson with Local Anthology. If you have not seen them, very great local band. You can catch them at the Polecat Outdoor Summit. It's going to be at 7 p.m. It is a 21-up event, so got the kiddos leaving home at night. And we'll give Carter the shout out. We got the Blade Rave coming up. That one looks really interesting because I want to see videos of when they do the blood drop, like from the movie. Just don't. Have you not seen Blade? They're just like apparently they're gonna be like dropping like you know in Blade when like they start spraying the blood. Apparently they're gonna be doing that at Cargo, and it's their like test run for gore. This floor's gonna get dirty, so might as well do a little like blood run before.
About before the show, how Reno throws down for Halloween.
It does throw down for yeah. Well, it's just about it, guys. You gotta go hard. Like, it's right around the same time. It just makes it so much fun.
We should get our state's holiday off for school.
Definitely, people will be used to.
Yeah,
Or at
we
least,
did
at least they were good at
Years back,
it.
Reggie Nixon in a Power Rangers outfit. It was for a while.
Yeah, well, we've got plenty of events going on, but like I said, if you're an artist, vendor, promoter, food truck, if you do anything in the local entertainment industry, you want to be on the show, hit us up. You can find me at One in Rest or any of us in Reno. Danny, where can they find you?
Find me on Instagram as Disaster Danny, and on Facebook, it's just my first and last name.
And where we can find you at?
And I'm T. You can find me on Instagram at x3tr333.
Perfect. Well, I don't think anyone's ever
One day someone will
TR.
remember. I remember
You
it
know,
now.
if you know, you know.
True. All right. But as we come to the close of our show, don't forget you can catch us with a new guest in our local entertainment industry every Thursday, 8 to 9 p.m. here on KNNR, KPGF 103.3, 1400 AM, 93.7 FM. Next week, we're joined by Reese, a.k.a. Kraydon, and Maddie of Made by Maddie, who does our merch. We'll catch you guys later. I'm Ryan.
I'm T.
I'm Danny.
And this is the Reach Radio, connecting the culture.
KPGF 93.7 FM, Sun Valley. KNNR 1400 AM, Sparks. K277DL 103.3, Washoe Valley.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Jason Walker. Just utter devastation as rescue teams search for victims along the Nepal-China border. Floodwaters, mud, and debris going through several communities. Hundreds are dead. More than 1,400 are missing. President Trump says the U.S. is prepared to lend assistance to Nepal.
No, we are sending aid, and we've spoken to the leadership, and we let them know anything they want. We'll have